Good morning. My name is Chris James. I'm President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and I want to be the first to welcome you to our Native Edge Institute here in Washington State. Today, we are hosted by the Snoqualmie tribe, and we're at their beautiful Shayless Lodge. There are a few people in the audience today, so it's wonderful to have some socially distanced audience members. Welcome to everybody around the United States. I'm super excited to be welcoming you and happy that you've joined us today for this important event. The National Center has been assisting businesses and tribes in economic development for the past 50 years. We focus on technical assistance and we focus on getting businesses to the next level. In 2018, we launched the Native Edge Institutes to give continued training and education for access to capital, diversification for businesses, and other valued skill sets for entrepreneurs. Today, we have training this morning on economic opportunity, access to capital, leadership, and much, much more. Before lunch, we'll hear from our National Center Board Member Chairman, Derek Watchman. This afternoon, we will have trainings on empowering your business, procurement technical assistance centers overview, and small business questions and answers. This week, we've spent a lot of time in Washington State. I am always amazed at the hospitality here. We spent time with Chehalis tribe, Muckleshoot, as well as Snoqualmie. And we had an opportunity to spend some time with Snoqualmie's newest venture, one of their newest ventures, 8th Generation, which was previously a native small business. And the entrepreneur spirit of all communities we've been to is alive and well. To really see how our Washington tribes diversify, how they have had to change a lot of their business operations because of the pandemic that we're going through right now, but also how they've been resilient. And I look forward to hearing more about that from our speakers. We really hope that the training is not only useful for our small businesses, but also our tribes, our tribal employees that are listening in today. And we really hope that the information that we provide today will really help excel your business. And this year will be at a moment, but be having a virtual components as well as some safe, socially distanced CDC guidelines meeting in person. We've also partnered with the National Indian Gaming Association, NIGA, as well as American Indigenous Business Leaders to have joint conferences. So if you haven't been to RES or you haven't checked out RES in a long time, this is the year to come check us out. And that'll be July 19th through the 21st at Paris Hotel in Las Vegas. And then, of course, a virtual option for those who want to watch virtually. With that, I want to thank you and welcome our first speaker, which is Craig Bill, the Executive Director of the Governor's Office on Indian Affairs. Craig, are you on?
Yes. Can you hear me? Oh, good. Good. Thank you, Chris. I'd like to first give acknowledgement and respect to the Snoqualmie tribe for hosting your incredible new acquisition of the Shayless Lodge, as well as right there at the footsteps of your cultural significant place of Snoqualmie Falls. So again, thank you for your hospitality. I wish I was there to be in person, and I look forward to that day when that can be. Again, thank you, Chris, and the National Center of American Indian Enterprise Development for hosting this Native Edge Institute. And thank you, board members and all that are in attendance. Thank you to the other tribal participants that I see on the agenda. And again, I just welcome you. Again, I wish, again, I stress it even more, I wish we were all in person, and next time this happens, I'll definitely hope to be there with you. As stated, my name is Craig Bill. I'm the Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs here in Washington State. I'm an enrolled member of the Swinomish Indian Tribal Community, also a descendant of the Colville Confederated Tribes in the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. In my capacity, I serve as an advisor and liaison for the Governor's Office in the state of Washington, in working in collaboration with our 29 federally recognized tribes here in the state of Washington, as well as our tribes out of state that have reserved treaty rights and ceded lands within our state of Washington. I really think that I really, again, just want to thank the National Center for coming here and bringing this important conversation to Washington. Washington tribes have been a significant part of our economy and have provided a great benefit to really as being one of the top 10 employers within the state of Washington. If you add all the tribes together, the number they employ, I believe they're around 7. I mean, they're one of the largest employers within the state of Washington. I think it's 33,000 people that are employed in total of tribal businesses around the state, as well as then just the impact of it to the economy. Each respective tribe in their given location are usually the largest employer or one of the top in their given area or rural area economy. The state economy is really, tribal economies are really a part of the state economy. We're all collectively linked together. And I think a vital part of that is as tribal economies grow, so does the importance, or so does the economy within the state of Washington. And one layer that I definitely see, which is very important, is that our impact and resources to our small business growing development. And I know, you know, for a very critical long time, state has really sort of engaged more on the sort of that tribal government sort of centric engagement. And there's been sort of not necessarily as fully developed outreach to our sort of small business, our tribal small businesses and economies. And so I very look forward to kind of hearing sort of the panels today and just hearing what are some sort of great examples. And I see some of our state family, state agency participants are a part of today's conversations. And so I just very look forward to, again, building on the collaboration that our state of Washington has had with the tribes, and how can we continue to kind of grow small businesses and also identify where we need to disperse sort of our critical resources. I think most importantly, I think it's really showcasing, and Chris, you brought a good example. It just seemed like it was just yesterday. We were with the Snoqualmie tribe. Governor Inslee was with the tribe and with Louis Gong at 8th Generation to celebrate the tribe's recent collaboration partnership with 8th Generation, and just to sort of celebrate that partnership. And you know, obviously that was sort of pre-pandemic, but it just seemed like it was not just happened yesterday, I guess. So I think those are great examples, and just what other tribes are doing to, again, grow their own economy, but as part of that, of growing our small business economy and our small businesses. So again, I just really sort of thank you and have a great conversation. I look forward to participating throughout the day and just sort of watching and listening. And so again, thank you on behalf of the state of Washington and the governor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig, and we really appreciate the support. from the governor's office and all your good work you do here in Washington State. And thank you for joining us this morning. Our next speaker, well, before I introduce our next speaker, the National Center, it takes a lot to run the National Center. We have almost 20 employees, about 25 contractors around the United States, and a board of directors of 16 dedicated board members who help support economic development around the country. We have several of our board members that will be speaking today. All of our National Center board members are members of their communities, tribal communities. They are tribal leaders and and this particular member has been a long time. Ms. Gina Turk is a member here for the National Center for American Enterprise Development, and she'll tell you a little bit about herself and her capacity. You on? Do we have? Hello. Is she good? Jenna, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning, Chris. I apologize.
Good morning.
The streaming breaks up a little bit on my end, so.
Well, wonderful. Welcome, and I'll turn it right over to you.
Okay. I hope I'm coming through okay, because like I said, periodically the streaming on my end gets a little fuzzy. So Chamai, and good morning, everyone. It's so nice to be with you, even if it is virtually. I was really wishing that I could be there in person and would be there in person had it not been for board meetings that actually start later this morning. So unfortunately, with the scheduling conflict, I wasn't able to attend in person. But as Chris identified, I think it was a little fuzzy again, but I am the president and CEO of Lesnoy Incorporated. Lesnoy is one of the Alaska Native Village corporations that was established under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act of 1971. But unlike my fellow village corporations, Lesnoy went through a very long period of unsettlement, I suppose. We were in litigation with a local rancher for 33 years from my hometown in Kodiak. Lesnoy is our grassroots, our home village was in the archipelago of Kodiak, and he was challenging whether or not we were to be certified as a village corporation. So Lesnoy knows all about being resilient and coming through the storm, because it wasn't until that litigation was finalized in 2009 that we were actually able to begin our existence as a true Native corporation in order to try and provide the benefits back to our shareholders. So we weathered a tremendous storm. So for us, COVID's been nothing, right? Not really, but anyway, I wanted to give you that little piece of history because I know that we're going to be talking about resiliency and trying to get through the impacts that COVID have had to all of us over the last 12 to 14 months. And it has been quite the struggle. A little bit more about me before I get into that, though. I am Alutiiq. I'm Supiaq from, like I said, Kodiak. My home village was in the archipelago. It's no longer there. Our last village member, tribal member that lived in our home village, passed in the early 90s. So all of our tribal member, our shareholders, reside throughout the state of Alaska and are dispersed across the country in the lower 48. I do want to welcome all of you to the Native Edge Institute here today, and I'm so excited that there are people actually in the audience as well as participating virtually. So how has Lesnoy had to change its way of doing business over the last 12 months with this COVID and how we tried to weather the storm here? It's been an interesting little experience and experiment, I should say. We actually did a hybrid approach almost throughout the entire pandemic. Starting last May, we actually let our employees come back into the office. We put all of the CDC guidelines and the safe practices in place so that we could work in the office environment should people choose to do that. So that was one huge step, because personally for me, working from home was not the way that I could get anything done. It seemed like dogs and kids and my husband, you know, if you're in the home, you're available, and they just couldn't quite fathom the concept that no, I'm really trying to work here. So it was great to be able to come back into the office. We did a lot, like all of you have. We've done a lot of virtual conferencing, but I've got to tell you, we were actually very successful in that, because through the latter part of 2020, we managed to secure a mentor for one of our 8A companies through virtual conferencing. We met with them twice in person. We actually got on a plane. They came to Denver. That was an interesting experience, actually getting on a plane during the pandemic. But we managed to do it and come through it. So we've had the mentor-protege agreement approved by the SBA, and I would like to thank them for working through that with us during this time. So we're really excited about that. We have a joint venture formed as a result of that, and contracting opportunities we are exploring. So that's a really big positive that we managed to go through during this time. One other thing that we've done is we actually did not stop our acquisition search. So even through the pandemic and starting late in 2020, about the third quarter, we really ramped up those efforts. It was like, we can't let business stop. We cannot continue to pursue and grow so that we can, again, provide benefits back to our shareholders. We have 3 acquisitions right in front of us today as I speak to you that we've managed to do a lot of due diligence on through the virtual conferencing. And we are getting ready to go down and actually visit one of them in Florida. So again, that whole, we're coming out of this, we're going to continue to do business. So it's really been an effort, but we've stayed focused, and I'm really excited to see where we're going to go with this. I'm hoping that things get back to more of what we all would consider to be normal. I'm really excited to attend RES in July, and I hope to meet many of you in person at that conference. I think we'll be ready for that. I know that Chris and his team have done all of their due diligence in trying to figure out how we can best accommodate, you know, all of the folks that want to be there. And I, for one, am ready to interact with all of you. So I just want to, I wanted to give you a little bit of our history, tell you what we've done through the pandemic. Again, welcome to the conference or the Institute here today. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay with you because I have a meeting that starts in 9 minutes. So, and oh, by the way, it is 7:30 in the morning when we started this here in Alaska. So thank you for that. I was up and ready to start my day. But I'll turn it back over to you, Chris. Have a wonderful day. And again, I hope to see all of you in July.
Thank you so much, Jenna, and thank you so much for your leadership. I really appreciate, you know, that was, you know, hearing your resilience of a company and how you look forward to all the connectivity coming up this summer. I really appreciate your leadership, and thank you so much for joining us today. Unfortunately, our next speaker, Ms. Helvi Sandvik, is not able to join us via satellite, as we've all probably experienced over the past year. It takes a lot of broadband to do the Zoom and to get online, and sometimes we don't have that availability. So Helvi may join us a little later, but I'm actually and I'm sure and his value system. So they've done some amazing work on supporting this community and their employees that work for them. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Chairman de Los Angeles. Chairman?
Morning. Can you hear me? Am I, all right, great, great. Yeah, this is the first time I've used GoToWebinar. Thank you. Yes, I'm Chairman Robert D. Los Angeles. I go by Bob, and I'm the chairman of the Snoqualmie Indian Tribe. And thank you for welcoming us here to this presentation that we're about to show. So if you can go ahead and go to slide 1. Do we have that available? Does, are we able to show that, Jamie? All right. Great. All right. So welcome to the Falls, our most sacred site. You're visiting land which the tribe has fought a long and hard journey to reclaim as ours. That fight continues. We are proud to be able to host you on this sacred site. This morning, we want to share with you a brief summary of the Snoqualmie's economic development efforts. Slide 2, please. After never receiving our reservation that was promised to us, Snoqualmie was stripped of its federal recognition during the termination era in 1953. Our ancestors fought for decades to make sure that our federal recognition was restored, which finally happened in 1999. During that fight, the tribe hosted salmon bakes at the Evergreen State Fair and other events throughout the year. To help cover the cost of our legal bills, we had staff, volunteers, and took turn buying stamps and toilet paper even. After recognition, things changed considerably for the tribe, and now we are able to provide so much for our tribal members and the community. Slide 3, we have the tribe's enterprises fund a wide variety of programs. In only 21 years being a re-recognized, we have gone from bringing in toilet paper to bringing the largest employer in the Snoqualmie Valley. The tribe now pays 100% of higher education costs for all tribal members and assist with education costs, housing, and childcare. Our Natural Resources Department works to restore native landscapes and the removal of invasive species, both on and off tribal lands. We also have our cultural, archaeological, and historical program, which allows the tribe to advance our work to protect our cultural resources and exercise our treaty rights. Slide 4, please. The tribe operates a diverse set of businesses, both on and off reservations, including the Snoqualmie Casino, 8th Generation, the Crush Market, and of course, the Sailor's Lodge. The business provided training opportunities and employment for our tribal members. Tribal enterprises benefit the tribal community, but they also benefit the surrounding community. A couple of years ago, the tribe commissioned an economic impact study, which found that the tribe had a gross regional product impact of $285 million in the state of Washington in 2017. Next slide, please. The Snoqualmie tribe's enterprises reflect tribal values, and this is especially on display last year as the tribe announced it had acquired the Sailor's Lodge. The acquisition, funded by gaming dollars, ensured us that we could protect our most sacred site by stopping development that was planned for the land adjacent to the lodge here. Economic diversification through the reclamation of our lands was critical to Snoqualmie. We're investing in our cultural values and considering the acquisition as we're not bound by traditional assessed values because we're pursuing something beyond monetary revenues. A few weeks later, we announced that the tribe also acquired 8th Generation from its owner and founder, Louis Gong. This was another values-led endeavor that highlighted we're using our enterprise revenues to advance our tribal values. Slide 6. Snoqualmie's approach to the economic development is somewhat unique because this diversification doesn't happen in a silo. Rather, opportunities for the diversification is assessed in lens that includes perspectives based in policy, cultural resources, and our treaty rights. Snoqualmie has people and perspectives that you may not typically see at the table when engaging in economic development, which makes for a very collective approach. Having this diverse set of perspectives engaged in conversations allows us to identify new opportunities very quickly. Snoqualmie's tribal values also drive home. We operate our enterprises. Our team is important to us, and our success is the tribe's success. We strive to care for our team as best we can, and we make sure that we know how their hard work and success supports the tribal community. This is incredibly meaningful. Snoqualmie's path to federal recognition has presented us with challenges, which we have turned into strengths. We have great connections and relationships and take pride in our ability to bring people together. Now I'd like to introduce Jamie Martin. She is the Governmental Affairs Special Projects Director. Jamie. Are you able to join, Jamie?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. So as the chairman said, the tribe is a really unique approach in how we consider economic development, and we really got to see how this approach worked during the pandemic, which it's worked fairly well. The breaking down of silos and the collaboration between the enterprises and the government has allowed us really to work really quickly in responding to the pandemic. But it's also, sorry, a second. Hi there. It's also really allowed us the ability to find unique ways to react and to provide for the community during the pandemic. One of the things that we were able to do was to propose and work with the governor's office on removing restrictions on tribal fuel tax dollars. So prior to COVID, those fuel tax dollars were restricted only to transportation projects. And as we were trying to find sources of funding, especially as Snoqualmie and all tribes across the country are really trying to figure out and navigate the different restrictions associated with federal funds, and then also just the period of time which took those funds to come out, we were really searching for flexible dollars. And this is one way in which we were able to bring economic development and the government affairs team and really come up with a solution to help out the whole tribal community. Another thing that we've done through the pandemic is establish a COVID working group. So we have folks from the casino on this team, we have government affairs, we have communications, health and wellness. It's a whole collective of different departments from across the tribal government. And this team has worked really closely throughout the entire pandemic since last March, when the tribal council first announced that we had a public emergency. We've been able to find really collaborative ways in making sure that we're taking care of our staff and tribal members. And it's worked really well. It's been really nice to have that collaboration between those departments. And this has really kind of come together with the tribe's vaccination clinic. So we've included some pictures here, but this has been a really collective effort between the tribe and the casino and also our community partners. So Eastside Fire and Rescue, which is the EMT and fire group that provides services on the casino reservation. They're administering the vaccines. Casino staff, volunteers from the public, volunteers from 8th Generation, and volunteers from the casino. Everyone's pitching in on pulling together this vaccination clinic that operates within the casino. So it's not typically the team that you would see pulling together a vaccination clinic, but it's worked really well. And this approach allowed us to vaccinate over 4,000 people within 41 days, which has made sure that we've been able to take care of every tribal member and tribal staff and member of their household who's wanted to get vaccinated in that period of time, which we're really proud of. So we found that this has actually worked very well for us in being able to respond quickly during the pandemic. And I think next we have Louis Gong to talk about how what it's been like for 8th Generation post Snoqualmie's acquisition of that company.
Hi everybody, can you hear me okay? All right, my name is Louis Gong. I'm a Nooksack tribal member. I'm also a native artist, and I'm the founder and CEO of 8th Generation. 8th Generation is the first native-owned company to ever offer wool blankets, and I'm really proud to say that about 20 yards this way here at the 8th Generation headquarters, we're actually making wool textiles right here in Seattle. Super proud of that accomplishment. In November of 2019, 8th Generation was acquired by the Snoqualmie tribe. And that was really exciting for me because, you know, as a artist turned entrepreneur, I really thought it was important to get some muscle behind the hustle. And I also knew that the tribe shared 8th Generation's value of creating as many opportunities as possible for Native artists. And then also this belief that this small company started by an artist drawing on shoes could become the first Native-owned lifestyle brand to go global. So we had big ideas from the very beginning, and it couldn't have been more exciting for me to know that hundreds of local Indigenous people were controlling the direction of this company. Well, a couple months after the acquisition, things changed dramatically, of course, due to COVID. And so over the next 3 minutes, I have a dramatic roller coaster ride of an experience to share with you guys. You know, the pandemic started to really hit in March here. And if you don't know, we have a store at Pike Place Market, which has been sort of a fundamental aspect of our business. It's not just a store, but it's a placemaking here downtown Seattle, where we're the only Native-owned storefront. Anyway, that closed in March of 2020. And shortly thereafter, our employees were not able to come to work. And all of a sudden, business started to go down. And it was a very, very scary time for 8th Generation, just like it was for so many other businesses. And we didn't realize it at the time, but all these ideas about shared values and shared vision for what things were going to look like with 8th Generation were tested immediately. And you know, we had situations where, you know, we have elders on staff, we have people that ride public transportation, and some of them weren't able to come to work for 3 or 4 months. And despite that kind of situation and the fact that only our folks who were shipping, you know, just a couple people in a giant warehouse were able to come to work, I'm proud to say that 8th Generation did not furlough or lay off one single person during the pandemic. Safety was always first. That makes me really proud. I also want to say that you know, during the pandemic, we didn't really panic. You know, there's this, you know, I always talk about eagle vision and this idea sort of looking down at your own experience from such a high altitude that you could sort of see backwards and forwards generations. And for Native people, the Snoqualmie tribe, almost all the staff at 8th Generation and myself, we have ancestors, you know, and who have been through more difficult situations than this pandemic. And I think that really shined because we did not panic. And in fact, we did not just look at taking care of ourselves. We actually stopped to look around at our community to see how we could actually contribute to help take care of other people. And when we heard that the Seattle Indian Health Board and other local health clinics who were helping people who were coming down with COVID did not have PPE. So to state it another way, the state and federal government could not or did not provide them with PPE. Our little Native-owned company did in 8 days what they had failed to do in the 3 months since the pandemic had started. And what we did was we provided over 10,000 pieces. We sourced took care of the logistics, and then delivered 10,000 pieces of PPE to local healthcare clinics. And that's another thing that I'm super proud of, that was a real strong indication that the values piece that we thought was there in the beginning was, it definitely shined. A couple months after that, things started to turn around. In May and June, we started to see little upticks in business, and we started to feel more and more confident about what the rest of the year would look like. And so we were faced with another challenge of trying to, be nimble and adapt to the ever-changing business situation. So rather than sort of hunkering down and being conservative and taking care of our humans, we now had to sort of rapidly scale up so we could accommodate what looked like a lot of growth. And so 8th Generation, even though the store was so close, took its human resources and its other kinds of resources and started focusing solely on our online business. And what we found out is that when we get our story about being a Native-owned business founded by a Native artist, run by the Snoqualmie tribe, working 100% with Native artists in front of consumers, those consumers almost always choose us over the status quo, which is usually large corporations that mostly put fake Native art on products. And with the tribe's help, we were able to hone our storytelling, get it in front of a lot more people. And as the year progressed, we turned things around dramatically. And that roller coaster ride of 2020 that started in a steep down slope ended in a steep up slope. And by the fourth quarter, we were setting records for sales, and really set the stage for what we think is going to be an amazing next few years. So I'm super excited about taking the lessons learned during a very difficult year of 2020 and applying them to the business in 2021 and beyond. And those lessons include not just the idea that our story is powerful and that we now have the capacity to get it in front of a global audience, but also we have the lesson of renewed and amplified confidence in the fact that the tribe shares our value, and if things take a downturn, we will be taken care of, and that gives us a lot of confidence. And so here, as we enter into spring 2020, I'm really proud to say that 8th Generation has created about 60 unique blankets. Every single one of those are designed by a Native artist. So that means 60 opportunities for Native artists. We're really excited to create as many opportunities as possible for Native artists in our ongoing effort to become the first Native-owned global lifestyle brand. I'm more confident than ever that can happen. And just in closing, I want to share with you guys that although our store has been closed since March 15th of last year, it's opening tomorrow. So the 8th Generation store is opening tomorrow, and man, that is a shot of good energy for us. It can be a lot of work to have a store that's open 7 days a week, but reopening it is reinvigorating our enthusiasm for connecting with people and also helping to do that ever important thing of creating place downtown Seattle. Thanks for your time. My name's Louis. I'm a Nooksack tribal member, founder and CEO of 8th Generation, and I'm very proud to be an employee of the Snoqualmie tribe.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Jamie. And thank you, Chris, for allowing us to go ahead and make this presentation on behalf of the Snoqualmie Indian tribe.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I really see the strength of your team, and I really commend you for your leadership and all the work you've done. Really great stories of resiliency and how not only tribes have to sometimes rethink of how they do business, but what a great story from my friend Louis Gong, who was really inspiring of how they were resilient as a company, even changing some of their existing business models to scale up for growth and be strategic as they get to the next step. So I congratulate you all, and it's a great partnership that we have with the tribe, and we've had with eighth generation for a number of years now. So we really appreciate it, and thank you for joining our Native Edge Institute. Our next speaker today, again, I mentioned our board members of the National Center has a great board of 16 members. Our next speaker is Helvi Sandvik. She's a board of directors of the National Center. I can't say enough about Helvi. I've known Helvi for many years now. What a great leader, a great CEO, and a great friend. Helvi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris. How about, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. I'm turning it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I apologize. I'm not able to be there in person. I'm calling in from a small village in Northwest Alaska, about 150 miles or so above the Arctic Circle, if you can imagine. And I'm not quite sure what the weather is doing there, but the weather here was such in the last couple of days that airplanes couldn't fly, and I couldn't get out of my village to make the connection on down to Washington State, so I had planned on being there in person. But I think really, well, and then taking that next step further, the fallback plan was to video conference in, but our internet connectivity in remote rural Alaska is spotty at best, and connectivity wasn't there this morning. So you've got me by phone. But I do think sort of what that represents is the different challenges faced in remote parts of the world, and in particular in Alaska and in Indian country in Alaska. Alaska is very remote. There are no roads connecting our community to the rest of the world. And so the notion of business development, economic opportunity is you really have to be creative and think outside the box. And how do you create opportunity? How do you see that, visualize that opportunity? And one of the reasons I became involved in the National Center is because there needs to be, in my view, a change in philosophy of how we look to our future. We need to take control of our economic destiny as individuals and as Native communities. We need to decrease the reliance on government programs, which for my entire life have been the primary source of funding to our tribes. And as a result, we're sort of at a point now where that government funding may not be available in the long run, and we're having to try to help people who have been dependent on government programs to start to visualize their own path forward. I think, here in my little village, there's about 250 people who live where I am. Despite our remote environment, there really still is opportunity. There's economic opportunity. There's opportunity for private sector investment beyond a formal tribal government environment or an Alaska Native Corporation environment. But we need to help people bridge the gap, or to break down the barriers and eliminate some of the fear associated with pursuing something that they don't have a lot of experience with, and there aren't a lot of models of how to pursue private sector economic opportunity. And so that's what I'm really excited about today's agenda for the Native Edge Institute. I'm appreciative of the topics that are going to be covered today, talking about access to capital, how to make the possible visible. When we think about economic opportunity, creating an environment for people who are on that path, or who perhaps have been on that path for quite some time, how to help them see where they can go for help, how to help them define a business plan that will allow for long-term sustainability. And so I'm looking forward to participating virtually today as best I can, only by phone. But I thank you all for participating. I hope to see some of you this summer at RES, and hopefully all of you will be successful in your economic pursuits. So thanks, Chris, for allowing me to participate remotely. I look forward to hearing the discussion today.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, yes, I can. Thank you. The beauty of technology here. So again, I thank you, Helvi, for your words of wisdom. Thank you so much for the information. As you've said at the beginning of your speech, sometimes in rural and remote communities, economic development is difficult, but overcoming barriers for opportunity is very important. So I really appreciate your leadership and thank you for joining us today. That is our first welcome session of the day. Folks here in the audience, feel free to move on. One person is we do and Carrie Hurd and Shayna Barehand. Both of them will come and I'm going to turn it over to Tara. And then after their formal presentations, we'll have a little fireside chat discussion between the three of us. So it's good to see both of you. And I'm going to turn it over to Tara for this next session.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tara Kleske. I'm the program manager with the National Center, and I work for the SBA 7J program. And so we're honored to have Carrie. Carrie will be our next speaker. Carrie Hurd, she's the director for the USA SBA Seattle District Office, where she's responsible for the delivery of SBA programs and services through most of Washington State and Northern Idaho. She oversees 13 staff members and promotes lending and business development assistance in cooperation with area lenders, extensive network of SBA development centers, SCORE chapters located through the state, and 3 women's business centers. Carrie joined SBA in 2012 in Boise, Idaho as a lender relations specialist and was promoted to the deputy district director of New Mexico office in 2015. She has extensive knowledge and we're really grateful to have her here today. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie and thank you for being in person.
Thank you, Tara. It's such an honor to be here today. I can't even begin to tell you. You know, part. Gong got me really fired up. And let me tell you why I'm so excited. Because Louis is exactly what I wanted to highlight for you today in how you can have some of the most challenging circumstances, and with the right strategies and a whole lot of support, and even maybe some smart advisors, who knows what you can accomplish. And his enthusiasm just helps remind me why it's so important that SBA gives a tiny little bit of money to our resource partners. And we're so fortunate to have the National Center as a partner to be able to put on 7J training like this. And Tara is an incredible project manager, and we're very fortunate to have her put these together across the nation. So thank you very much, National Center, for letting me participate. I also wanted to bore you with a little bit of data. Now, Craig from the state of Washington stole a little bit of that numbers. So I'm going to just highlight again what he said about Washington tribes. Oops, maybe not, because I might have just closed it. Sorry. Okay, so this is just Washington. You have 1.5 billion plus annually paid to employees and wages. 3 billion worth of goods and services purchased annually. Now, Louis' 8th generation, I hope, is getting included in those data. And the economy to the state of Washington is 5.7 billion. That's a lot of dollars. It's just Washington. Also, offer and it was 500 offers. That's some serious contracting money flowing through the SBA programs. And then you add that on top of some of the other industries. That's a lot of income coming to Native American communities. And I'm really pleased that I get to have a role in that. Here's some additional data for you. 8 in our PPP program, 8 CDFIs. Those are treasury lenders. 8. I don't know if that is real obvious, but that's not even 2 hands worth. Did 12,000 PPP loans for $244 million. That's incredible lending. Microloans, we have 31 lenders that did 9,200. Now you're probably going, so what does that mean, Carrie? That's across the nation. What about us Native Americans, right? Well, we did just under 40,000 Native American firms for just under $2 billion. Now, how many Native American firms do we estimate are out there? It's just under 300,000. So that's not really 15%, but some of your businesses aren't going to qualify for those programs. And I certainly hope that Louis got one when those sales went vertically down so that he could help keep the cash flow going for his company and keep those employees with him. We know it's very expensive to rehire and retrain employees. So I'm going to talk with Louis afterwards. I even went on their website, and despite the fact that a lot of their goods are sold out, there was one really cool scarf that I intend to purchase before I eat lunch today. So where am I going with all of this, right? I want more Louis gongs out there. I want you to be a Louis gong, and I know I can't see you out there in virtual land, but I want you to be a Louis gong. I want your business to grow. Now, it's amazing when you can create jobs, and I know that a lot of economic development activities are generating jobs. Well, I'm a little selfish at SBA. I want to create business owners who create jobs. Because there is nothing more exciting in this world for me to do and to be able to see the next generation take over that business. That's really something. And I would like more small businesses, maybe not to be called 8th generation, but to last 8 generations. So guys, I have some information for you. I don't know, because I get really excited about talking about SBA, I always sometimes forget to tell you who we are and what we do. So what you probably want to see is, how can SBA help you, and why am I here today? Well, SBA is a catalyst. We're a connector, an educator, collaborator, we're a funder, advocate, and have to tell you right now, I feel like my role as an advocate is more important than ever. So I really want to make you and this very can't watch probably way too much, but there's some updates I'd like to share for you that I think will be very, very important as you go through today. And I know you've heard a few of these programs, but you may not know some of the enhancements. And what I want you to know is Congress makes continual changes to these programs to make them better. SBA makes continual changes to make these better. And every time we do, we make it more complex. And we're trying to balance program integrity with speed of delivery. And every time we apparently leave somebody out, and we try to circle back and get them back in there. So here's some updates for you in case you don't know. The famous Paycheck Protection Program, which was originally intended to keep jobs, keep employees employed. It wasn't the Save the Business program, but it has become Save the Business program, and the enhancements support that. That program has been extended to May 31st. So if you thought you might be missing out, you can still circle back. We've enhanced it so Schedule C filers, sole proprietors, can use their gross line versus their net line after all the expenses. Economic injury disaster loan. This is normally where I would say, hey, does anybody have one of these? But I don't know if anybody in the audience does, because there's so few of us. But if you received one, you may be able to come in and get an increase, because we've increased the cap by extending 6 months of working capital to actually 24 months. And there is a cap of 500,000 on that. We're deferring it. So if you already have one, we're deferring it a whole nother year. So if you got an economic injury disaster loan in 2020, that will be deferred for a total 24 months. Now there is a catch, that interest is still going to accrue. But if you can cash flow without paying a payment, we want to help you do that. If you got your EIDL loan in 2021, you're going to be deferred for 18 months. Targeted EIDL advance. Now this is a grant, folks. We call it an advance, but it's really a grant. We're coming out where we're reaching out to those individuals who applied for the last year's 2020 EIDL advance to be able to see if you qualify to get the plus up to 10,000. And there are some very limiting qualifications for that, but we're reaching out to you. You don't have to apply. Then we have you provide some information. We've already issued out about 4 million of those emails to attract people to apply or to give us their documents, and we've dispersed about 45 million. So we just launched that program and it's going pretty well. I don't know how many food operators are out there, some breweries maybe. We have the Restaurant Revitalization Fund coming out, and we're going to launch that here in a few weeks. We're putting together the policy. It's going to be a pretty darn streamlined, almost like a direct payment. We're going to work through partners to try to make sure that we can make this as easy on the restaurant owners as possible. Our shuttered venue operators grant actually opens in a few days on the 8th, and that is a very narrow performing arts type of not direct assistance, but grant assistance. And then this is the one where I really think we can build some capacity in Indian country. It's the community navigators. One thing we know at SBA is that we're very good at helping people connect to technical resource partners. But there are some groups of individuals that may be micro, may have different cultural backgrounds, and we need to work through our trusted relationships to reach those individuals. We're hopeful, and Congress is hopeful, that this grant will help us be able to increase some capacity to better connect to those audiences and connect them to resources so that they too have the opportunity to start and grow. And it's for all businesses, especially in the Native American land. I want you to know that it's individually owned businesses, it's tribally owned businesses, as well as treaty resource-based businesses that can use these programs. Now, it's not always as easy with treaty resource, and we're still working. I know I think it was June, was it June, Tara, that we met in Spokane? So in June last year, we were working on tribal treaty and trying to help get treaty businesses PPP loans, and we were successful for some and not for all. We're still working that issue. Right now, the philosophy is apply. Use, if you have third-party alternate documentation, such as tribal records from fisheries, that you use that. Now, I think I've probably gone beyond my first few minutes. So, because I went a little longer on the PPP and the Recovery Act, or not Recovery Act, the recovery relief programs. But I wanted to drive those home, that those programs are still out there, and please take advantage of them. I want to make sure that as many Louis Gongs are out there as possible when this pandemic is over. I don't know. I believe that every single tribal, whether it's reservation, trust land, I know that some of the tribes have done land swaps. I don't know if that's considered trust land or not, so bear with me on that. But I believe the Indian-owned land is hub zone. And many of those hub zones also happen to be opportunity zones. And as we talk strategically about some opportunities, I want to make sure that we're thinking in the philosophy of stacking. Stack the hub zones, stack the opportunity zones in your capital stack as means to get money to finance all of these projects. Because we know that capital is a limiting factor, and that is why the center has a whole session on it later today. And you have some incredible speakers coming up on that panel, so make sure that you stay and you listen to them. I am going to just showcase really quickly, and then I'm sitting down. SBA resources. We have plenty of them. There's no shortage. And one of them I think that you may not really realize is that the National Center, we're just a part, we just fund a part of them. They are so much bigger and broader, which is why I put them on this slide kind of in the top, because they work with our 8A program, our 7J program. They have the native P-tax. They are one-stop shopping on a lot of resources, so make sure you utilize them and build a relationship with your SBA office. Thanks, Tara, and I'm gonna let, do you come back up, or is Shanna?
Thank you, Carrie. It's always a pleasure having you. We're going to transition into our next speaker. Our next speaker is Shayna Bareham. We're just changing out the slides really quick, so give me a second. All right, so for our next speaker, Shayna Bareham, she's originally from Los Angeles, is Mono Indian from Cold Springs Rancheria. She's currently working for the Department of Enterprise Services, leading the state's effort to procure more goods and services from small, diverse, and veteran-owned businesses. She holds a position as a tax commissioner for the Navajo Nation. She has a law degree from Cal State Long Beach. From Arizona State University and a bachelor in psychology and cultural anthropology from Cal State Long Beach. Shayna has entirely supported herself through college and law school. She's has previous jobs and has worked for the Southern California Indian Center, Indian Education Counselor for, Shayna, for Long Beach, and her bio is quite extensive. Long Beach School District, a law clerk at California Indian Legal Services. As an attorney, she's worked for US EPA, Environmental Enforcement Attorney, and the Federal Communications Commission as a senior tribal advisor, the Washington State Department of Revenue as a tribal liaison, and as a staff attorney at the Kalispel tribe. With that, I am going to turn it over to Shayna, and I am so sorry.
Morning. Carrie, it's great to see you in person. It's great to be here. Thank you. You know, as you all know, the National Center has been the backbone of Indian small businesses for such a long time. I'm originally from Los Angeles. I remember when UIDA was created in Los Angeles and they moved over to Phoenix. And that was quite a while ago. And since then, you guys have grown tremendously. And Chris, you've done a great job as a leader. Thank you. So it's a real pleasure to be here today. As she mentioned, I work for the Department of Enterprise Services here in Washington State. We are the lead procurement agency for the state. We procure all of the 200 master contracts that state agencies must use and local governments, nonprofits, and tribes may use. So we have contracts, for example, with Tesla. So if you want a Tesla for $30,000, we have a master contract that tribes can purchase from, or nonprofits. And I'm leading the state's effort to procure more goods and services from small, diverse, and veteran-owned businesses. State procurement. There we go. Whoop, no. Okay, next slide, please. That's okay, I was only on that slide and I guess everybody can see my. So anyways, this is what your business probably kind of looks like right now, this myriad web of business functions, management functions, and so forth. So one of the things that businesses need to be doing now and always is long-term planning. So next slide, please. Where do you want to go? You know, a lot of people are, I know my husband always advises, I love to long-term plan, and I've done it my entire career, and it's paid off. One example is, did you know that I've been in this organization 3 years ago, Microsoft said, we don't want to do software anymore. We want to go into services. Because see that trend? They're now storing data and they have Microsoft Teams. So they've seen a long-term trend. There's a lot of competition in the software development area. So now they want to evolve their business. And that's why their stock keeps going up. Yay. So anyways, I like to use a strategic plan where do you want to go and what are the steps in between? I just grabbed that from the internet. Next slide, please. But in reality, this is usually what it looks like. Somewhere. It's usually in a profitable place that sales tax. That was my 10-year goal. And most of y'all, again, would roll your eyes and go, oh God, 10 years. But let me tell you, the state passed the legislation to initiate those compacts last year. My current 8-year goal, and my own director rolls his eyes at me, 8 years, that's so long. And I told him it's my hope in 8 years that my kids will be graduated from high school and then I'll be free, free, free. And then I'll just go work for my husband. Anyways, my 8-year goal is that all small, diverse, and veteran-owned businesses have their fair share of the state market. I'm going to talk a little bit about contracting and what an opportunity it is and why folks really need to think about whether their businesses fit into contracting. But in the short term, let's go to that little reading guy there. I get a lot of eye rolls there too, but y'all know that leaders are readers. How many of you are reading books right now? Great, great. And be a lifetime learner. Okay, we've all heard that one too. Great, great. So that allows you to get creative. That allows you to go to bed at night thinking, where do I want to be in the future? What kind of things do I want in the future? What is my goal? What is my lifetime vision? Okay, maybe it's just me that goes to bed thinking about that kind of stuff, but hopefully y'all think about that stuff in your life as well. We try and pose this on our kids as well. And for those of you who have kids, and try and get them to read. Some kids love to read, right? Most kids you kind of got to force to read, but in the long term, it's important. So again, getting to creative. As a small business owner, sometimes you have to get creative to stay in business. Some of the things that you might have heard already that you can do strategy wise is, rethink your employment situation. Do you really need employees, or can you use independent contractors to do some of the functions that you currently have an employee for? Do you need an office, or can you share an office? I have a lot of attorney friends who share offices. They share administrative assistants, legal assistants. So it saves them on cost. Do you see another place that you can fill in? I recently heard a story of some of the shops that had to close. They pivoted, they actually got together, and they created boxes, like gift boxes. So like the chocolate shop and the coffee shop, and then the toy shop over here all got together and said, hey, let's create gift boxes that we can sell online, because just because the stores aren't open doesn't mean we're not shopping, right? We're still shopping. And so that was a really big hit. Are there other things that you can offer online? I mean, one of the reasons why Louie's been able to stay so successful, well, the tribe has been so successful in their 8th generation businesses because they offer sale items online, and they have a good online catalog. Finally, develop your brand. I know I heard this in the Chicago NEI, and I thought that was a really powerful thing to tell businesses. This is a time to develop your online brand and to be visible. So next slide. So that's my be visible. Be visible. People are looking for you. People are looking to support small businesses right now. I know in our state, it's a huge message. Shop local, shop small. Businesses are the backbone of our economy. Businesses, I tell businesses from my standpoint as a contracting person, get certified. Get certified in an area where you reside or where you're going to be contracting. If you want to contract with the state of Washington, get OMWBE certified, because my procurement officers are going to be looking in the OMWBE database for you. Our prime contractors are going to be looking in the OMWBE database for you. They've been better at certifying people quickly, and I think they've even reduced the cost for that. It's really difficult because there are about 30 or so different certifications that y'all can get. 8A is really good, and we do reciprocity for 8A businesses. So if you're an 8A company already and you come to the state and get certified, you'll get reciprocity there. Okay, next slide, please. So the next thing I want to talk about is, again, sort of long-term visioning. I know a lot of you, or hopefully not a lot of you, are saying, oh, I don't pay attention to politics. I don't pay attention to public policy. Do y'all watch the news? Okay, good. Any of you on Facebook? Okay, then you know what's going on. You know what's going on. Because it's really important. People don't understand. Because I'm inside the government, I understand how important tax policy and procurement policy and the federal regulations really impact our economy today. And a lot of people don't realize that this is how government is driving our economy. And this is just a little snippet that I actually stole from another attorney, Howard Roth, that I know. And it's really like, show me the money. This is where the money is going to be. As you know, the federal government spends over $500 billion annually. They're going to continue spending that and more. Biden has promised $1 trillion plus for infrastructure development. So if you're a subcontractor for contracting for a prime, get in on that. The rescue plan gave billions and trillions of dollars to state and local governments. So what that means is my state got more money, so we'll be able to do more contracting. And so again, start looking at those opportunities there. They designated $400 billion for small businesses. And then there's going to be a lot of money for R&D, for research and development. There's also apparently going to be some changes. As you know, in Washington State, again, with the Biden administration, we believe in a socially conscious economy. So we have environmental preferences, and we also have programs to promote small, diverse, and veteran-owned businesses. So you might see some changes in the FAR that will implement the clean energy preferences, triple goals for small and disadvantaged. So the great thing about the federal government is they're allowed to have mandatory goals. So what that means is that a prime contractor, if they get a contract with the federal government, they have to find X amount of minority businesses to be subcontractors. So that means they're going to be looking for you all to help, you know, whether it's administrative, whether it's doing fencing or moving dirt or any of those other things. It is also known that Biden will be looking to direct agencies to review any barriers they might have to small and diverse businesses. That's something that we're also looking at doing here in Washington. Washington DOT is going to do what they're calling it an equity analysis, where they're going to be looking at where they're going to be looking at how equitably they're spending their money. Next slide, please. I'm not going to talk about all of these executive orders. I think Biden has signed about 35 executive orders and published them. These are just a few that might affect contracting. Again, some of you can see the equity and inclusion strategy here, the socially conscious strategy here, the climate environmental strategy here. But I did want to talk about one. Next slide, please. And this was the Made All in America. This was something that kind of was implemented under Trump and was enhanced under Biden. And they are really promoting all American made items. I don't know all of the details of it, but I do know that the notion is to increase the effort to have all American made items. The problem that they've run into is, again, an American supply chain. So again, this is somewhere a small business can fill in. If they're aware of manufacturing company that has a federal contract and is looking for a supplier, that might be an opportunity for a tribe or a tribal citizen to fill in for a small business. And down below, he reaffirmed the Jones Act. As you know, they're promoting clean energy development offshore, and they want that all American made as well. Next slide, please. Trump's not going away. Some of his things are going to stay. The replacement for NAFTA is likely to stay. Opportunity zones. Is everybody familiar with opportunity zones? I'm just wondering, I don't know how much they were used in Indian country. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I know that we worked hard in the state to make sure that every tribe here in our state was an opportunity zone. And the Defense Production Act was also will stay. Next slide, please. Are any of you familiar with the Cherokee Nation Industries? Chickasaw. Cherokee's doing really great too, though. Chickasaw Nation Industry. Thank you. So this is when I'm going to talk about why tribes need to have an 8A business. Going way back to 1997, the president hosted the first and only Tribal Economic Development Conference. And some of you might remember that over there. And even back then, we were talking about how tribes need to diversify their economies away from retail and casinos, away from customer-driven businesses, because you need that diversification to promote economic resiliency. So some tribes, like the Chickasaw, had really took that to heart. And I want to say, I think they have something like 16 8A businesses. Some of them are international. And I have seen many 8A, and I think Carrie talked about the ANCs and how successful they've been in the 8A world. As you saw, there's tons of money to be had. So there's tons of opportunity out there. And because of the many tax and regulatory advantages that tribes have, they can win bids when they bid on solicitations. And I've seen tribes win everything from janitorial to human resource consulting contracts, both federally and in our state. And as a tribal person, I would just think it would be nice if tribes could employ the now many thousands of tribal citizens who are college educated and employ them in professional positions. Currently, most tribes only hire professionals in their highly political environments that don't provide any stability, and there's often high turnover. So I can imagine a time where tribal professionals can move home to have a job at some of these businesses, being the CEO of the business rather than running the card table. And that's where we need to transition our tribal economies, because if we have these tribal professionals working and growing these 8A businesses and moving home, it can only increase the health and wellness and the economies of our tribal communities. So I just think it would be really great for tribes to welcome their professional tribal citizens home in that manner. Next slide, please. So my last slide, I have some resources. Most of you are familiar with the Foster School at the University of Washington. They have consulting and business development, but they also they worked with us to develop a playbook, and you'll see that down below, that helps businesses reopen and stay in business. The above Hello Alice is really for geared more towards retail businesses, reopenings, and so forth. Some of you might be familiar with the Williams Factory. It's an incubator in Tacoma. And what I really like about this particular incubator is it's not just starting you growing, but it's aimed at keeping businesses growing. And then business.wa.gov is our own state of Washington business site. And we have a small business liaison team in the state of Washington. We have representation from all of the different regulatory agencies in Washington on that team. And below that is my information. And again, I'm thanking Howard Roth for letting me steal some of his slides. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We're going to do something a little different. And for those of you online, because we have so much information and some great speakers, our president and CEO, Chris James, is actually going to do a discussion with Carrie and Shayna. And so I'm going to let Chris take over, and we're going to open it up too for questions. We have people online that have questions, and anybody in the room, please, you have a wealth of information here. And so I'm going to give the microphone over here.
Thank you, Tara, and thank you to our wonderful panelists. While we're readjusting, I'm just going to sit here. I like to call these, here at the lodge, they have fireplaces around the lodge. So it's too bad we're not by a fireside chat, but I just thought we could just have a discussion about some of the things you guys touched base on. And the first thing, and definitely I want to get into procurement and supply chains, but one of the first things that I want to discuss, just some background, Carrie, Shayna and I, we met over, 2009 maybe? And we were part of an intergovernmental working group. We were both federal government employees at the time. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of collaboration. So I know that you do a lot of work with some of your federal partners. Both of you do, state and federal partners. So could you talk about some of the efforts that you've done here in Washington State on collaborating with maybe other agencies or with the state?
Sure. I like to say that I've never done anything by myself alone. And unfortunately, that's probably really true because we do collaborate a lot. And so there's a lot of interagency groups. One that I'll just highlight real quick is the BIA Region 10 call. They have all the federal agencies on once a month, and we all give an update, and then the tribes can ask us questions, and then we have offline discussions later. One of the things that we were trying to do before the pandemic, which we were not able to yet physically do, but there was several agencies who were going to go out to the Makah tribe with HUD and EPA, and I'm not sure who all was on the team, but there was about 15 of us, so that we could go out and do some assessments to figure out how to help them since the rising water is displacing them, so that we can help their community be stronger. Some of the other things we do is working with funding partners. And touching on opportunity zones, there's an opportunity, I think, where because we know with opportunity zones, you need an exit for the investor. That is a great way to essentially get a loan financing for a long-term housing project. So there has been, I think it's Jamestown Snoqualmie, who is trying to develop some housing and using that program.
And that model, since we're talking about opportunity zones, that model actually was not only the tribe, but multiple partners, I think, as well.
Correct. Correct. And while there isn't any SBA money direct, what we feel our role is if those economic anchor projects can happen, we can come behind that and help support the businesses that make that a place where people want to be. So back to the place building.
Great, excellent. Great examples too, Carrie. Shayna, same discussion, but maybe from a state level about collaboration. What type of partners, maybe even how you collaborate with corporate America. I'm sure you have to do that as well.
Is my mic on? Okay, great. Didn't see the green light. Yeah, thanks. This is the first time in about 25 years that I haven't worked specifically with the tribal community. I'm working with the broader community for the state, which is really awesome. And we collaborate with other state agencies because we're the lead procurement agency. We are creating new policies and procedures, so we have to collaborate with the other agencies who we impact because they have to follow our procurement laws. But from the business side, we collaborate a lot with the PTAC. And I saw that Tiffany's going to be talking later. We collaborate with MBDA, a lot of the SBDCs, SCORE, and all of those other developmental organizations. And we also collaborate with SBA. Just again, it's important for us all to know the information so that when we meet businesses, we can connect folks to the right resource and give them the knowledge that they need.
That's awesome. And I think that is so important to have those relationships because there's so much information out there.
Mhm.
And I think regardless if you're a business owner or in economic development for a tribe, sometimes navigating those resources is very difficult, especially when there's, what's going on now. There's lots of opportunities. Some of the policy, Shayna, that you talked about, that there could be opportunities for those relationships to get more funding opportunities, more business opportunities. I do want to just briefly talk about consultation. And I'm going to start with Shayna because I know when we were, again, I hate to go back to 2009 in that working group, but when Shayna and I were both in the federal government, I was at the U.S. Department of Treasury, and where were you at the time?
Probably FCC.
FCC, yes. We were going through the consultation. It was a new executive order. Every agency had to have a consultation plan. I know that's going on now with the federal government because, I'm seeing a lot, and I really commend so far SBA's done consultation. But I will say, I'll start with Shayna. What do you think some of the importance of that consultation and government relationships? And is that something too that happens at a state level, or how does it work here in Washington State?
When I was the tribal liaison here at Department of Revenue, we did have a group of tribal liaisons that met regularly. Craig Bill regularly led that group. I know that there is an annual meeting called the Centennial Accord with all the tribes here. Not every agency has a consultation policy. I know at Department of Revenue, I developed one. And way back in the day, we worked at EPA to develop ours, and then FCC developed theirs. And it's always a different iteration. The new movement is free, prior, and informed consent. To parrot Font Sharp, that's the new movement towards that. We have consultation, and if there are projects that are clearly going to impact tribes, I know that the governor is very communicative with the tribes. Tribes are a very important part of our economy here and a very important part of the Washington community.
And Carrie, very similar question, because I know this is going on, on at SBA, but on with your region, and you have a number of tribes in your region. How does your office work in collaboration? I know you mentioned some working groups, but how do you work in collaboration or consultation with the tribes?
So I think in my introduction, it said I have a team of 13. It's actually now a team of 8. But what we try to do is build those relationships so that we have an idea of what their projects are ongoing. And then like today is a great example. I'm meeting with the Lummi CDFI on our lunch break. The CDFIs are they're just a lifeblood behind financing some projects, whether it's housing, dental facilities, businesses. We need their input so that I can advocate. I know it's not in my region, but one of my first tribal consultations was actually with the Navajo Nation when I was in New Mexico, and we brought in, I think, 12 or 13 federal agencies, and they lined out all these projects for us. And what I took away from that, even though I probably could only have helped 2 or 3, was that bigger, broader vision of their needs. So I understood how education couldn't happen until broadband came, how it impacted healthcare. And as we're making these policies on a federal basis, we have to know, like a hub and a spoke, what's the impact and who are we excluding without even realizing we're doing it. So for me, that's really been something I've tried to take home, and then in every aspect of what we do to make sure that we're trying to consider the tribes.
Well, thank you for that effort, and I think that's a great example of collaboration and consultation with government to government, which is such an important relationship, the government to government relationship with the tribe, with the state government, with the federal government. And I do commend here in Washington State how quickly the vaccination that a lot of our communities were able to get the vaccination. They started the COVID-19 vaccination rollout. And I think that was a good example of government to government relationship throughout Washington State that I've seen. So I do want to shift a little bit from policy discussion to talk a little bit about procurement and supply chains. Both of you are experts in this. And I know not every small business sees themselves as looking for procurement opportunities, and I think Shana, your presentation really touched on a lot of that. Say, hey, there are the opportunities out there in various ways, and you discussed a little bit about certification. And I would imagine that here in Washington State, is it a state small business certification for businesses? Could you talk a little bit about that process and how would you go through it?
Yeah, we have the Office of Minority Women Business Enterprises, and they're charged with certifying those businesses. And as I said, they reciprocate with 8A businesses. In our state, we have preference points for small businesses, Washington small businesses, where you have a primary location here in Washington State and your revenue is less than $7 million annually. And we do give preference points to those businesses and then to certified veteran-owned businesses. So the Department of Veteran Affairs here in Washington State certifies veteran-owned businesses. So those get those preference points. And again, as part of our procurement process that I'm implementing is doing a small, diverse, and veteran business outreach strategy with every single procurement. We're developing that as standard operating procedure right now. And one of the first steps is you will go to this database and you will look for a small, diverse, or veteran-owned business. And then you will reach out to them. There's also other certifying entities in our state. We've got the Northwest Supplier Diversity Council. We've got City of Seattle, they certify people, Port of Seattle, and again, 8A. So we have our procurement professionals looking in all of those places for businesses that they can procure services from. We also have a direct buy limit of $40,000 with a small business. That means they can come directly to you as a small business with a direct buy purchase. And it's $30,000 with a large business.
And I think when business owners and even tribes that are thinking about, maybe I own a construction company, I've never tried to look to do business with the state. I think looking at those resources that Shana has and really, thinking a little bit about, oh, I could do that job, or maybe there's a security contract that's coming down the pipeline, or a maintenance of some building maintenance coming down. So I would urge businesses who don't traditionally think themselves as doing procurement to still look into that opportunity. And later on this afternoon, we do have a lot of whole training on procurement, but there's so many opportunities right now at federal and state level, and even in our tribal governments, because of the additional funding from the COVID-19 Recovery Acts. So Carrie, same thoughts.
Good, because I was going to ask if I could. So
Yep.
I really encourage small businesses to get certified. For the most part, it's going to be free. Yes, some paperwork. But here's why I want you to do it. When you register on sam.gov, you can also be included in the Small Business Dynamic Search, DSBS. Let me tell you right now, I'm looking to buy a refrigerator for my Spokane office. I want to buy that refrigerator from a small business, and preferably either a minority, woman, or veteran owned. We're going to that list to buy that refrigerator. So you might not think that that would be a government procurement, but we direct other businesses to go there. So in that supply chain, perhaps you do some custom design for widgets or whatever. We refer them to go to that search and try to find businesses. And if they're narrowing it down, they just might find you. And that's pretty cheap advertising.
A lot of times too, it's about relationship building. So you may have, once a procurement comes around, some of your buying officers may have folks that they send it out because they know that maybe they've gone through the procurement process, or maybe they know they have goods and services they want to offer. So I think that's great. And maybe we have some businesses out there that heard that are selling refrigerators.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. I was going to mention that too. I just want to say, if you go to our website, des.wa.gov, you can see what our forecast is for the next year or so for master contracts. So that's one of the things we're trying to do at the state, is let folks know what are we going to be purchasing in the next year, so you can see if that might be in your ballywag.
And that's a huge service, because that gives businesses who may need to scale up or team so opportunities. So if you know in 6 months down the road that they're going to put out a construction project to do X, or a service project to do Y, then you might have an opportunity to find a business, another teaming business, or yourself, and go after those opportunities. So I really commend that. I also, one thing I've learned about looking for those forecasting, I took some time looking on DOD's website, and I did find some forecasting models there. So, I mean, it does take a little digging, but those opportunities are out there, and especially since a lot of us are working from home, and, you may have some time to look for those opportunities on the various websites. I would take advantage of that. Let's talk a little bit, Shane, I'll start with you, because the National Center, we have a corporate advisory council. We work very closely with about 17 to 18 Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 companies. And, a lot of times when we talk about procurement, we think federal or state, Just from both of you, and we'll start with Shana, but just from your opinion, how could I get as a small business you gave the Microsoft example, which was a great one. If I'm a small business, how do I get my foot in the door to one of those companies?
You know, I'm so glad you asked that, because in my role, I've actually become acquainted with a lot of the they're called supplier diversity contacts with like T-Mobile, Microsoft, Google, all of those. Amazon has a huge team, and they all are focusing on trying to increase their diverse spend as well. The issue that I see with that sometimes is they're gatekeepers. And that's kind of the only issue. And I think there's the same concern at the government level, that some of us are gatekeepers, that you really want to just get down to the program that's going to be actually doing the purchasing. But you can usually find the supply. There is a LinkedIn group called the Supplier Diversity Group, and I'm a part of that group. Umpqua Bank, I'm familiar with her. You know, and even a lot of the state governor's offices are now having someone in their office focusing on contracting business diversity or supply diversity as well. So I would encourage businesses to give those folks a call and just see, do you purchase the goods or the services that we're selling? Right now at our state, we're purchasing actually a lot of services, a lot of wellness training, training services, professional business development, diversity training to services. And a lot of governments don't normally buy services. They buy goods like electric buses and refrigerators and stuff like that. So it's worth it just to give those people, they're usually called the supplier diversity contact for those big corporations. And that also gets into, you know, Carrie's mention of contacting primes. You might not think of yourself as a, but
I'm like, if you're able to do business with the federal governments, specifically if you have the 8A certification, what's stopping you from doing business with Lockheed Martin? So what are some of your thoughts on that?
So the business in general is relationships. And so any way that you can open up that door a little easier, leverage it. My team at SBA actually has relationships with a lot of the supplier diversity folks. And we'll add to that list Starbucks, which I'm always surprised at the different types of things Starbucks actually purchases. But we know some of the people at Lockheed Martin. We know some of the folks at Boeing. We know a lot of Boeing supply chain folks who also, by the way, need materials and different pieces and parts. There's different tiers of contractors. And so I encourage small businesses to make sure that they're going to the industry days. Make sure you have a relationship with the SBA office, the BOSs, the business opportunity specialists. They're there to actually manage the 8A program and do some compliance stuff. But the key is they're pretty dialed in to the agencies. They know the contracting officers. And my guys are not gatekeepers. We're like counselors. If you come to me and you say you want to do something for the U.S. Corps of Engineers, and I can somewhat assess that that's probably not a good path, but you know what? NIH over here may have something that's I've seen come across email, and maybe that's where I should send you. So leveraging those relationships is really critical.
And I think a lot of times folks get nervous to reach out to the federal or state government. I know when I worked for my tribe, a lot of times if I had a question for maybe a funder, up in Washington DC, picking up that phone, I was like, oh, if I ask a question, they're going to put my name on some magic list and say, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. When I got to Washington and I was on the other side, I realized that no one's having a magic list. No one's going to get points off if I have questions. So I really encourage folks, businesses that are listening, it's okay to reach out. It's okay to ask questions, and it's okay to ask for additional resources
Yes.
because that's part of the job. So how could you
And
touch
Chris,
a little bit based on that?
I actually do have a list.
Oh,
So I have a list. This is no joke. I have a bulletin board, very nice, beautiful glass bulletin board in our office where we're writing down potentially eligible 8A firms. Because when we encounter firms, sometimes they're not ready for the program. So we'd like to work with them over time to get them 8A ready. But sometimes they're 8A ready, right? So if I track these firms, then when we get time, we can go out and reach with them, meet with them, and maybe provide them some assistance that will help them get contracting opportunities down the road.
so you have a good list.
I have a very good
I want to
list.
be on your list, a good list.
And I think the one of the companies on it right now may have just came into the 8A program. So you want on that list.
People about opportunity. Also register there's a there are some businesses that don't want to be in the database. And so we keep track of all those businesses that we have contact with. And like Carrie, I was going to encourage everybody to reach out for if you have questions or need help or comments or complaints, because you have to remember on the other side of the fence, the federal or the state, the government fence, I'll say, we're just people. We're people, we make mistakes too. We don't make perfect policies. So if there's an issue, a barrier that you're finding, please reach out. I have a gentleman who reaches out to me regularly every time he finds a solicitation that has this cut and paste language that is a barrier to his business. And so what I do is I end up calling the other agency and saying, hey, this is a barrier to small businesses. And 3 times now, those agencies have pulled back their solicitation, eliminated that language, and then reposted the solicitation. So that is the impact that you can have by calling up somebody and complaining. So you won't get on an naughty list. You can only get on our good list. Yep. So thank you.
No, I think that's great. I think also the National Center is a great resources with our advocacy arm too. There's been several things that, especially in regards to access to capital and barriers to get into various tribes getting into various programs that we're able to assist as well. Well, believe it or not, we only have a couple of minutes, so I just want to ask each of you this one question. And again, this is just in your opinion. We have a lot of businesses out there, as we know, that are really struggling from COVID. And that could be struggling from, even having one of my father's business had to shut down completely. So go out of business. How can folks, what should folks be planning over the next, let's say, 6 months if they've had their business has taken a big hit by COVID and now they're thinking of resiliency like we heard on some of our other panels? What really should be they planning over the next 6 months? And we'll start with Carrie.
Well, I'm a strong believer in cash is king. So it's really critical to identify what you can delay paying and what must you pay. That way you're managing the cash flow piece of that. And if you're running out of cash and I would work work to work with your employees to try to convey that pain. And looking at ways that you can do things cheaper, different. You know, I think Shana talked a little bit about employees versus contractors. You know, making sure that if you make that shift, that falls through the Department of Labor laws and stuff. But it's really important.
And I would touch base on one resource you mentioned is the shuttered venue operations grants that'll be coming out soon. I would urge folks in the arts community that maybe have had a small performance operation shut down, or even a large one, that's something coming down the pipeline to keep an eye out for.
Non-governmentally owned museums.
Okay.
So if you have nonprofit museums, they're eligible.
A lot of tribes have museums here.
And Shana, same question. What's some of your advice for someone who's thinking, you know, I got to get things going over the next 6 months?
Yeah, I would echo what Carrie said, and really, really look into some of the federal assistance that's available right now, and encourage you to be creative as you apply for the federal assistance. There, a lot of times we have people who are strict constructionists and read the regulations. It's like when you look at a job announcement and you look at all those things they want you to be or do, and you're like, oh, I don't qualify because I haven't done 2 of them. That might not apply. Figure out how you do fit in the box and then get those resources because they're available for you to keep you in business.
Thank you so much. I took lots of notes on both of your presentations, so I really I
Heard me can companies help pay well, who knows what the education is? It could be very well educated, or maybe not even a high school education, right? Because you're typically the expertise is your skill. Do you have a board of directors? No. So make sure that in the absence of that board of directors, that you utilize SBA's resources, whether it's a small business development center through their business resiliency center or a SCORE advisor, but build a relationship with them for the life of your business. Let them be your board of directors and sounding board. Because when you have times like this and you need to figure out, like, do I pivot? Do I explore this opportunity? Is this barrier really a barrier, or is it just in my mind a barrier? That person isn't going to make the decision for you, but they're going to walk you through the steps in the decision making to help you come up with the right answer for you. And it's pro bono. So I just really encourage you to use those resources.
Thank you so much. Great advice, and we really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
It's an honor to be here. Thanks, Shana.
It's good to see you.
You too.
Thank you. Our next panel is going to be pivoting in a pandemic and access to capital. And our speakers are Ambrose Schultz Oliver. She's the executive director for AT&I. We also have Diana Pickernell, who is the Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund, and Mike Ledick, national executive for Key Bank. And our moderator for this is our vice president at the National Center, Chad Marchand.
For those of you guys that are here in person, don't feel you have to sit down and wait for the next presentation. We'll be going over this presentation, so we'll probably do about 15 minutes or so for each, and then we'll go into Q&A and we'll get more audience participation in this one. So Amber, I got your bio in front of me. I think most of you probably know Amber that's in this room, but Amber is the Executive Director of the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians Economic Development Corporation. She's also a graduate of Oberlin College and former member of the Peace Corps. She also has earned an MBA actually from Willamette University and graduate with honors. And again, she's with AT&I. So Amber, I will turn it over to you, and hopefully I can hear you on the screen. So if you want to test your mic.
Great, Chad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yep, you can go ahead.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. I didn't realize that you had my bio there in front of you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Amber Schultz Oliver. I'm a Yakima Wasco descendant, and as Chad mentioned, Executive Director of Affiliated Tribes Northwest Indians Economic Development Corporation based in Portland, Oregon. We also run a subsidiary community development institution called AT&I Financial Services. I'm going to try and show my screen here. I do have a little presentation. I'm not sure which screen it's showing. Do you see the presentation? Is it up?
Sorry, Amber, I was away from the mic. Yes, it's up. We can see it.
Okay, great. So today I'll give you an overview about our organization with a focus on our loan program and business support services. AT&I EDC serves 57 Northwest tribal governments that includes all the tribes in Oregon, Idaho, Washington, as well as communities in Alaska, Northern California, and Montana. We provide technical assistance in the areas of community and economic development. A long-standing staple of the AT&I EDC is our revolving loan fund. We lend primarily to businesses owned and operated by AT&I tribal citizens. Most of our customers use the funds to purchase equipment or as working capital. As I'm sure you know, there are multiple reasons why Native folks wishing to start or grow a business may have more trouble accessing capital than the general population, and here are just a few. The three most common ways entrepreneurs start a business are by using their own savings account, mortgaging their house, or getting a loan from that rich auntie or uncle. Many Native folks don't have access to these resources. Some haven't had a chance to build a credit history at all, whether good or bad, which makes it difficult to get a traditional bank loan. For the purposes of this presentation, we're going to focus on loan products, though there may be other financing options out there that work for your business. Here's a list of a few common sources for loan capital. Bank or credit union loans are a solid option and likely will offer competitive rates. Another source to consider are tribal loan programs. For instance, Yakima Nation Credit Enterprises offers business and consumer loans to its tribal members. It may be worth your time to check with your tribe to learn if they also offer business financing. I'm going to spend the rest of this presentation talking about Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs. CDFIs offer financial products and technical assistance to entrepreneurs that are unable to qualify for a bank loan. That second part, the technical assistance, is key. CDFIs work with businesses to ensure that they have the resources they need to succeed. We consider it a success when one of our clients becomes bankable and is able to qualify for a bank loan. As I mentioned earlier, we run a subsidiary CDFI called AT&I Financial Services. We lend primarily to businesses owned and operated by AT&I tribal members. Most of our customers have used the funds to purchase equipment or as working capital. We are currently offering an emergency loan product to support businesses struggling due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Loans are available between $5,000 and $25,000, and interest rates scale from 2.5% in year 1, 5% in year 2, and 8% thereafter, with the expectation that it's repaid within 3 years. No payments are due for the first 6 months. Loans up to $10,000 do not require collateral, but anything over that will need to be sufficiently collateralized. For this loan, you do need to demonstrate that you have suffered adverse effects due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're also continuing to offer our regular business loan with interest rates right around 8%. Loan amounts are available between $5,000 and up to $250,000 depending on our available capital. We just got some loan capital for agriculture-based loans, which includes value-add and producer loans. The funder takes a broad definition of ag that includes aquaculture. Finally, we are offering technical assistance on a one-on-one basis and through online training. We just launched a training series that will be meeting monthly. These sessions will focus on various topics and are designed to support the needs of the folks in the room. The next training will be on May 15th, and please contact me if you wish to learn more about these. And I haven't been advancing my slides. And just a note with other sources, so we're not the only CDFI in town. In 2019, we formed the Northwest Native Lending Network that's comprised of non-bank lending institutions that provide loan products to Indian country in the Pacific Northwest. Most of us are CDFIs, but we also have some non-CDFI lenders such as tribal credit unions. As CDFIs, we view each other as partners and collaborators, and the network helps us to keep in regular contact and support each other's work. Up on the screen, you'll see a list of CDFIs and tribal lenders that have opted into the Northwest Native Lending Network that provide services in Washington State. During this panel, we'll be hearing from Diana Pinkernell, who runs the Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund. And I know that was probably not 15 minutes, Chad, and I apologize for that, but that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Amber. I think we'll go into probably the next presentation, and we'll come back and just do more of a round robin Q&A at the end. But thanks for the presentation. Next on my list is Diana. I believe you're on the screen now again. So Diana Pickernell. But Diana is actually with the Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund. And Diana, I also have your bio in front of me so I can read that off. But Diana is the loan coordinator of Chehalis Loan Fund. The Tribal Loan Fund serves the Chehalis tribal people with loans, business education, financial literacy, and savings goals. Diana focuses on asset building through savings programs, loans for businesses, debt consolidation, credit building, and home improvement loans. So I will turn it over to you, Diana. Hopefully we test your mic. And if you have a PowerPoint presentation, we can get that up too.
Let me see. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm going to try to share my screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. First of all, my name is Diana Pickernell. I am a Chehalis tribal member here in Southwest Washington. I have been working with the Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund program since its implementation in 2007. The Chehalis tribe had come up with an idea that they wanted to help their tribal members start small businesses for themselves. There was a number of ideas that there was a market study done in 2003, 2004, and then Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund came into play in 2007. Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund is a native CDFI program. We serve the Chehalis tribal members and other tribal members within a community and non-native Americans that work within our tribal administrative and enterprises. Let's see if I can get my next screen here. We do have a board of directors. We have 5 board members. 4 of them are Chehalis tribal members. We have 1 board member who is a mortgage loan officer. She's new to the board and brings a lot to the table for our program. Our mission is to empower tribal members to achieve financial health and advance community development with financial education and entrepreneur support and goals. The products we serve are consumer loans. We do consumer loans up to about $10,000. Our small business loans, we go up to about $25,000 or more, dependent upon the type of business and the type of TA services that we can put out there for them. One of the unique small business loans that we carry is fireworks. Fireworks is a seasonal business for a majority of our tribal members. We can average anywhere between 60 to probably about 100 fireworks stands a year. And last year, during the pandemic, we had probably about 60 stands that set up, and almost every one of them sold out. And that was a really good year for a lot of our tribal members, which, you know, with the pandemic, everybody was in shutdown, but yet there was people who still came out and wanted some type of normalcy, regardless of what they had to do. They did the social distancing, they had their PPP set up, and they just happened to, you know, just make more money than they had in previous years. So last year was a really good year. And I think this year, with the firework loans, I think CTLF is going to help a lot of our tribal members out this year with that proportion. We also do home improvement loans. We do home improvement loans up to $15,000 for anybody that, you know, needs a new roof, or they need to expand their home, or, you know, they want to put a fence around their yard for their dogs or for their kids to play in. 2 years ago, we started off with rental assistance loans for anybody that, you know, needs a place, or, you know, need to get caught up on their rent. They can come in for a short-term rental assistance loan. With these loans, we require that each borrower does a financial education course, which is mandatory across the board. We don't get a lot of people are really good about taking these courses and making sure that they follow the policies and procedures that CTLF has. A lot of our loans are paid back through payroll deduction from any of the sources of employment that they're at. Our service areas are Grays Harbor, Thurston, and Lewis counties. Chehalis tribe is in a very rural area, so we have the small cities of Oakville on one side of us and the small city of Rochester on the other side of us. And for anybody to go do any type of grocery shopping, we either have to go to the city of Centralia or the city of Olympia, which is about 20 to 30 miles each direction. So there's a great need for businesses out here in this little rural area. We do offer TA services to any business borrower that would like to come in and borrow. This next slide is one of our borrowers. He came in 2016. He started his own landscaping business with his wife. They were just doing it on their own, and then they decided that they wanted to advance their business. So he came in, did the paperwork. We worked with USDA. We had an IRP loan at the time, and he got a $50,000 loan to purchase this truck and his trailer, and then start, you know, marketing his business. Let's see, back in February of this year, he came in and paid his loan off in full. He has 4 employees plus himself and his wife that they service residential areas. They service local businesses in the surrounding counties, and his business is thriving as of today. We do fundraising in the last couple of years, minus the pandemic. We do silent auctions along with a benefit dinner and a dessert dash. And we usually bring in anywhere between 15,000 to 20,000 during our fundraisers. This year we are going to look into having a golf tournament, place to be determined, so be on the lookout for flyers. We've also received donations from numerous intermediary CDFIs, and outside foundations. Last year, I believe we brought in, I want to say, close to $30,000 during the pandemic. And this is my contact information here at the Chehalis Tribal Loan Fund program. I also want to say that I really enjoyed hearing the speakers, Louis Gong, Shayna Barehand. You guys bring a lot to the table, and as Louis, stated, I remember him coming out here and teaching our youth about, painting on tennis shoes. That was really awesome for our children to see, and putting that out on a table for our younger generations. And I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to present today. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Hannah. I think next we have up, and I think Mike is already on the screen, but Mike Lega is a national executive for KeyBank. He leads KeyBank's Native American Financial Services segment, which is part of our KeyBank, or their KeyBank Community Bank. Mike is KeyBank is a regional bank headquartered in Cleveland with approximately $93 billion in assets. KeyCorp's customer base spans retail, small business, corporate, and investment clients. KeyCorp has more than 14,000 employees and approximately 1,000 KeyBank branches spread across 12 states. So with that said, Mike, we'll contest your mic, and I think we already have your PowerPoint up.
Excellent. Thanks for the introduction, and welcome to the National Center, to the great state of Washington. We brought the sun out just for you today. I don't know where it's going to be tomorrow. Typically, when we see that, we think we're getting attacked by aliens, but great to have you folks here. What I'd like to do is kind of give you an overview, really, on access to capital, really high level. So envision yourself in the cheap seats at a football game, and it's really going to be kind of the top of the house on capital access, and hopefully it covers the spectrum of the startup business, small business, medium businesses, and mature businesses, those that have an access to a significant capital need, and then touching a little bit on where tribal governments can access their capital as well. So in general, the capital access is kind of divided into three types of buckets, and who provides the capital. And traditionally, for the greater capital needs across what we see day in and day out, commercial banks are obviously a traditional source. Credit unions are another traditional source. If you're a public debt issuer, like tribes are, can issue public debt like bonds. And then obviously private investors. Private investors have typically two major needs that drive them to want to be a capital provider in any industry, any segment, including the private investor. Again, probably two major drivers for where they want to deploy capital. One is a significant interest or experience in the niche that credit seeker is developed in. So if you're a real estate developer, you probably got folks that have a focus on that. If you're a small business and you've got a niche that's in the tech industry, you've got private investors that are looking at those segments. So the second thing that private investors have is a rate of return. So typically that is higher cost of capital. Those folks are looking for returns that are typically significantly higher than what you can get at other sources, including commercial banks. And then obviously, if you've got a startup business or a business that has a very thin margin and it's an established business, CDF, community development loan funds, and in the instances of tribal communities, the private or the closely held or tribally held credit departments within tribes, such as the one that was mentioned for the Yakima Nation as an example. And then again, credit unions, and kind of a general overview of what is the state of affairs in the capital access. It was kind of an interesting evolution that capital was readily available in general, again, speaking in general senses, across the spectrum of all capital providers. And then the pandemic hit, and it's not uncommon when there is a disruption in the economy for those credit providers to pull back and pull back significantly. And that's certainly something that we witnessed. And it was really an on-demand kind of a response as the economy was being disrupted, as new information was coming out, and the pandemic started to increase in its impact. The credit providers had a reaction to that, which was becoming tighter in the manner in which they wanted to deploy debt. And as the pandemic started to have some sort of recognition around the tenor, long-term tenor of the risk, then you started to see the appetite for credit providers to begin to loosen up a little bit. So what happened in that entire process, with the benefit of hindsight, is that the demand as a result of people shrinking up what they were doing from normal activities started to create a lower demand for capital. Financial institutions and credit providers had less of a demand on their capital, and the only way credit providers make money is to lend money. And today, the supply and demand imbalance is in favor of those seeking credit. The financial community at large, across all spectrums, institutional investors, public finance providers that would provide debt to tribes, credit unions, financial institutions that have small business lending arms, all of those have capital that they want to deploy, and they've all got growth goals associated with what they want to see. So in a post-pandemic environment, and this can happen in any disruption, post that disruption, you will always see the supply-demand imbalance in favor of those seeking credit or seeking access to capital. And this is one of those times. So if you've got an access to capital need and it fits the specifics that a credit provider is looking for, there's a high degree of probability that you can get access to that capital and do so in terms that are really favorable. Interest rates are at all-time lows. The Fed has said, we're not going to make any moves relative to increasing rates for a short time period. Probably the next 24 months, you will see loan rates, again, historic lows. And we've been lulled into expecting that this is the new normal. Rates typically have had a base cost somewhere 3 to 4%. Today, the base cost of credit is 0.25%. And we think that's the new normal. When things start to move, the economy starts to generate a little bit more activity, and you start to see inflation kind of creep into the equation, the Fed will start looking at increasing rates. But again, they've said they're going to sit on the sidelines for a couple of years. So expect this environment of access to capital availability, supply-demand imbalance now in favor of those seeking credit, and interest rate costs to stay rather stable for the next 18 months or so. What kind of financings are available? There's, for businesses, if you've got a cash-to-cash cycle, so you invest into something, you provide a service to one of your clients, and then your client then owes you that money, and you give them terms, typically it's 30 days after completion of your services. You can get a loan against that receivable. It's typically about an 80% advance against current 60 days in that receivable. Lines of credit that are sort of collateralized by the assets of the company, including accounts receivable and equipment, then those have a blended use and a blended collateral pool. And typically those tend to be 75% or less of the available collateral pool. And those loans, account receivable loans, they're probably available in increments of 12 months. So financial institutions and providers of credit that are using accounts receivable to collateralize the credit that they're providing want to see the availability in the business cycle, want to get new financial information and kind of see how that cycle is going. And what they're doing is measuring the growth rate of your business and how much capital you need in order to fund that growth, and whether your equity is in equal shares to what you're borrowing. So too much of debt is always something that credit providers look for. And it's actually one of the leading causes of business failure in the event of a disruption. And it's kind of like musical chairs. If the musical chairs stop and you've got a significant amount of debt and you've got problems collecting your receivables, then it's not uncommon for the game to be over. And then obviously, as organizations grow, businesses grow, they want to invest in fixed assets and they want to have their own infrastructure, whether it's a warehouse or business offices, et cetera. And then there are construction loans that are available. Typically, construction loans are secured by the fixed assets, and they are typically projected for the credit requester asks for, I'm going to put up a building. It's going to cost me $1 million. I've got 200,000 in equity, which is 20%. So I need to borrow $800,000. And here's my construction timeline, and here's my construction budget, and here's my guaranteed maximum price contract from the real estate provider. So you got all of those things in place. And that construction budget is really, really important. That helps the credit provider provide a term for construction completion so that you're only paying interest during construction. And at the end of that construction period, it's typically 12 to 18 months, then that asset becomes useful to you. It can help you in generating revenue for your business. And the principal repayment starts at that time period. And they're typically 15 to 20-year amortizations, and banks typically do a 5 or 10-year call on that just to stay short on the commitment time period, even though the amortization is as though you've got a 20-year loan. Equipment loans typically run 5 to 7 years, sometimes a little bit longer, depending on the useful life of that asset. And some institutions have leasing companies, and leasing equipment is really a great way to evaluate a secondary resource as opposed to getting a traditional loan. In these instances, a leasing company would take a look at the equipment that you're buying and develop a useful life for it. And you can have a dollar out, meaning that they provide you with credit that you repay. And at the end of that repayment period, for $1, you own the equipment. If you feel that that equipment is not going to have a useful life beyond the amount of time that you get a loan for, they keep the depreciation, and then you walk away from that asset at the time that expires. And kind of down on the bottom, on the bond side, the bonds are typically provided to governmental entities, and they can issue bonds, cities, counties, states, schools, the United States government, all issue bonds. It's a public finance bond, and it's available to Native America. We've helped a number of tribes issue public finance debt to institutional investors that provide tax-exempt financing, meaning that the revenue is tax-exempt to the investor, and they pass on the cost savings to the debt issuer. And the value of that is you get 10, 15, 20-year fixed money, and you've identified what your costs are going to be over the time period. You know what your payments are going to be over that time period. And the investor gets a rate of return that they don't have to pay taxes on from their revenue stream. So it's a win-win situation for all of us folks. And then in the governmental infrastructure, Indian-owned businesses, obviously the big revenue driver in Indian country today is the gaming and hospitality business, and it's got a $34 billion economy. And then certainly tribal economic development for a variety, as tribes look to diversify, either with their enterprise developments and moving into a variety of different opportunities, and then also sharing that opportunity with tribal members as they want to develop their own businesses as a sort of a tag on to what tribes been able to develop from an economic development perspective. Let's kind of go back to the beginning in the startup and growth capital. So some of the things that early stage businesses are going to have to consider as the organizations that are looking to provide credit, they're going to ask these questions. And let me preface this with stating that this is probably the most difficult capital to access. Because if you got to start a business, it is basically, I've got the idea, you've got the money, let's come together and hope it works. That's in a nutshell, how the risk folks are looking at this. Because if it doesn't, your startup business doesn't have a baseline of revenue. It doesn't have any other assets that you have not yet purchased. You may contribute some assets, but by and large, this is the riskiest capital that is being looked at to be provided. And not surprisingly, it is one of those that has the highest demand. There are a lot of individuals that are looking at, have some significant experience, worked for companies, and they bring with them the intellectual capital to put to work. They just need now the fixed assets to help them to deploy. And then they develop their customer base and they take off. Again, not surprisingly, hardest capital to access, highest rates of failure are in the startup business category, which is why it's so difficult. CDFIs are doing a really great job in bridging that gap in the access to capital component of this. And they've developed a pool, and this is my terminology, is they look at developing capital access to the smaller segment of the businesses, especially native-owned businesses. They're starting to develop baskets of capital that they're willing to deploy into startup businesses. Again, they're running the risk assessment and running the probability of success. So as you think about a startup capital type of business, try to figure what is it that you need for the business. And obviously, if it's startup, you don't have existing cash flow. So you got to build in whatever it is you need to buy for fixed assets, what it is that you need for funding overhead until your cash to cash cycle starts to give you back your profit margin. And then as you establish this business, you will go through the growing pains of trying to figure out what is the minimum sustainable amount of business that I need in order to make this successful and make it worthwhile from an investment perspective. Am I doing this as an augmentation to my income? Do I stay employed, or is this, kind of all in order for me to take this on? And it needs to support me and my family. What is that level of revenue that you need, profit margin, and what is the resiliency of that business over multiple business cycles? How is all of that going to work? And one of the things that we've learned in the pandemic, which I think is really an important piece for all businesses, whether they're startup, mature, and even tribal governments, is to develop a contingency strategy that has with it a set aside set of capital that allows you to run through some sort of business interruption time period. In the case of gaming, it was at one point, gaming, both commercial and tribally owned, was entirely shut down. There was 100% shutdown of gaming in the United States for a period of a minimum of 60 days. What kind of impact did that have on those businesses? Some of them didn't survive. Others had 6 to 8 to 12 months of negative impact. And what those businesses learned through that process is developing a cash burn analysis. How much cash can I set aside that allows me to burn through that until I get back to some sort of normal revenue sources? So if you walk away with anything from this pandemic, other than the fact that we're hopefully developing a response to it that protects the health and welfare of all of the individuals in the United States, take a look at what it does to disruption of your revenues, especially if you're a business owner. The types of financing, basically broken down into 2 baskets. Debt financing, that's where you go out and get it from another provider, a capital provider that's in the business to lend money on the premise that they get it back with a little bit of interest. And the equity financing. Equity financing is, if you're the owner, every individual entity that is looking to provide capital wants to see how much skin you got in the game in order for them to be attracted to investing. And typically, they like to see a 20% equity, even if it's a startup or an existing business. So that's kind of a benchmark that you should look at. And equity financing is the most expensive. If you go outside of your capital, the individuals or organizations that provide equity financing are going to want a rate of return from somewhere between 15 to 25%, and they want to get out. You've got an exit strategy. We'll provide you equity. We'll be subordinate, meaning we'll be behind whoever you get seed your debt financing or traditional financing sources, but it's going to cost you. And that's the reality of that. They take the risk, the equity risk right alongside you that your business is going to work, but they want to get compensated. And then you're just kind of a leave behind relative to the sources of debt financing. Banks, tribal credit enterprises, credit unions, commercial finance companies, and then some of the guarantee programs that are available. And there are some state and local programs that folks can develop. And then always aunties and uncles that depending on how much capital you need. Sources of equity financing, those typically get a little tighter. And again, so individuals that you're familiar with, if you've got a compelling story and they want a rate of return, they could be financial sources. But as you get into a broader capital need, it's always going to be the venture capitalists. And those are the ones that will take the risk, but they'll take the risk for a rate of return. And typically what they have is something called a no-call period. I'll loan you the money. I want 25% rate of return. And if your business works in the first year, you can't pay me back. They put in what is called a no-call period. I will continue. I will continue to earn my rate of interest for 25% as an example, and I'll do that for 3 years. And that's the earliest time you can pay me back and get into a cheaper cost of capital. So they're called handcuffs, and what they're saying is, I'm taking this risk, and if it works, I need a rate of return for the risk that I took for a period of time, typically 2 to 3 years. Let's get into the mature and medium to large businesses. So here's some of the considerations that capital providers will look at. If you've got a business that's already existing, what is that financial history? And typically, financial institutions want to see 3 years of historical financial information. And they basically want to take a look at the balance sheet, your total debt, and kind of what is the net position that you've got against what your creditors have. Basically, who owns that company, you or your credit provider? That's kind of the evaluation that goes on the balance sheet side. And then on the income statement side, they really want us to take an understanding of what are your total sales, what are your cost of sales, and what is your net margin, and how thin or robust is that margin. The thinner the margin, the higher the risk, the more widgets you've got to sell at a penny a piece. Those are typically higher risk businesses. If you're selling a service and you got a margin and it's got a higher percentage of a return, those typically are a little bit more attractive. You don't have fixed assets to sell. So if you're in the service related business, gaming comes to mind. Those typically have really predictable revenue streams and have margins that are higher. You should be able to see that in the financial history, which is why, again, financial institutions are looking at a 3-year history. And then they'll take that capacity to repay and take a look at what your credit request is and see if your capacity to repay fits what your credit request is. And typically what they're doing is running an analysis of what is the free cash flow of this business and can it support the amount of debt that I'm asking for in a repayment time period that is typical for that kind of credit. Can I repay it in 5 years? And do I have what is called debt service coverage, meaning do I have $1 and a nickel, as an example, for every dollar of payment that I've got to repay? And can I demonstrate that on a historical basis? So that's how you get to what is called a coverage ratio. You got $1.05 in revenue, free cash flow, revenue that's not obligated, to pay $1 in debt. So you've got positive coverage in that instance. And then on the balance sheet side, they take a look at what is your total debt, including what you want to borrow, and what is your funded debt. And it's really a cash flow analysis. And that analysis is based on a term called EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation and amortization. So that's the amount of money that flows through this business that can be identified. They identify that number, the EBITDA number, and then they take a look at your total debt, and they divide your total debt by this EBITDA. And when they go through that analysis, if you get to a 3 times funded debt, that's high leverage. That means that you owe 3 times what you're earning every year. And that's for a business, that's considered high. And it's not uncommon to see those go into 4 and 5. And the higher the leverage point, the higher the risk is to the credit provider that they're potentially going to run into some issues. Guarantee programs come in and help mitigate that risk. But if you're in 3 times or below in that calculation of your existing business, there's a high degree of probability that someone is going to come to you with a credit solution to meet your request, and they're going to do that in favorable terms. And then the types of debt, obviously revolving lines of credit. Revolving lines of credit are the most user-friendly. You basically, if you want to borrow $1 million and you want the flexibility of when you pay it back, a revolving line has 0 payment requirement. It's got an interest repayment requirement, but you pick and choose how you want to repay the principal. So if you get a 5-year $1 million revolver, you can repay that entirely and have that $1 million still available. You can have a $500,000 baseline balance on that all the time and have $500,000 available. And the only time you have to worry about repaying that is at maturity. And typically revolving lines are provided to stronger borrowers, those that have demonstrated the discipline to manage the manner in which they use credit as a tool as opposed to a necessity, and being able to access that capital, take advantage of something, or there's a huge job that sucks up all of the capital in the company. You've got this $1 million line that you can access, and you can wait it out, give favorable terms to your client. They repay you, you repay your line. So revolving lines of credit are typically the most favorable to the borrower. And then term loans, again, real estate term loans, equipment term loans that have business cycle repayment impacts. They typically are provided with a set repayment, and it depends on the useful life of the asset that's being financed, whether or not they want you to repay them within the loan term, or whether or not you have a longer amortization and a balloon payment at the end of that financing. And then just a little bit on governmental debt issuances. Tribes are starting to get better access for governmental infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, health facilities. Housing is still a significant impact. And one of the things that if you talk to your tribal leaders and you talk to the folks that are looking at how the housing block grants are being developed, there's a need to really change that. They've been the same since the 1960s. You basically get an in housing block grant, and it's done at the end of a budget cycle, and it's just done. It's never been increased. So Indian populations are growing. The demand for housing is exceeded the amount of availability for the last 20 years. Wait lists for tribes for families that want to own homes are sometimes 3 to 10 to 15 years long. And one of the ways to break that logjam is to take the Indian Housing Block Grant that is provided, and you can get a loan against that at any financial institution for 5 times. So if you got a $10 million grant, you can get a loan for $50 million and build 5 times loans. But you got to repay that from next year's block grant. So, and those block grants, by the way, are also not only for building new homes, but they're utilized for maintaining the existing housing inventory at the tribal government. One way to address that is to include them in the appropriations for Indian country in kind of the repayment strategies or capital available strategies and at least double them for eligibility to borrow. So if you got a $10 million grant and you double the availability to borrow, instead of $50 million, you can get $100 million. That $100 million gives you more flexibility in building new homes and continuing to take advantage of the inventory that you have. Some tribes have so much inventory that they cannot build new homes from their block grant because they've got to take all of that money and put it into rehabbing their existing home inventory. And then tribes, we're helping tribes get access to the municipal finance market that's been available to every other governmental entity in the United States. And it's something that tribes deserve access to as well. And that's the institutional investor that wants to provide capital to governmental entities. And there's a demand for tribal paper. So it's as you have conversations with your tribal leadership, and if there's anything that we can do at Key Bank in order to provide access to that, or the tools that we've been able to leverage, we certainly want to have a conversation with you and your tribal leadership about those opportunities. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Thanks for letting me be part of this.
All right, thanks, Mike. And I think we have a question. So I'll go to the webinar first, and then we'll open up to the audience here. So Aaron, I think your mic back there.
Oh, yeah.
Now we can.
I think this question came in when Amber was speaking, and she asked, is there consulting on how to get better credit rating through Dun and Bradstreet?
Oh, that's a really good question. I'm not aware of any program that do that, but there may be some other CDFIs that may have some programs that address that.
All right, does anybody else have a comment on that? If you want to chime in, if you have another answer to that. Mike or Diana?
Let me take a stab at that. There's financial education that is developed. The First Nations Awista has, as part of their financial educational outreach, one of the areas of focus is taking individual credit scores and seeing and developing a process of improving those. And then there's an organization called EverFi, and EverFi has financial literacy platforms. They've partnered with Native American Bank, and we have recently partnered with EverFi on developing financial curriculum that we're taking to all of the tribes that we do business with, and focusing on the spectrum of tribal membership, from the youth that are still in middle school all the way up through graduation, and then focusing on individuals that are working, and then elders on how to manage both their individual financial health and how to improve their credit score.
Thanks, Mike. Is that all the questions we got on the webinar? Aaron? Okay. Questions from the audience before I start asking questions, but I want to open it up to you guys. Yeah, go ahead.
My question's for Mike. Oh, sorry, I'm kind of loud anyway. So Mike, we're already a customer of Key Bank. Is your Native American financial services just educational, or is there a benefit for us as a Native business to contact you to get a loan? Or should we just contact our regular banker?
Yeah, that's a great question. Depending on the size of your business, we could be a resource alongside of you as you deal with the segment in our organization. So as an example, if your business is $5 million a year in revenue, the best channel for that is our small business platform. But because you are a tribal member, and if whether or not your tribe does business with us, we want to make sure that we're providing a set of eyes that has the experience in doing business in Indian country to our colleagues. So we'd be more than happy to join in conversation along with those folks to see if there's a solution can be provided to your business.
I also have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So loans are great, but I was wondering if this panel, since it's financial, if there are grants that you guys know about for Native American businesses. Because as much as I want to repay stuff back, I'd rather get it for free.
Amber, you want to start with that? Then we'll go around.
Sure, I can start with that. Not that I'm aware of right now. There was probably about midway through last year, through the end of last year, we funneled quite a few grants through Business Oregon, so it was really more focused here in Oregon. I know that the state of Washington had similar grant programs that they used other consultants to get those out and through. I also know that those went pretty quickly, especially up in Washington. I think what I heard was pretty soon after the announcement was made, the program was pretty much closed. And I know Diana or somebody might have some other context around that, but I know that when we learned about it, I think it was like 2 days later that we heard that the opportunity was closed. I haven't heard if there's going to be other support like that coming down. And I'd be interested if other folks on the panel have.
Diana, you have any comments on that? Diana or Mike?
Sure, there's kind of back to Amber's view. I'm not aware of a consistent source of grants for small businesses. However, if you're eligible to participate in the PPP program, those have a significantly high number of those have been granted, forgiven, if you will, as a result of the pandemic. There's a round two, and the round two portion of it has more, has fewer restrictions, so it's a little bit more liberal. And it's basically, are you meeting the needs of retaining employees, taking that funding and helping to ensure that your business stays intact and has an opportunity to contribute to the communities going forward? And if so, a good portion of the capital that you're able to access under PPP can be forgiven, hence has grant characteristics.
Personally, I think depending on the state you're in, depending on the county you're in, I know we're in Washington right now, and I know a number of people watching online. I know at least in Arizona, I'm from the state, so I follow a lot of the counties, at least from the commerce side. I know months ago, yeah, there were a ton of grants that were coming out, I think from countywide or cities, even in Maricopa County where we're located in Mesa, they're putting out, response to COVID grants. I know Indian Collective was for a while putting out response, especially on the artist side. So it kind of depends on the business model. If it's not, I haven't really seen them so much on the tribal side as far as grants, but a lot on the individual small business owner. I have seen some come out at least the last 6 months. So.
Yeah, I just want to, can I just add to that really quickly? We also, for us, it has to do with the funding source. We were able to do forgivable loans through part of last year from a source that was Oregon based. And so we had to keep those opportunities within Oregon. But we put the system in place.
Went online and applied. So, right. Yeah, it's phase 4.
For those that didn't hear online, I'm not sure if you heard that or not, but check out Department of Commerce, Washington State. There'll be opportunities coming out. They're not out already. Is there a question there? No. All right. We only have a few more minutes. Anybody else have questions in the audience? We have one online. Terry, you want to bring it back, Darren?
Is there lending for Native companies working off reservation or on the reservation as investor developers for real estate?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Mike, I think you're on mute if you're talking. Or maybe.
I know you guys, your screen locked for a little bit, so
Just repeat that question. Amber, Diana.
see if you could ask that question again, please.
Now we can hear you now. Did you hear the question?
I did
Yeah,
not.
go ahead. We'll do it again.
Okay. Is there lending for Native companies working off the reservation or on the reservation as investor developers for real estate?
Yes, off reservation. On reservation, there's capital that can be provided for fixed asset development on tribal land, understanding that the real estate that is either allotted or trust cannot be taken as collateral.
All right, with that said, I'm going to end the session here. So we'll be going to our 11:30 block. And again, for people in the audience, you're welcome to any of the snacks and drinks. Just go ahead and get up whenever you want to, and we'll transition to the next session. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mike, Diana, Amber. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to get started with this next panel. And the topic we're going to be addressing in the next panel is leadership, limiting turnover and retaining employees, and some various work styles that workplace leadership and what that means. I'm really privileged to have the two speakers part of this panel. I think Nona, we can see you online. Thank you for joining us. We have, I'm going to do an introduction on both of our speakers. They're both knowledgeable about the subject, and I've had the privilege of either working with them or playing against them in sport. So this is pretty exciting for me. Nona Lee, she's in her 22nd season with the Diamondbacks. She's the Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer for the Diamondbacks. She oversees all legal issues for the organization. And prior to dedicating her time to the Diamondbacks, she served as an Associate General Counsel and VP for the Phoenix Suns, the Diamondbacks, Phoenix Mercury, Arizona Rattlers, Chase Field, U.S. Airways Center, and Dodge Theater. Dodge Theater. And Nona, I was really proud to work with you with Phoenix Women's Sports Association. Her leadership style was, it impacted how I work and how I view leadership. It actually motivated me to finish my master's in administration leadership.
So we're gonna get started. I want also to introduce Jennifer Grubb. I have known Jen for a number of years, and as a teammate, and now seeing her starting her own business, it's been quite impressive. She's a graduate of Notre Dame, a mental health counselor and coaching professional. She's the founder of Karen Consulting. She's a former U.S. Women's National Team player and professional soccer player. So it goes without saying that the leadership of these two women is quite impressive. And thank you guys for joining us. I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thanks, Tara. Yeah, thank you for that intro, and a thank you for the welcome to being able to present here. I think on behalf of both Nona and myself, we're just so fortunate to be able to talk about leadership and its role in business and specifically business success. And so I'm going to leave this slide here. You're welcome to reach out to either of us with follow-up questions or for additional information. But for me, you know, as an athlete, I had the good fortune to really be able to gain an understanding of teams and how teams work. And then with a background in psychology and mental health, it really provided me with the platform to understand people. And so when I decided to form my own small business, I wanted to blend those two passions, both the ways teams work and the ways that people function, and decided to go into performance consulting. And so really my focus is what the individual's role is in creating a team dynamic. But mostly my emphasis is on leadership and specifically systematic development of leadership to ensure organizational success. And so the clients that I work with, that's my focus, is how do we ensure the success of the organization specifically connected to leadership's role. And Nona, I'm going to turn it over to you for your introduction.
Thanks, Jen, and thank you, Tara, for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor and a privilege. You know, as Tara mentioned, I'm Executive Vice President of the Diamondbacks. I'm also the founder of the Phoenix Women's Sports Association, which is how I know Tara. Jen and I haven't known each other long, but like the two of them, you know, we have the commonality of having been athletes. And you know, I think that's key in terms of our leadership styles and how we develop them, because you know, being an athlete, a basketball player through college who, you know, played team sports, that informs the way that I lead, both within my department and my organization. I will say that, you know, I've as honored as I am to be on this panel, I don't have the expertise in leadership that Jennifer does. But what I do have is years of lived experience in this area and a passion for it, particularly as a you know, an African American openly gay woman. You know, those inform my leadership styles too. In as much as, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion is an important part of leadership and being open to that. To that end, in addition to being responsible for all of the legal issues affecting the Diamondbacks, I also chair risk management, and I also lead the organization's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. And all of this is you know, so important and lends itself to leadership and the leadership style that I've developed, and you know, the leadership styles that I had an opportunity to be influenced by through being an athlete and working in sports.
Thanks, Nona.
So, yeah, I'll turn it back over to Jennifer.
Yeah, so as we were talking about how we wanted to sort of frame this particular session, I think it was clear to us both that leadership and business success go hand in hand, right? So that's where we're really going to start this discussion from, and thinking about leadership as a social kind of construct and the social process of influencing others.
Okay, so when Nona and I were deciding how we wanted to do this, it is a social process. And so as you see these next couple of points or listen to these next couple of points, just keep in mind that it's really about finding a balance, right, within some of these constructs that we're going to talk about. So the first is leading from a position of power. And we thought it was important to just realize or recognize that there is a time to utilize hierarchical dynamics, right? So things in business like decision making and delegation and clearly defining roles and responsibilities, holding people accountable, that needs some hierarchy. That can't be a flat kind of organization. The next is leading as an equal. Okay. And from that standpoint, we're realizing that there's also a time to utilize the power of human connection. So this is going to be things like relationship building, developing others through this idea of mutual work. Okay, so I'm going to switch it over to Nona again. We're kind of trying to do this so that you're hearing both voices equally, and then we'll come back to a little bit more specific about leadership.
Yes, another thing that Jennifer and I discussed was, the concept of leading from behind. And in my view, there's two aspects of this. You can lead from behind when you're in a position of power. And what that means for me is, part of leadership is helping others grow into positions of leadership. That's really our responsibility as leaders. And so what leading from behind means in that context to me is stepping back to give others a chance to grow and to learn and thrive, but to be there to support them. The other aspect of it is when you're not in a position of power, and this may also be a way of managing up, but you're not in a position of power, but you see something that needs to be done, and perhaps there's not leadership in this area in the hierarchical manner, but it's important that it be done, and you step up and lead, even though you're not a hierarchical leader, and take on the task and perhaps manage up and lead the department, organization, committee, function, your staff, whatever it may be, through the particular issue. The other thing that we discussed was inclusive and responsive leadership. And, this is really important and is incredibly important to me in my own journey. One of the things that I learned at the Diamondbacks, I have an amazing boss, Derek Hall. Some of you may know him. And he's an amazing leader for our organization. One of the things that I learned from him over the years is the importance of the employee comes first. Because if you don't have happy and engaged employees, they're not going to perform well, and they're not going to be able to provide good performance on an outward-facing basis, in our case, to fans, et cetera. So, employees need to come first, but it's more than just an exercise. It's also important that we understand who our employees are and what their needs are, and understand also that not all of them respond to leadership in the same way, and being fluid in that way, and also valuing the different experiences and the different the diversity that they bring to the table, and including that in the culture as part of leadership. I've also learned that, and I'm sure you've heard this before, that people value a world that they help create. And so it is so important to include our employees, our staff, in the development of our organization or department, because then they will support it. They'll be a part of it. They have ownership of it, and they will be more likely to stick with it, participate in it, support it, and follow those who are leading that process. It's also important in terms of inclusive and responsive leadership, to use your voice to advocate for your employees and your staff and those who aren't at the table. Again, it's you know, you want people to follow you, and if they don't feel that, you know, we have their backs, and that if they don't buy into the culture that we've created and they haven't had an opportunity to participate in creating that culture, it will be difficult to retain them and to have them be productive and happy employees. So moving on to the next slide, Jennifer and I talked a lot about culture and how important that is, you know, and that, you know, it's nice when culture can be organic, but that doesn't always happen. And, you know, development of culture has to be very intentional, especially if you would like to maintain, you know, a good, healthy culture over a period of time. Again, you know, in determining what your culture is going to be, you have to think about who you are as an organization. Who do you want to be? What do you value as an organization? And you have to be very intentional about and strategic about laying that out. And again, input from your employees is hugely important whenever that's, you know, depends on the size of the organization, obviously, but, you know, it's important to get buy-in because this is their organization, their company too, and they will work hard for a company they help create. The other part of intentional development of culture is the social part of it, which is determining the roles and responsibilities for everyone who will be participating in that culture. And again, that goes to people supporting a world that they help create. So once we determine what the values of our organization are, you know, let people take responsibility for participating in that culture and leading that culture and maintaining it. Then there's the material culture, which is the actual provision of services or the experience. And again, you know, if you have an inclusive culture, you know, what that leads to is innovation. And, you know, people bring their different experiences to the table that can help enrich the services and experiences that we provide as a business. You know, at the Diamondbacks, one of the things that we did as we went through this exercise, and if we can go to the next slide, we articulated this and put it down in writing as a circle of success. And this is how we build our circle of success. You know, we determined what values were important to us: performance, community, people and culture, financial efficiency, and fan experience. And under each of those values, you know, we drilled down a little further in terms of what that meant from a performance and cultural perspective. So for performance, consistency, and discipline is what we want our team, we call our employees team players, what we want our team players to focus on. You know, community is very important to us as an organization and giving back. And, you know, what we ask our employees to focus on in that respect is contribution and involvement. And this is important to them too. And so, you know, we it's so ingrained in our culture that, you know, like many other organizations who value this particular aspect, we make sure employees have time off to be able to give back to the community in the ways that are important to them, in addition to participating in organizational community giving or community outreach. People and culture, again, we come from a perspective that the employee comes first. And we also understand the importance of diversity and inclusion. We value integrity, and we understand that diversity and inclusion, whether it's of experiences or backgrounds or, you know, race, LGBTQ plus status, whatever it is, all of that is so incredibly valuable to the organization and leads to innovation for the organization. You know, we're a business. So of course we value financial efficiency. And so, what we expect from our employees and what they've agreed to do, again, we built this together, is, be financially responsible and, consider value as we operate as a business. Finally, and certainly not least in our business, fan experience. We want to create a fun, family-oriented experience at the Diamondbacks for our fans. And, what that requires of our employees is that we pay tremendous attention to detail. As much as we do for our employees, that it's important to know who they are, what they want, what they need in order to be top performers and to be happy in the workplace. We need to provide that same attention to detail to our fans. What is it that is important to them? How can we improve upon their fan experience? So this is how we developed our culture, which has been very successful for us, and what our team players have bought into, and what is an important part of their everyday. And so I'd be very curious, to hear how others, what they include in the circle of success in their own organization.
Nona, did you want to pose that as a question to the audience?
Yes, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. Yes, it's time for audience interaction. I would love it if people would jump in and we could discuss this concept of circle of success a little bit and what it means in your individual organizations and how you define it and have developed it.
Does anyone that's present here or that is attending online have any questions or would like to share what you do within your own small businesses, how you have your culture established, or you guys? Yeah, thank you.
So we are an HVAC company, but my husband has worked for a lot of companies prior to us opening our business. And one of the things that is important to us is when he worked for a small company, how that owner treated his employees and what they would come into work one morning and he would say, you know what, we're not even going to work. We're going to go up skiing. So I paid for your whole day and we're going skiing. And just those things made him, as an employee, feel so valued that they would take that time. And so for us, what we find important is just treating your employees doing those small things for them. I mean, they would go off and go kart riding for the day. How our employees also, so that's something that we've done in our company.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? We can all learn from each other. It's always a work in progress, and I certainly would love to hear more. Unfortunately, I was temporarily disconnected and missed much of that. But if anyone else would like to share, I'd certainly love to hear it.
One thing that I would like to point out as well is there's a lot of great cultures out there, and we want to retain employees as small businesses, and anyone that's an entrepreneur listening online that's trying to establish their own business really should. I think this is a great starting point for a business, is really defining not only your product, but what are you about. We're right now in Seattle, Washington. And we as an organization, the National Center, have been able to see 8th generation. Snoqualmie tribe talked this morning about cultural values that are tied to their economic development. And with 8th gen, they are really taking native art but they have established their voice as a company and a culture that's relevant to what they're doing. And I think that really contributes to their success is their voice. Other people can mimic native art, but what they're doing, people buy not only into the company and their product, but they're really buying into that mission as well. So we've just had the greatest experience being here.
Any other thoughts about sort of your own circles of success or values before we move on to hiring and maintaining successful teams?
Yeah. Oh. Speaking now is Jeff Bearhand. He is actually a small business owner, native business owner.
No, values. I mean, I guess that's what's the most important thing about working for a company and feeling well valued yourself, but also feeling like your company is valuable to the world and your community in which you live. Developing, I guess, that ethos behind what you stand for is paramount to instilling within the employee, importance, contribution. And I think that is probably key to, I love this idea of go-karting. I want to join that company too. I know my company, we have sort of lunchtime ping pong tournaments, and there's a lot of competition that goes on in that, and a lot of wanting to return to to just for those lunchtime moments. Builds, I guess, that community within your own team, that sense of support and camaraderie, that sense of belonging. And I think that in itself is something that everybody should work for and achieve. So just going back to the ethos of what you stand for, there's so much out there about branding. What is your brand? That kind of relates into the same idea. What do you support? What type of are you a social company? Do you value the earth and the environment? Do you give back to the community? So these are all things that I think in itself make an employee proud of the type of company that they belong to and want to return to.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that if I can. I missed the go-kart story, but I get the context now, certainly. And, that is so important. What we used to do pre-pandemic is organizationally, we would have quarterly outings for all of our team players. At the time, that was, probably in excess of 350. But we would do things like have a softball tournament, and along with some other games and things for our employees one day, and give them a day off to do that, but to be together and build relationships. We would do things like rent out the movie theater for the entire organization to go see 42 and provide lunch and popcorn. Every Wednesday is Bagel Wednesday, just to give employees that opportunity to have fellowship and gather in the break room, and so opportunities for them to get to know each other better. And we've done that now in connection with our DEI efforts by forming team player resource groups, which are give team players an opportunity to get together on common issues of concern or importance to them, such as Black professionals and allies, Los Diversos, athletes to executive. We have 7 or 8 of them, people with disabilities, working parents, and providing your employees with opportunities to have those forums is tremendously helpful as well. Anything that can make them feel valued and heard is tremendously helpful. So I appreciate what was just said and completely agree with it.
Thanks, Nona. I'm going to take about 5 minutes to finish up the presentation piece, and then we do feel it's important to have enough time for question and answer and have it be a little bit more conversational. So I'm going to touch on hiring and maintaining successful teams. And so starting with this idea of talent acquisition, obviously it starts as you're thinking about the people that you want to bring into this culture that you have intentionally created. And so the people that you're considering hiring, we're going to assume that those people would uphold your commitment to your core values or your business's core values. And so when we're talking about traits and qualities and behaviors, these are the things that are really going to define an individual's ability to impact the organization. And there's this second piece, the talent and knowledge and skills. These are going to be the things you're looking for to fill the current gaps that you have seen within your small business. Okay, so it's kind of a twofold hiring process here as we're kind of deciding the people that we want to start bringing into the organization. And ultimately, the idea here is to truly develop a leadership pipeline. Okay, so you've started your small business, you think you have a really good experience or service to provide, but we want to sustain that over time. And so again, returning to this idea of intentional development of leadership. The second piece of this is, okay, now you've sort of identified the talent that you want to bring in. It's time to onboard. And I want to split that into two pieces as well, sort of the orientation, right? Here are the work hours, here's your office, here's your space, here are your responsibilities, things like that. But then there's the integration. We've just spent all of this time talking about this culture that we've worked to create, and now we really want to truly integrate people into that culture. Okay, so that's going to be things like peer-to-peer mentoring. Can you have that sort of program within your small business? Active practice and commitment to the core values. Always returning to those core values that you said, drives your small business. And then creating a sense of belonging to increase the employee engagement. So maybe it is go-karting. Maybe it is we're going to go skiing. Maybe it's just your voice matters and I want to hear it. So actively creating that sense of belonging. And this really bodes well then for the retention, which is what we're after. We want people to remain committed to the product or the service that we are providing. And then we do have a responsibility to performance management, right? As leadership within a business, we're overseeing how well are we performing, how well are we delivering the thing that we say we've created and that we're offering. And so things like clear expectations, that's the start of it. What expectations do you have for the people that you have brought on board? We've talked about this already, but it's probably one of the most important things is really true recognition for the work that's been done, the contribution to the organization, and the value that each individual brings to the organization. And that, everyone responds differently. This is where the understanding of people becomes important. Some people want, a monetary recognition, and others just want a thank you for work that's been done. The feedback piece will likely be most helpful if you're using some sort of assessment tool. I think we do these performance reviews and then it's like, oh yeah, great job this year. Here's your raise and off you go. But when we're talking about kind of sustaining the longevity of this leadership pipeline or the longevity of your small business, what's the plan for the next steps in this employee development? So back to the coaching and mentoring piece, to uphold the culture, we really need to provide some ideas for next steps. Recognition of what you're contributing, but then here's sort of a growth step for each person individually. And so I think our takeaway from intentionally creating a culture is that first, as the leadership of the small business, we have to embody it. We have to know what we stand for, and we have to embody it. And then ultimately, strategically empowering others to sustain it. That's what we're after, right? Is the longevity of our businesses. We want to see them succeed. Nona, do you have any final thoughts before we open it up again to questions or comments?
No, I don't think so. I think we can open it up. Thank you, Jen.
I do have a couple of questions, and one thing that we've been addressing in our Native Edge Institutes is we keep going back to pandemic, but our world has become virtual, and that relationship with employees seems a little bit more distant. So with Nona and Jen, and I could start with Nona, do you have any ideas or maybe give us a little bit about what you've done with the Diamondbacks with now, and they're probably less virtual than other companies, but how has that impacted leadership styles?
What it has shown is how different leadership styles have impacted our team players. It's been a tough time. We've been working remotely since March 13th of last year, I think, and have just started to go back in a very limited hybrid way. I doubt we'll ever have, we'll probably maintain some type of hybrid relationship, but the challenge was keeping employees engaged and connected during that time, particularly at a time where we had circumstances, no revenue because we had limited gains last year due to the pandemic, where we had to make some employment changes. So it was difficult. It was very challenging. But from a personal perspective, I recognize that my employees were really going to be challenged with the circumstances of the pandemic. For personal reasons, for professional reasons, and just for human reasons. And so I made a point personally of staying very connected to them in the same way that I did when we were physically in the same space. So typically I have weekly leadership meetings with my direct reports. I continued to do so, did them virtually via whatever tool is available. Similarly, we continue to have our department meetings weekly as a group. And, it didn't always have to be about business. I always led with, how are you? How are you doing? Is there anything that you need? And then we talked about the business ahead of us. And, we make sure to take time to just laugh and enjoy each other as well, because that's hugely important in terms of staying connected and having people feel that something is the same. The other thing that I brought into that is that we would have occasional happy hours, on Fridays virtually, just to get together and unwind in a more casual setting, and check in with each other, see what's going on personally. Because my department's very close knit. That's how we operate. We are a team. Somebody has to be the captain, but that's me. But we are family and we are a team. And so through the pandemic, we kept that. And my staff has thanked me for that, because not everyone was able to accomplish that. So it's made a tremendous difference, because culture takes a hit. It's inevitable, almost under the circumstances we've been under for the past year.
Yeah, I think something I would add to that, and Nona alluded to this, and I think we all know it sort of at our core, but our employees are people first. And so they're experiencing this pandemic in the same way that we are, maybe not in the same way, but we're all experiencing this pandemic. And so I like to open a meeting with a simple check-in, not so much how are you, But one example is I might use what do you need more of? What do you need less of? And that can be just, I need more time. I've got kids and a family and bills to pay and things to do. I just need more time. I need less anxiety, right? That's coming very much from a mental health lens, but just a true human connection there before we dive into the things that we really need to accomplish from a business standpoint. So recognizing, I guess, humanity first is an important step.
And if I could just briefly add to that, Jen, it's really important to be flexible during this time because of the humanity of it all. And I appreciate you raising that point. Trusting people to get their job done, but getting it done when they can and under the circumstances that they're dealing with. So I really appreciate you raising that.
My next question would be, and this is geared more towards small businesses, and you both talked about onboarding. Some of our small businesses do not have HR departments. They're functioning maybe 3-4 people. What are some ideas that both of you maybe can give our small businesses or entrepreneurs that might be starting with just 1 or 2 people, what that onboarding could look like for them?
I love it from a small business standpoint. I think there's an immediate connection to the culture. That's not a dig at HR departments, but they're often separated from the work that's being done. And so I like the idea of maybe not the owner necessarily, but people who are involved in the work. So back to this idea of mutual development through the work that's being done. So that wasn't a specific example of how to do that, but I think that immediate connection to the importance of things like values and the ethos that Jeff referenced before, it just starts that process immediately. Nona?
Yeah, I agree and can relate to this from the context of my, department, but who has already gone through HR. But I think that immediate personal connection is a wonderful opportunity to, get people ingrained into the culture and for them to understand the values of your organization and who you are as a person as well. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity to have that direct onboarding, and it's more personal. Often in the larger businesses it can be so, I don't know, technical, and people may not feel as comfortable asking questions or suggesting changes or saying, I've done this in the past, would it be okay if I? So the opportunity to onboard in a small business setting sounds like a wonderful one.
Yeah, I think it helps facilitate that integration a little bit sooner than sort of, okay, here's your orientation, and then the integration begins. I think it's a nice blend then of those two things happening a little bit sooner within small businesses.
And just a last comment from me before we open it up to the panel. In our travels, we've met with a lot of different tribes, and I was impressed. We did meet with Muckleshoot tribe where we were here, and we were told about a CEO program that they have from within. I think small businesses could mimic it. They essentially onboard somebody into a number of different positions, so they're knowledgeable and they're prepping them for that next job. I know in talking with the CEO there that it really motivates people to stay within that organization. One, there's an end goal, but two, they get an opportunity to have various jobs within that organization. So I thought that was a great program. Is there anybody in the room before we go to online that has any questions for these two? We can hand a mic around. Shayna, we'll get our mic.
I have 3 questions. One is, what is your favorite or great book on leadership that you've read and would recommend? 2 is, what is a great class that leadership class that you would also recommend. 3, what is a good interview question? I struggle with those to get at their core values, their core understanding of DEI. So I always struggle with that. And as you think of that, I just want to say thank you so much for this panel. I was going to mention during my panel that in small businesses, there's a time where you go from an operator owner to a leader, and you have to start thinking about these things and about being a leader of an organization. So thank you so much. These are really important tidbits of information that you provide with us.
Thanks, Shayna. Nona, I don't know if you heard the first couple questions that Shayna asked, but she was asking a book that you could recommend on leadership, any class that would be that you would recommend, and an interview question.
Trying to think of the most recent book I've read on leadership. I read some books that aren't specific to leadership, but certainly have those lessons. And one of the ones that comes to mind for me, that I read a long time ago, but that I have really appreciated and still resonates, is Games My Mother Never Taught Me, which is helpful to women, I think, going into leadership. The second question was
a class.
I think it depends. I mean, there's so many wonderful opportunities out there, and that's the good news. There are a lot of leadership institutes available based on different disciplines. For example, I attended the Leadership Institute for General Counsel at Harvard, and that was tremendously helpful to me in my industry. And I think you should look and see what's available, because it really is helpful. I mean, what you just said in the context of your question was really important as you were beginning, because there is a real difference between being a boss and being a leader. So I appreciate that you want to, you want to take leadership classes, because I think it's important, and certainly those have been provided to us at the Diamondbacks. The one I remember attending most recently was a Dale Carnegie-based leadership course that all of the leadership team went through together, and that was tremendously helpful. The third was a question on leadership. I assume this means as you're interviewing someone to hire them, and I would ask a broader question, I think, in that respect, to find out what leadership means to them, and how they view it, and how people view it, and what their experiences are, and how they lead. We talked about different leadership styles before. I would want to know what people's leadership experience is and what their style is, because I always say when I hire people, what's more important to me is fit, and a part of that is leadership than skills, because I can teach people skills, but I can't teach them character, and I can't teach them, the things that their values and how they fit within our organizational values, if that makes sense. Jen?
Yeah, I grew up in Chicago, so I'm gonna go with Michael Jordan's "I Can't Accept Not Trying," and it's a quick read. It's probably 35 pages, but really the premise there is that we have to look internally first, and if we, as the owner, obviously that's coming from a sports context, but if we as the owner or leader of a particular organization are not willing to put in the work first, we're setting ourselves up for failure. And I very much appreciate his story, that it wasn't an easy one, despite I will go on a limb and say he is the best basketball player of all time. We can argue that later. But this story wasn't an easy one. He didn't just meet with success because he had talent. There were some trials in there, and I think that speaks to me in terms of the need to, not accept not trying. And so that's the answer for the book. Given that I couldn't come up with a fast answer for a good class, I think I'm going to design one. Except I would point you in the direction of Jeff Jansen. Again, I'm coming very much from a kind of coaching model in terms of leadership development. He is phenomenal at self kind of identification of type of leadership, this idea of core values. So Jeff Jansen is the person that I would sort of point you in the direction of. And then interview question, it kind of depends on what you're trying to get at. But ultimately, I like scenario based, not these deep, very intricate scenario based kinds of questions. But I like to pose hey, we're in the middle of this together. What do you recommend we do, right? Because I would like to try to gauge how well that person utilizes their voice. For one, I don't want to be deferred to as the boss, and so really kind of gauging whether or not they're willing to enter into that conversation. But just from a straight up question, I'm probably going to go with just help me get to know you. Not something as simple as what do you like to do, what are your hobbies, but who are you? Are you going to fit within this culture? And so I think asking like, what are your core values? That's a whole process to determine what your core values are, but I think you can get at that by even something like, how do you spend your free time? Is it in volunteer work? Are you out in your community? Are you family oriented? I think you can gain a lot of information about people by just understanding a little bit more about who they are.
Thank you. We are going to have to get into the next panel here, and we might have time for one more. I know our next speaker is getting ready to come on. Does anybody in the room have one more? All right. I would only add to since it's a sports background, the book Sacred Hoops, and it also tacks on to Michael Jordan. And Phil Jackson was his coach, and it is also a great leadership book, how Phil Jackson was able to really work with a top-notch player like Michael Jordan. But Nona, do you have any closing comments or anything for small businesses that we could offer before we end the panel?
First I'd like to throw another book out there since we're talking sports, and Billie Jean King's Pressure is a Privilege, I think is another good one. Final thoughts again. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor. And from a small business perspective, I think that you are all very fortunate because you have unique opportunities as small businesses from a leadership and culture perspective. And, it's really about, engaging your employees. First of all, getting to know them, caring who they are, engaging them and helping them, letting them help create the culture that they will then support. But again, thank you for permitting me to be here. Tara, Jen, it was a pleasure.
Same, Nona, thank you.
Jen, do you have any closing?
Yeah, I would just encourage even those of us who are small business owners, we're talking about retaining employees and really focusing on employees as people. But I would say, we are as well, and we're experiencing our own humanity as we're interacting with these employees that we've hired and are working to maintain. And so I find some value in it goes both ways, right? So I want to know about you as a person, and I'm certainly going to let you know parts of me as well, so that it kind of balances out that power dynamic. We're people too.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jen and Nona. This was a fun panel for me. Brings back a lot of older memories. But our next, right before lunch, we are also honored our chairman of the board of directors for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, Derek Watchman. He is going to give a little bit of discussion and we'll conclude our AM part of this before lunch. Derek, are you there?
I am. Do you hear me?
Thank you, Derek. We can hear you. Thank you for being here.
Wonderful and good. What is it? Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Derek Watchman, as you mentioned, and I'm glad to be here as the chairman of the board for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And of course, we're hosting these Native Edge Institute seminars, and so far it's been wonderful. Today's programming has been outstanding, and my thanks to all our speakers and everyone that provided questions, and then of course our sponsors. And so I for one am also a small business owner. For years I worked for government, worked for major large companies, and a couple of years ago I decided to create my own small business. And so everything that I heard today, I really feel, I have a feeling for it, and trying to, build my leadership skills, my technical assistance, doing my marketing, and basically, trying to make a living as a small entrepreneur and putting food on the table for my family has been very, very important. So, but today, what I want to touch on just briefly is just, the National Center has been around for many, many years, as I'm sure Chris James, our president, CEO, and our staff have mentioned. And I think a presenter earlier mentioned we got our start 50 years ago in Los Angeles. And so today, our mission, as we heard today, is to really try to generate concept to, thought-provoking ideas. And that's all related to how do we grow, how do we expand, and how do we build our Indian economies on and off reservations. And so, if you look at the census count, roughly many of us live on our reservations, the other half live off. And so the focus for the National Center is to really try to bring focus to many attentions. I used to be a banker, and my interest is access to capital. And I did hear Mike Leddick explain a lot of the challenges to reservation-based lending. And so, from the National Center, we strive to look at it. But the thing that we're dealing with today really is the new Biden-Harris administration and their strong commitment to Indian country and tribal economies and small business. And so, from the National Center, we're obviously trying to work as quickly as we can with the new Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland. We have a great relationship with the SBA administrator. We're reaching out to Commerce, we're reaching out to USDA. And so all in the effort of trying to inform our folks in DC that we do have a viable Indian business community, and certainly we don't need a helping hand, but we need support. And so, I want to emphasize that. Soon in July, we'll also be holding our Reservation Economic Summit 2021, the week of July 19th. So I encourage and invite everyone of you to either attend in Las Vegas or sign up for the online presentation. We think that this year is going to be a great program. This year, we're going to also be teaming with the National Indian Gaming Association and, of course, ABLE, the Indian Indigenous Business League. And so our focus really is to try to bring more collaboration. And so we think that's very, very important. And so, but I want to thank everybody again, and Chris and his team for putting on a great program. We have many more coming online this coming year. And so a couple of thoughts maybe to think about. We talk about business, we talk about leadership, we talk about understanding the product, but as I'm growing in age and being a member of the Navajo Nation, and my clans, which I forgot to mention, are Tsaiskidney, Tohana, Bashashin, Tutnazani, Deshiche, Aro, Tabaha, Shanela. One of the things that's really becoming very near and dear to me is that we're all natives, And so one of the things that I think is very, very important, and I have a hard time with this, one of the things that's very, very important is that we also have to educate ourselves on who we are, our culture, our practices, and probably more importantly, our language, our native languages. And so I'm going to continue to speak about this, but as I communicate with here at Navajo, our Navajo elders and our Navajo medicine people, Hatafi, they say Navajo, one of the things that they're emphasizing is that in order for us to move forward, to be prosperous and to be successful, you must and you should learn who you are through your language. And many of us maybe are losing that, but many of us in our communities, we still have, folks that speak the language. And so our medicine people, and I think this is probably across the country, our medicine people, our traditional leaders are saying, you got to learn your language. Why? Because that has brought us to this point. We're resilient. We've endured, all kinds of challenges, with the first contact of Europeans, even, to policies that really haven't been favorable to Indian country and to all of us. And so we're here today as proud Indian people. And that's because of our knowledge and our tradition and our language. And so, one of the things that I like to see, as we talk about business development is also, recognizing who we are. And so in our Navajo way, when you introduce yourself, you introduce your clan and where you're from and what you do. And so, and then in the business settings, we usually have an opening prayer and a closing prayer, which, obviously recognizes our origins and our leaders and our holy people. And so I just want to, basically leave that with all of us here today is think about the language. I know that, for example, in the American Rescue Plan, there is some provision for native languages. And so I think to me, as a leader here on Navajo and as a leader for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, I think it'll be very, very important so that we don't lose who we are. I think it'll be important that we teach ourselves and remind ourselves, don't forget to speak your language at home, at your work, and at your tribes. And so it's very, very important. And so I'm not a good Navajo speaker, but I commit myself every day to learn. And so I encourage all of us, everyone here on this great forum to think about it. So with that, I just want to say, Ahihat, thank you for spending the day with us and learning more about business development. And again, my hat's off to our team at the National Center, Chris James and his team for putting on a great program. And then lastly, thank to our sponsors. We can't do this without our great sponsors who, are contributing to make sure that, we have, great presentation, great speakers. We're able to do this via internet. And so I'll turn it back over to you, but thank you so much. And I look forward to many, many good things to come to all of our Indian-owned businesses, our Indian entrepreneurs, and our Indian people. So, ahihat, and thank you.
We're going to take a break for lunch. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Is that right? Yeah, 1 o'clock. And thank you, everyone that's in the room. Lunch is provided. I believe it's outside set up. So please enjoy, and then we'll see you back at 1.
Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Tiffany, can you hear us?
I sure can. Hi.
Hi. We are gonna get started in just a couple of minutes. We are waiting on Tina
Okay.
still. But you know what? If she's not on yet, you can start it off. Do you have your presentation? We'll make you a presenter.
Yeah, I have
that
it
you can share
open
your
on my
screen.
machine. Do I know how to do that? Let's see.
We're gonna send you a notification right now.
Oh, okay.
Is this really? Tiffany, we have about 3 minutes.
Okay, great.
All right, you're ready to go.
You can see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. Out of all the platforms, this is the one I've only used a few times, so.
Oh yeah. What? Um,
Here's Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Can you hear and see me? Oh,
We
there, I
can.
got the wrong camera up, so let me how to figure this out.
We still have a couple minutes. You guys are
Okay.
good.
Tina, would you like to start us off?
Maybe if I can get my webcam right to the right camera. How do I do that?
Do you have a presentation?
I do.
Okay, let me stop sharing mine so that you can share yours.
I don't know how to use this, so I'm looking at the wrong camera. Let's see, webcam. Let's see, what does this say? Webcam. Webcam. I don't want it.
Hey, Tara.
Yes.
I
Can you?
I stopped sharing my screen so that Tina could share hers first, and then now I don't know how to turn that back on when it's time.
You'll get a notification. So
Okay.
once Tina's done sharing her screen, our team will send you another link. It will pop up on your screen.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I can't tell which screen am I still showing. Oh, God. How do I get it to show this screen, this monitor? Oh my gosh.
There was like a little drop down thing that allowed me to switch it.
Okay.
Do you guys want to start with Tiffany?
We're gonna start with Tina. Well,
okay.
I'm just
unless
going to
Tina,
move my camera over. on my other one. I don't know why it's not showing this other camera. Right, I had it fixed earlier, and of course, I'm ready to go on. It's not gonna work. Irritating. Sorry.
You guys
Hopefully I
ready?
can-
Yeah, let's go.
Okay,
All
I'm
right,
gonna try
ready?
it. I feel like I'm not. I feel like it's.
And
I,
as far as your screen, I still set it, I still show connected to GoToWebinar. Did you have a slide deck you were showing?
Yeah, I was trying to show a slide deck, but how do I show that? Let's see. Oh my gosh. Show screen.
PowerPoint, you can open up the PowerPoint and then click on it.
Okay.
There you go.
Is it showing?
It is now, yep, you got it.
Is it showing my notes or the screen?
The notes.
Oh. Here, let me try one more thing. How about now?
Nothing. Okay, go to end slideshow. On the top.
Oh wait, let me try this.
Yeah, swap.
Did that work?
Nothing changed.
Nothing's up now. You had it.
I don't know enough about
Okay, from right there, click
idea.
slideshow at the top. And oh, yeah, slideshow.
Okay.
And now
Can't get these things out of my way, so I don't know what I'm looking at. Irritating.
yeah, hit that button right there that you're hovering over, slideshow.
All right, did that work?
You're good. Okay, we're gonna start. Erin, are we good? All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Hopefully everybody's still with us. We are going to start the afternoon part of our NEI. And again, we are in Washington and we are being hosted by the Snoqualmie tribe at the Salish Lodge. This afternoon, we have empowering your business, technical advice. We're going to talk about procurement. We have a funding piece that's going to be coming up, a small business panel, and avenues of economic development and partnerships that work. And I'm going to introduce Lindsay Lejeune, and she is with our National Center team, and she's going to be the moderator for this group. And thank you, Tina and Tiffany, for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. As Tara mentioned, I am Lindsay Lejeune. I am the PR coordinator at the National Center. And first up today, we have Miss Tina Bigay. She is the lead trainer at Sister Sky, and she has her MBA and her Bachelor's of Science in Business from the University of Montana. She has more than 20 years of experience in business and nonprofit strategic planning, accounting, management, and development. She also has extensive experience working with entrepreneurs while coaching them on foundational topics in business, construction, financial statements and projects, personal financial planning, and tax preparation. So, Miss Tina, I think you have it all set up and you can go whenever you're ready.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be on the panel. I'm going to just give a short presentation here about the work that I do for Sister Sky. I'm assuming you're seeing my slides
Yes,
and it's
ma'am.
not a note side. Okay. Um, as you said, just a little bit about myself. My name is Tina Bigay. I'm Bilagana Nishli Tapahan Bashishchi Bilagana Dashishche. And what that means is I'm born for the Water's Edge and Salt Clans. I'm from Rock Point, Arizona, but I make my home in Arlee, Montana, among the Confederated Salish and Kootenai people. And I have dedicated over 25 years to business. I've been involved in as far as business goes, I've worked in a business office. I've ran the National American Indigenous Business Leaders for 15 years. Prior to working at Sister Sky, I taught at a tribal college for 10 years. I taught a wide range of classes. When you're a tribal college teacher, you pretty much, teach anything from intro to business finance. I happen to specialize in accounting and tax law. And let's see, I've been married for 26 years. I have 5 children and have 10 grandchildren. One just arrived recently. So that's a little bit about me. A little bit about Sister Sky. We have what we call 2 divisions. We have a product division and we have a federal contracting division. Our product division is what we're most known for. We have products like Kevin's Care, White Willow, smudge spray, and bath bombs. I do not work on that side of the business. I work on the federal contracting side. I work for a program. We got a federal contract through the Small Business Administration, Office of Native American Affairs. And we are charged with going out and delivering business workshops out in 10 regions. We were supposed to visit them twice, but the pandemic hit and we've been delivering them virtually. So that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about. Our empowerment workshops are established to help Native entrepreneurs and artists just get their start and get them going and running their businesses in a good way. When we did our training methodology for coming up with our curriculum, we wanted to use things that we know that work with Native people. We do the best practices for serving that demographic. We use role models, experiential learning, oral presentations. A lot of ours is visual learning as well. And then most of all, it's a facilitated learning, which means it's one-on-one with me, and I help you walk through each of the steps of our modules. It's designed for anyone to take our course. You could be, a business owner, a mentor, a planner, a director of an economic development program. It's really designed for just about anyone. We are using what's called we're calling it a TP business model. And what you're seeing on the screen here is we focus on 8 areas of running a business. And we chose this TP business model just because it has a cultural significance to most Native people. We know that not everyone uses a TP, but it's a good way to represent what it takes to run a business. We have 8 modules that we go over. I won't talk about all of them in interest of time, but one of the key ones, the first one, we kind of hit you with how to start a business and get it going, all the paperwork and things like that. Then we go over, how to market it. We do cash flow projections and figure out your break even. We also have some pop-up economy information that we deliver. And then we also provide resources. We pride ourselves on being bridge connectors. And if a particular entrepreneur needed help in a specific area, we can reach out to people that can help them. So it's more one-on-one business coaching. Our empowerment workshops are designed, we have kind of two ways that we deliver it. We do a 2-day training and we do a 2-week training. The 2-day is over 6 hours a day, and then 2 weeks is 90 minutes a day for 4 days a week over 2 weeks. We offer continuing education credits. We are starting to see, this is about the 26th webinar that we done on this, and we find that people will take the 2-day training and it's kind of fast and intense, and then they'll stop off and do come back around and do the 2-week training so they could take it in smaller bites. That's what we're kind of seeing. We also offer train the trainer webinars, where we know in Indian country that it's really important to have people trained and to be able to educate people on how do you start a business. I just am a firm believer that it takes a special skill and training for a trainer to be able to advise and mentor people. And so we offer that. We just had one today. I did that earlier today, and we're going to have some more in June and September, I believe. How do you sign up? You can visit our website at nativesba.sisterskyinc.com. And then I know that the panel, so you can sign up that way, and then I don't know how you're going to run the panel, but I just have the questions and comments. If anyone has any questions or comments about Sister Sky or any of the trainings that we can do, I could take those after the next speaker. I also wanted to give you kind of like, where are we? We're located in Spokane, Washington. We have just our general Sister Sky Inc. website that you can look at as well. And of course, you can do the old-fashioned way and give us a call. That's about all I have. I don't know how to stop the share. How do I stop my share in spas?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Sorry, I'm so bad at this. I'm used to Zoom, and so I don't know how to work this thing. So stop my webcam. No.
I think you're all stopped. I think they might have done it for you, Tina.
Okay, thank you.
So I think the audience is now seeing my screen. And it's a pleasure to share the stage with you today, Tina. I'm a big fan of your businesses, and I know that you're one of the harder working folks during this pandemic, helping get businesses still resilient as they move forward. So I want to thank the National Center for inviting me today to talk about the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, PTACs. I just have a few slides and then a couple of hot topics. I can't go anywhere without including a little bit of technical assistance in what I talk about related to government contracting. So bear with me on those. So the PTAC, Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, we've been around for over 30 years across the country. We increased the number of government contracts and subcontracts that are awarded to the firms that we work with in Washington. I'm focused on Washington state firms, and we help them find opportunities, we help them bid, help them get paid, and everything else in between. We want businesses successful and growing as a result of government contracts in their portfolio. Our services are offered at no cost. We're funded by the federal government to provide this service through a grant from the Department of Defense. So that allows us to provide no cost services to the 1,400 firms that we work with each year. We do have an optional bid match service that we charge for if businesses are having a hard time checking multiple websites for opportunities, government contracting opportunities. They can sign up for a bid match and get a daily email of all the solicitations that match what it is they do. I should do a good plug for the American Indian Chamber Education Fund, PTAC. They're out of Arizona and California, but they do have an office here in Washington State as well. And they cover several Bureau of Indian Affairs regions throughout the country. They're helping businesses do the same thing. What's unique about their program is Congress has recognized the unique needs of tribally owned firms and Native American owned firms, and so they've siphoned off a chunk of the PTAC funding for the Native American PTAC programs. And so we do a ton of referrals back and forth. We attend each other's events and support each other that way, and we encourage firms to do the same. So if you're not in Washington State, you're welcome to use the Association of PTAC website that I have listed on the slide there, and look up the PTAC closest to you. So hot topics, there's a couple. The biggest one is, I assume firms in the room or on the line are active government contractors. If you're not in the marketplace yet and you're just dipping your toe in and thinking about it, this might not mean a whole lot to you. But if you're actively pursuing government contracts, you're probably aware of the beta.sam.gov websites or the sam.gov websites. And there's some huge changes on the horizon for both of those systems. And it's important that we all keep our eyes on them. So they're in the process, the government's in the process of combining, I think, 10 or 9 sites into one. And they've done the green ones on the slide, and now SAM is next. The System for Award Management is where any business that wants to sell to the federal government has to have an active registration. And beta.sam is where businesses can go to find opportunities to bid on, as well as award notices. So both of these sites are critical to federal contracting success. We expect a new redesign to come out on April 26th, so it will look different. We're always cautioning firms not to get scammed by third-party entities that will charge you to access these sites. They're free, and you shouldn't have to pay to get a DUNS number or to get into SAM or any of these sites. So when a new refresh comes open, the sharks kind of swarm around that confusion and try to sell folks on new and exciting offerings that they might be having. And then the biggest news is on May 24th, so later this spring, they're going to drop the beta and fully incorporate the SAM registration system into the beta.sam, which is where the award notices are and the solicitations are. So they'll become one. And that's going to be a lot of confusion. It's going to be a lot of fun to learn the new system, but I think we will all get through it together. And the trick is to make sure that you can actively log into both of those systems right now, and that they're connected and they're linked and they're happy together. And we're being promised by the General Services Administration that it will be fine. There's not a whole lot a firm needs to do at this point if they have that all in place. So if you're worried about it, call your PTAC and we can walk you through it. But that is coming, and that's a big deal. The next big hot topic is cybersecurity, and this is mainly for defense contractors right now, but the Department of Defense and Congress has implemented certification for cybersecurity. So every defense contractor will need to be cyber compliant and certified that they're cyber compliant at some point in the future. Like 2025 is usually the end date they talk about, but it's rolling out now to some businesses within the supply chain. So the only exception are those selling just exclusive commercial items. So if you are on a defense contract, or you would like to be on a defense contract, we recommend that you read your solicitation for CMMC requirements or cybersecurity requirements, and talk about upcoming cybersecurity requirements. So get your, we have the head in the sand image there, because they've been talking about this for a long time, but now it's actually hitting. So we're asking firms to really start paying attention, because the last thing we want to see is your firm not being able to bid on a government contract because you haven't done your self-assessment and uploaded your score, or you are not cyber certified and you're not allowed to bid as a result of that. So we want to try and lower the barrier to doing business with the government. And this is a pretty big barrier that they've put up. And so we're here as advisors to help you overcome that. I think that's all I want to say on that, unless there's people with Q&A later. Also, just if you are in business and you're active in the system for award management, you should have a robust and beautiful and up-to-date dynamic small business search. Agencies use this all the time to do market research to try and find out, are there businesses that are selling what I'm looking to buy? And you know, the direct buy limits have gone up a little bit during COVID, so it's a good opportunity to just be found if you do sell something that's a smaller dollar value. But include your capabilities narrative and your keywords of what it is you do, and it might just help you out in the future. We also recommend a capabilities statement, and if you don't have one of those yet and you're established in the government marketplace, please reach out to your PTAC and help you. They have templates and we can help you get that all ready to go so you can start actively promoting your firm. There is no shortage of training events, especially in the land of the COVID. A lot of it has gone online, and so travel is not really a barrier. So you can find events all over the country or meet the buyers all over the country and start really getting to know those customers and learning about the government marketplace. We have 3 ones coming up that I thought would be relevant to the audience here today. One is for construction firms related to estimating and bidding. Another is a 3-part series on responding to an RFP. That'll be done by a guest speaker of ours. And then the 3rd one should be just fun hour spent with a private investigator on the top 10 things government contractors should know about avoiding fraud. That's all about making sure that you understand your size and your socioeconomic status and all of that. So there's no shortage of events. We put them all on our calendar there, and we hope you check those out. That's my contact information, but I look forward to the Q&A, and I'm glad to share the stage with Sister Sky too, because it's always nice to have real business that has been there, done that, to also help field the questions. So thanks again. Do we know if there's any questions for us today?
I don't know.
Microphone. Okay, well, I don't really have a question, but I need to do a big shout out to both Tiffany and to Sister Sky. Sister Sky is one of our 8A firms, although they may have graduated this past year. But, you know, when you have somebody as talented as the PTAC helping, and then you have somebody who's actually walked that walk, that's a big difference. And Sister Sky is doing these webinars, and so make sure that you can take advantage of them. SBA gave them just a tiny bit of money, and so they've leveraged that to be a really big impact. So thanks to both of you.
I would just like to say too, with being a federal contractor, when we first started, and the sisters talk about this too, is when they first started, you know, you don't really know where to begin. It's kind of like, and I don't know if it's a pride thing, but for Native women especially, it's hard to kind of reach out and ask for help and admit that you kind of don't know how this process works. And I just like to say, as a company that we have a lot of federal contracts, but we would not have had that unless we reached out to our local person. And interestingly not, apparently, and the sisters tell this story, they didn't get help at first, that it didn't work. And they didn't give up though. They went through and they asked for someone else. And then someone else helped them. And they were really instrumental in getting them to the next step to be able to get themselves ready so that they can be a federal contractor. And when I'm doing these empowerment workshops, what I'm finding out is entrepreneurs are just starting off and they're small, and I actually have my own personal business too. I specialize in nonprofit accounting and some other industries, and I do business education and things like that. And I often hear people say to me, oh, you could get federal contracts, or why don't you go after federal contracts? And I just would like to say, you know, at my company, I don't really want to go after federal contracts. Personally, I believe they're super hard to manage, and you have to really be organized and know your stuff. And if I can survive without them, I'm gonna survive without them. And that's a choice that I made, though. And the same thing with the sisters, they have made a choice, Sister Sky, that they want to go after federal contracts. They want to be the best at everything that they do, and they have a mission to serve that type of industry. And so one of the things that they do that I know that most Native entrepreneurs think about, like, I want to be able to get federal contracts. So what do I have to do to get federal contracts? And I say this all the time, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Tiffany, but one of the first things that you should do is just start your business and register it, because I believe you have to be in business for at least 2 years to be even uh, eligible. You know, I don't know that to be, you know, to be able to check that box or whatever. I think that another thing, if you're going to be in the game of federal contracting, you have to have a team of people that, you know, it's something that takes a lot of time and energy, and you have to have a lot of different people that have a lot of different skills, a skill set. I know that it's a lot of writing and paperwork and reporting, and there's, you know, it's all about tasks and activities, and so you have to be able to prove that you're doing the job and that you're doing it great, not just good, but great. Because I tell people that you have to set yourself, you can't just rely that say, oh, I'm a native business, I'm going to get all these federal contracts thrown at me. It doesn't work like that. It's a competitive environment. You have to show that you have the skill and the know-how to handle and manage those type of grants. And then the third thing I would say that you at Sister Sky is you keep outstanding financial records and accounting management of your program, and you have a system of how you track your employees. And so that's just a few of the things that I see by working for a person who does federal contracting. But on the side of the managers of it, like the sisters, like when they look at a contract and whether or not they're going to go after it. And then you, as a business person, it's okay too, where some contracts you might find like, hey, I don't think I'm going to go after that one because it's not going to work for our particular company. So we do look at that at Sister Sky. We look at contracts, and if we really want to go for one, you know, we put our heart into it. But if we find where we're in a contract situation where we're like, oh, you know, that's probably not going to be enough money to cover how we want to do it, and we want to protect our reputation as well. And so I think just talking about that out loud on this panel is something that people don't talk about. They just talk about how could you do it and all those technical sides. But on a business side and knowing business as a business owner, those are the side that people don't talk about, the formalities of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Being strategic about your choice to enter the marketplace and stay in it is it has some pretty big considerations, and that's the kind of thing we would want to talk to a firm about is, are you sure? And do you understand the realities of the marketplace? And if not, let's help you figure out the realities of your industry and how it fits. And whether or not you had mentioned the 2 years, I think you're probably referencing the 8A application and business development program that the SBA has. That will give a minority-owned firm a significant competitive advantage in the government marketplace. But they want that to be, that's a certification that's for established businesses. So they've been around for a while. But yeah, if you're new to the marketplace, meet with an advisor and really strategize on how to make go, no-go decisions when it comes to bidding. Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. Well, first I'll check. Do we have any questions through the online? We do? We're
I don't
gonna
know
get
how
a
to.
microphone and then we're gonna read you guys those questions so you'll be able to answer them.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Can you hear me?
I wish I was with you guys.
Me
I love
too.
Snoqualmie.
The first question is, do you see many tribally owned firms look to joint venture or mentor protege with native owned companies? It's the question is real, there's multiple questions in here, but then it says, Ms. Begay, living on the CSKT res, would see opportunity with CSKT tribal owned firms. I'm a tribal member of CSKT and would love to see about working with the tribe. I've been awarded federal contracts with my company.
I can answer one of maybe some of those, and Tiffany maybe can help me out here. But I do believe that you can do joint ventures, but that's another tax situation and a tax issue, and so you have to, if you're gonna, and it depends on like if you're who you're having the partnership with. So if you have a non-tribal, let's say a non-tribal business wants to partner with you and you're the tribal piece of it, I believe there's some kind of percentage requirement for that. And then also, I know when I teach tax class that when you do a joint venture like that, the even though the tribal member, they might not have a tax obligation, or a tribe, they don't have a tax obligation. But if you're partnering with a non-tribal entity, that entity would have to pay tax on it. So that's what I know about that. And then the question about the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, they're one of the more progressive tribes. They're well known for their tribal enterprises. They understand federal contracting. They're very good at it. I don't typically see them partner with individual business people and businesses. I haven't, I'm not going to say that it's never been done, but I don't really see, I haven't come across that in any of my 20 years that I've been working for them. I don't recall seeing that at all. I do see where they do partner with, like other government agencies and not individuals, but that's not to say that that couldn't happen.
On the joint venture and teaming, that is extremely common in the federal marketplace. Overall, government contracts are getting bigger. It's easier for the government to do a larger design build type project or a bigger government contract rather than 50 smaller ones. And so it's harder for a small business to handle that all on their own. So then that becomes, maybe teaming or just prime sub type relationships, very common in the marketplace. One thing we always caution, I'll mention there is a new program, newish, it's called the All Small Mentor Protege Program, where a large company can mentor a smaller protege, and the two of them can form a joint venture and go after work together as if they had the same socioeconomic designation as a small business. So all of a sudden you have small businesses competing in the marketplace that are essentially backed or partnered with the big guys. And that kind of changes the competitive landscape a little bit. And we always equate it to getting married. So before you get married, hopefully you and your partner both know yourselves and you are grounded in who you are. So as grounded as a business can get with who you are, your pricing, your employees, you feel like you're established and ready to go, then you can get married, and you literally are getting married when you joint venture. You're forming a brand new company with your partner, and there's some risk and some considerations there that you want to make sure that you fully understand. And then just like Tina mentioned, follow all the rules that the SBA clearly lays out for that joint venture agreement on who has to do what percent of work and who gets what profit and all of that. You don't want to mess around with getting those wrong. So yeah, very common in the marketplace. In some instances, it is the one of the only ways to be competitive if you're small is to consider new partnerships and teams, and your friends become, or your competitors become your friends, and vice versa. So
Thank you, guys. Erin, is there any more questions? There's
I
one more.
seen one in the chat area. Do we want to answer that one? Said, thank you. I'm a big fan of Sister Sky products too. I have a grandson that has bad eczema, and Kevin's Care is the only thing that has saved him. And then I'm a fan of White Willow, so it's a very nice fresh scent, and it's not too smelly. I don't know how you say that, but the question is, and I get this often from people, the question says, what are some best grants for people for under 15K or a first-time Native woman-owned business? I get that all the time. And I just tell people straight up, grants are they don't come around a lot. You hardly will ever see a grant actually come around. And if I've seen them more in the past 6 months than I ever have in my career because of the COVID relief dollars. But most grant programs are tribal specific. So for example, here on the Flathead Reservation, the CSKT people, they have a small business loan program, and they've had it for years. I've been running it at least 10 years. Are not running it, but advising people to help them apply for it. And they have, and it's for you have to be an enrolled tribal member of this tribe, and then you can get, $7,000. You have to submit a business plan, your cash flow statements, do the whole 9 yards like you're going to the bank. And so I see those types of things. The other thing I see, earlier I heard some of the sessions, I was listening in on some of the sessions, and you'll see some nonprofits that will have grant money, but those are usually for artists. And I see you're in food and retail kind of business. I very rarely see those in grant situations. So the next thing that and I tell all of my clients that I serve, and I serve clients exactly like you, small business, usually food service people. They usually, what you'll want to do is the whole process of how you get it started is you want to go to your bank and you want to see if you can get a bank loan, and then that starts the process. And see if your bank, we call it if you're bankable or not. And if you're not bankable, which don't get mad at your banker, because there's kind of these rules of things that you got to have in order to be bankable. And like even me, I have a strong business, and I couldn't go in there and get a loan. It's really hard. So you want to start there, and they'll tell you, hey, you're bankable. We can give you a loan. And if you're not, then they have connections to all kinds of other resources. So CDCs, other loan types of programs that you might qualify for. And then I heard earlier today, the one gentleman said that now there's what's called the PPP loans, and those are forgivable, which means, who ever heard of a forgivable loan? Basically, you take out a loan, and it says, okay, if you get this loan, then if you spend it on salaries, utilities, and rent, we're going to tell you don't have to pay it back. And so that's the best kind of loan that you want to get. But I'm going to give you a piece of advice about that. In order to be eligible for those types of loans, you have to show that you had a Schedule C, or you have to show your cash flow projections. You have to been paying your employees. And I made this mistake with my business. I paid my employees a contract for services for years until this year. I changed. I'm like, okay, I'm paying them a paycheck so I could be eligible for these pay period protection loans. And it's not very hard to do. So I recommend people pay their employees an hourly wage so you can be eligible, because this isn't going away. This is going to be long term, I feel. And I also feel like as business people, no matter what, you need to have your business ready. I call it putting your financial package ready. because you want to be ready for any grants that come along. So there probably is going to be more grants that come along that are going to be that you might be eligible for. Nonprofits are going to start to offer grants for business people because they're recognizing that's what runs our country. And so they're going to get on board and say, hey, we have these grants. So right now is the perfect time for you to start to get your financial package together, whether you're going to get a loan or a grant right now. So you want to, get a business checking account. You want to file your taxes, hire a good tax person to limit your tax liability. Make sure you're doing everything legally, but you can show it on paper on purpose. Because for many years, Native Americans, we've been able to run businesses without doing that. That's the way we've done it for years. And it's worked because we have the system behind the scenes that works for us. But now those systems have been broken. They're shut off. They're not working like they normally work. And so now we're going to have to follow this other system. So it's so important that you get yourself and your business ready to be able to take advantage of those right away, because you don't want to be running a business and trying to get all that situated and all these things are happening. So the sooner you get yourself organized, the better. I hope I answered that question right. But there really is no grants right now. I think there's going to be some that come down the line, but your best bet is getting a lower interest rate loan or some kind of loan program that's secured by some other organization or project. That would be your best bet. But the first thing is to be able to be bankable on your own. But most people aren't because they have no credit or bad credit. That's my experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we are just about at time. So I'm going to turn it back over to Tara. Before I do so, I see some people are starting to kind of float in and out of the room. I just wanted to make sure everyone remembers that there will be a survey emailed to you guys after the event, and we appreciate it if you fill that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah, we really would appreciate the survey, even anyone listening online. We really appreciate feedback. We want to constantly improve these trainings, and these trainings are focused on your needs, so we'd like to hear what those are. Our next group is going to be coming on, and this is a unique group, and they are currently at the University of Washington. They are in their bachelor's program. We were connected with them through the Washington Department of Commerce, and moderating this session is going to be Chad Marchand, and we'll let our next panel start to get up and get their presentation ready.
Hello, everyone.
Trying to get off here. Let me get off here.
Is everybody online, Aaron? Is everybody online? They're all on, okay.
Yeah, I think we're all coming.
See the top of my head. Well, welcome. Again, my name is Chad Marchand, Vice President of National Center. This session, as Tara mentioned, is titled Funding or Funding Finder, a website connecting small business to funding. Within this, I'll go through, I do have you guys' bio, so I can go through that. You guys can also introduce yourself when you get on. But first up, Abigail. Abigail's the team's project manager, designer, and main point of contact. She has minor in Asian American Studies outside academics. She has short films, film production club. Kelson Flint. Kelson works with the data that keeps the site up and running. He's also graduating this spring with a minor in physics. Angel Merkay Lepson. Like Lauren, Angel codes the site's front end and does. She'll also be graduating this spring and currently residing in her home state of Nevada. And Lauren Ying is as a front end developer. Lauren makes Abigail's designs come to life and codes everything. Hopefully you guys are used to using Zoom, since I know you guys probably all been out of college this entire year. But I'll turn it over to you. And what we've been doing is just doing. You guys are welcome to go through your panel how you have it set up. There's roughly, hopefully Tara, we went through this, was about 30 minutes in this presentation. And so we'll do some Q&A once you guys are done with the panel, and we'll walk around the mic in the room. We're also doing this by webinar. And so if there's any questions that come through online, I'll make sure to relay those to you guys. So I'll turn it over to you guys.
Great, sounds good. Okay, so just to introduce ourselves, we are Team Kala, and we've been working on creating this website called Funding Finder since December 2020. And in this presentation, we're going to walk you through our journey of creating this.
So where are we from? So we're students at the Information School within UW, and we're doing this capstone project. So it's 20 weeks. We started, I think, like Abigail said, all the way back in January, and continuing this to June. And we are creating this application with the Washington State Commerce Department, with Sarah Lee, and creating this joint project to hopefully give small businesses easier access to funding. So we'll talk about that more in the next couple of slides.
Yeah, so just a little bit more information about our team. Our main areas of expertise are in design and development / coding. Yeah, again, like I'm Abigail Kinsai, and I'm the team's project manager and designer. As the project manager, I kind of just make sure that my team has everything they need in order to do what they need to do. So that's kind of just like scheduling meetings and doing a bunch of like planning stuff. And then as the designer, I specify how our website kind of like works and what it looks like. And I just kind of do like a lot of the things that aren't involved with coding. Yeah. Wait, Kelson, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was muted, sorry. Hi, I'm Kelson. Like Chad said, I handle all the data, manage our system architecture, and make sure that the app stays up and accessible.
I'm Lauren. I am the front-end developer, so I think like the introducer said, I kind of make Abigail's designs come to life, and we'll be showing that off later on in the presentation.
Yeah, hi, I'm Angel. I'm the other front-end engineer along with Lauren. Like Lauren said, you kind of just help make all of Abigail's designs come to fruition, as well as making sure that users can interact and have a good overall experience using our website.
So yeah, just to give a bit more context about this project, we came into it with a lot of information from the Washington State Department of Commerce. Basically, they told us that many businesses have been hit hard by the pandemic. And just to tie a number to that, according to Yelp, like about 3,000 businesses were closed in Seattle during the early months of the pandemic. And small businesses have especially been disproportionately affected. So at this kind of like starting stage of working on this project, we were just being really open-minded as to what we would build as part of a solution to this problem. And Commerce just gave us some ideas of what they wanted us to build. But overall, they emphasized that our solution should be equitable, accessible, and well-managed. So our first step into building this solution was kind of just to do some research. So to focus this research process and to start to scope down like what we were actually going to make, we came up with this problem statement, which is how might small businesses achieve financial stability so that they can reopen safely post-pandemic?
So with our problem statement clearly outlined and having our problem area and scope decided on, we then conducted some initial research to further contextualize and understand our problem area. With that, we were then able to validate the claims and information that the Department of Commerce gave us. And overall, we found that minority-owned businesses were disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and they experienced problems stemming from a lack of financial knowledge and financial resources made specifically for them.
So our overall solution was to develop a platform which could help educate our users through like the tumultuous COVID relief process, and also build a system that can match our users to the most applicable funding and technical assistance available to them. We've also optimized our app to be mobile friendly so that we can support our users even if they don't have a computer handy.
So with our concept clearly envisioned, we then developed the prototype and conducted some user testing and stakeholder interviews to validate our solution. And based on the feedback we received, we had 5 main takeaways. 1, we found that it was crucial for our eligibility questionnaire form to have simple language that would make it easy for users to understand. 2, we learned that we needed to be very explicit and explain to our users why we needed certain information about their business. 3, we were given more resources that we could further investigate to make a better product, and ones that we can even offer to our users to eventually learn about for themselves. 4, we learned about the specific services and types of support that our users would want from our product. And 5, we were able to reorganize the flow of questions in our eligibility questionnaire form to lower the amount of time it took for users to fill out said form. And so with our concept now validated, this is the prototype that we ended up creating and have now been working on. So as you can see here, this is a summary of our first flagship feature, which is a financial literacy library that has a plethora of external links to resources and information that will help users become financially literate and prepare them for when they actually end up applying to funding opportunities.
So our other feature is this eligibility form. So small businesses can fill this out, and it will help narrow down what funding and assistance organizations they match for. It helps them basically just find the best matches for their businesses. And then this is kind of the results screen, which shows the user what funding and assistance organizations best match them. So just to be more specific, like funding are just like grants and loans. And then under the assistance tab, that's just kind of like different assistance organizations like Sister Sky. And they just have like other like financial or technology experts. And so doing this project, we wanted to just really make sure that we were impacting a community, since that's kind of one of our group's values, which we kind of laid out at the beginning of our project. And so we know kind of designing for too broad of an audience, or like the average user, kind of just ends up with you designing for no one. So to address this, like as we were building this project, we decided to focus on tribal small businesses as like our main like user group. Especially like when designing this customer facing part of the product. And we chose to do this because we got a lot of enthusiasm and support from Ernie, who's the tribal liaison at Commerce. And also like this project is being done as like part of a class. So we have like a teaching assistant, Tessa, who's like a tribal member, and she's been like very willing to help us make connections in addition to the connections Ernie has already been making for us. So the way we've kind of just been ensuring that this product has an impact on tribal small businesses is by getting input and feedback from a lot of different tribal members, from our TA Tessa to local tribal small business owners, and just implementing the feedback that they've been giving us.
So with that, I wanted to introduce you to our persona. But first, I'd like to explain what a persona is and why we created one. So when it comes to developing a product, it helps to have a clear understanding of who your users are, so then you can then create the best product that's catered to them. To help us with that, we've created a persona that's representative of who we envision using our website. For our product, we limited ourselves to one stakeholder and therefore prioritize the needs of small business owners. So without further ado, meet Joel. He's a restaurant owner and Tulalip tribe member. This persona is sort of based off of a few of the small businesses that we've been in contact with and have been doing user testing and things like that. Joel is currently struggling to pay his employees, and he doesn't really know where to get the financial systems that's right for him and his business. So we will now have a live demonstration of how Joel may navigate our current site, courtesy of Lauren.
Yes, thank you. And so we'll head on to the demo, and as you can see, hopefully you can see, there is this page right here, and it's a little small. This is optimized for a mobile view. So we can just pretend this is on your phone, but out of convenience for myself, we're going to show this on a laptop. But hopefully you guys, some of you small businesses, can relate to the Joel story. And so this is maybe how you could navigate the site as well. So this is our landing page right here, Funding Finder. And here we have the three main features kind of outlined right here. The library, search tool, and then questionnaire, and then how, like, the page that shows the funding. So first we can look into the library. Maybe I'm not super familiar with how it works. What, like, I guess, perks I get as maybe a tribal small business or minority business. So let's take a look into both of them. So here we see that there's some information, maybe where we can look into. So we provide a bunch of links, just reference to other sites that have already compiled these lists of resources and information. They all have their own like lists and whatnot that can hopefully help you. And in the future, we do hope to expand this, but for right now, as we only have been doing this for 10 weeks, we have provided some lists, some links. Hopefully this loads, awesome. And we would do that the same for each of these library pages. We have a small description of it, and then some links to just get some more resources, some more help, because we are not the experts. We're simply just trying to share this information and get it out there for you guys. And so the other component to our application is our search tool to search funding as well as technical assistance. So before we jump into that, we have this matching questionnaire. Anything you answer here is going to be confidential. You are free to skip them all if needed, or just skip over the whole thing. So, and we also have this outlined right here, kind of what this questionnaire is for. So first off, we have what languages would you prefer? So I'm just going to assume Joel speaks English. If he's not comfortable picking this, we can just simply skip it. But for now, I'll just hit English. And why do we need this funding? This is to pay employees, and it is related to the pandemic. So we'll select those two. We'll also just select these, and these will help filter down which funding opportunities we are seeing. And we'll just make up a date, let's say February 13th, 2013. And then who are we? We are a dude, and we are also Native American, and I believe we're in the Tulalip tribe. So yeah, we can submit this, and right now you're seeing, I guess, a list of funding opportunities we have provided. Right up at top, we have the NEI EDC Emergency Loan Fund. So that's like something open to us. We have a huge list, but we have filtered it down so only the ones that you can like for sure apply to will be shown. So on this page, kind of have just a brief overview of everything you need to know before applying, like what the terms are, what the use is, the funding type, source, and when it's due. And when you do like this opportunity, you simply just go to the website and apply. Yeah, and we'll have a couple of these opportunities outlined on this main page right here. And yeah, there's the PPP, EIDL, and whatnot. There's a couple of them here, and you just simply have to go through them, see if you like it, and then apply instead of having to look all over the internet, potentially finding a resource that matches you. And on the other hand, we also have this assistance. I know Sister Sky was speaking earlier. They're a technical assistance provider, and so it'd be a great person to just reach out to and to talk to. So we provide their phone, email, as well as their website to just get a little more information about who they are. And we have that for, yeah, a couple of other assistant provider or technical assistance organizations. And I believe that's about it. We also have a language help, but I'm just going to assume most of us here speak English, so we don't need to check that out. But that should be the end of the demo. So up next, we'll take a look into how our application was built.
Okay, so I'll try not to bore you guys with the technical details, but we would like to emphasize that in the past, government funding websites like the recent Washington Works 3 application have crashed due to the high demand. So we wanted to make sure our app would be scalable and fault tolerant. We use a number of services to develop our application, but we primarily have used the Amazon Web Services stack to build and host our application. We're able to package our whole application into Docker instances that we can then set up to auto scale to meet a variable demand from our users so that they can see flawless performance at any scale we grow to. And our next steps for development in the next 10 weeks include creating a handoff portal for our commerce partners to add and update funding as it becomes available. And we also plan on implementing account creation for both users and lenders so that on an opt-in basis, we will be able to directly connect businesses to lending opportunities if it's appropriate.
Yeah, so we know a lot of you are small business owners, and and we just kind of want to like explain how this like will benefit you. So this product was really built with small business owners, specifically like tribal small business owners in mind. So I think that's kind of one of the main benefits of the website that we built, is that this was built with you in mind. And another benefit is that this is kind of just the start of like building like something better. We're just laying out the foundation for a website that might in the future like better facilitate building connections between small businesses and investors. And yeah, another benefit is just that like it connects like business owners to the best matches. So there's no like combing through like a bunch of grants and loans and assistance organizations that aren't relevant to the user. And lastly, this removes like a lot of the barriers to getting funding. Right now, like as we've mentioned before, like during the research process, there isn't really like a centralized location to get this type of information. So this kind of like helps start building that kind of centralized location. And it also just allows business owners to have more agency and information when making funding decisions. So they get that information from like the library as well as like being able to look for their own like funding matches. Yeah. So thank you so much for listening. We have this kind of like feedback form, which is like linked down there. I can also send it in chat. But if you aren't able to like kind of like say what you want to say right now, you can leave it in that form. But yeah, we also have our contact information down here. Yeah, thank you so much.
So before I go to the audience, any questions, Aaron, online? All right, perfect. One of the questions, I'm not sure how long you guys were online or what you're listening to this morning, but I know there was a question in our capital access piece that focused on, I know we focused a lot on loans, access to capital there, but you mentioned in this platform, there is information on grants. I'm not sure what that ratio is, what you guys are seeing on the ground, the availability to that. But if you guys could speak to the different opportunities, I think that are available that you've been seeing both, within the last 6 months through COVID, I think, and looking into the future.
Yeah, I think Kelson could probably speak the best about that.
Yeah, it's just in the previous presentation, I know Sister Sky mentioned that there aren't actually a lot of grants available. And coming through the internet, we've also found that there aren't a lot of grants available, although with the COVID relief process, there have been a few that have started up. Most recently, like highlighted, the Working Washington Small Business Grant 4, I believe, just opened up in the past week. So highly recommend to hop on that because there is limited funding there, but I know Washington just announced a very large sum of money to be granted out to small businesses there. But primarily, yeah, we've found that mostly the loans are available, but with the PPP loans and the new round of COVID relief, those are forgivable loans up to a certain amount. So technically they are grants if you use them properly. But yeah, we really just wanted to collect as much information as possible on loans and grants and provide it in the simplest fashion as possible, just so that people have an easier access to the loans and grants available.
Questions from the audience? You have the mic there. Do we have questions? All right, so one of the things that also popped up in the last session, I think, was some of the response to COVID and having access to cash and being prepared. I think going through, we're obviously not out of, the pandemic, As far as preparation goes, I know this gives a lot of different access, a lot of information. What would be your recommendations? I know this provides a lot, but as far as taking to the next step and preparing, we're not sure for, I think we're in phase 2 in the state, but I know like in Arizona, we're no longer have any restrictions in Arizona. So I think it's something where I'm not sure if you can address that, some of the things you guys are seeing from a business perspective and some of the clients that are accessing your guys' app.
Yeah, so we do have like a kind of like section on like COVID-19 resources, so that'll kind of like help out people get it'll kind of like help people get that kind of like information and assistance. Yeah, but I know Angel kind of like really went into like researching the library, so I don't know if you have any more insights.
So there are like the situation is always changing and it's very different like state to state and sometimes even county to county. But a lot of like the resources that I went and like sort of bundled together were sort of general things by the federal governments, since getting information from the horse's mouth, so to speak, right? So I know the Small Business Administration offers a lot of resources when it comes to sort of learning how to reopen your business. What are the safest ways to open your business? If you're like a restaurant or someplace indoors, getting the types of air filtration that you need in order to safely allow customers in, or even just like the protective equipment that's needed to ensure that your employees stay safe, right? So we just tried to collect as many resources like about those things to better help businesses prepare and be well equipped to continue operating or reopen now and in the future. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. Matt.
Hi, my name is Matthew Pleasance, and I'm with the Colville Confederated Tribes. I just want to say, like, I like the app. I like the idea behind it. I think there's a lot of utility that can come from it. One question I have is that, with small businesses, sometimes finding reliable information, like for like RFPs or bids that go out, was there any consideration of potentially adding like a little portal that could be centralized and where, let's say like a food truck can see there's a bid out and they can go bid on it and be able to go out and get, procure those services?
Yeah, so that was like one of like the early features we were like thinking of implementing. But it's just that like when we were building this first version of it, we kind of just had to narrow it down to like the least amount of to make like the minimum version of it that could like work. So I think that's definitely something that we're considering adding like in the future, adding like the RFP kind of proposals, because that is something that we've been hearing about, especially from like Ernie when he was like introducing a lot of like opportunities that we could include in here. So yeah, thank you for like reiterating like the importance of like adding like the RFP information, because yeah, we'll definitely take that into mind when adding further features.
Another question.
I'd like to say, one, I'm really impressed. We have children that are your age, and I'm going to go home and talk to them about what they're doing in their free time. But I would just, how much information are you putting personally on here to try to match up financing when it's like a questionnaire? Is it just saying you're Native American and I don't remember what the thing was, but how much information are you putting to find funding? And am I going to get called by 12 people right after, like when I applied for insurance?
No. So the way that the form works right now, it's not really saving any of the information. This is just kind of used as like a filter. But yeah, if the developers want to talk more about the algorithm, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So kind of how we have structured our whole database is that we have just certain criteria that each loan requires. And for the most part, it's like for a lot of just like the COVID relief funds, it's like, why do you need funding? And that's going to be outlined within each of the loans. And so if you do like are in this situation, this will just help us filter down a large list of loans and grants we do have available, and just make it more of a personal experience so you don't see everything. You see the ones that you can apply to. You're like, it doesn't, like, if you are not comfortable answering any of these, we can just simply like skip all of this. Skip this all, ignore this, and submit it. And it will change the form slightly, or the results slightly, and just provide more opportunities, different opportunities. But currently we are not saving any of it. So if you like completely just refresh your page, it's going to disappear. This will just the information we're kind of getting from you is just to help us filter down the results that you see.
Yeah, I would like to add, I know you said like you're gonna get called by like 12 different people when you're applying for insurance or like looking for a car on the internet. That's not gonna happen with this app. We will, however, like expand this questionnaire to include more financial information about your business when we are looking to try and match people to lenders. But again, that will only be on an opt-in basis, just to try and help people get even closer to funding and try and make it easier for them. But as of now, none of the information is saved. Eventually, if you create an account, you can save your own information, but we won't be sharing that information without your consent or anything like that. So you won't have to worry about that.
And another question, because you just said that, so if you create an account and we save our information, will it then give us new opportunities of funding that might be available?
As of now, we haven't actually made those connections directly with the lenders, but we are in contact with certain lending groups like the National Development Council, who has been very close to help on this. But we will be on an opt-in basis again, sharing information if you'd like to receive new opportunities or direct opportunities where they can help you facilitate like the PPP loan or other loans at your discretion.
I think we have a couple or maybe a minute left, but any other questions from the audience? All right, I will turn it over. I want to thank you guys again. I appreciate it. I know you guys are all Huskies. I'm a Wildcat, but I won't hold that against you. But thank you, Abigail, Kelson, Angel, and Lauren. Thanks for being here this afternoon with us, and we will pass along your contact information, and we also have your PowerPoint, so we'll have that out to our audience today. So, but thanks once again. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, everyone, just give us 1 minute. We're just trying to set up this next presentation. But coming up next, our CEO and President, Chris James, is going to be moderating, and we have John Shiraka. We're going to be doing government contracting and business development updates, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Tara, and thank you for all those folks that so far all the sessions have been really excellent. I really appreciate folks' attention thus far. I have the pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine, John Shiraka. He's with Government Contract Pros. John and I have known each other for a very long time, used to work together at the Small Business Administration, and great trainer and great friend. I'm going to turn it over to John, but I'm going to sit over here so I can interrupt him and ask questions as we go through his session. So John, take it over.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chris James. Thank you all for having me here this afternoon. Thank you to the National Center. Thank you to the SBA for the funding for this important training session and training sessions around the country. Appreciate the opportunity to be a part of it. Before we get started, I sort of want to just check to see, because I'm going to use the slides, and this is great that we actually have people here, so we're almost kind of back to a normal discussion with the audience, and it's always very helpful. So I'm interested to know how many current small businesses are out there? Like how many own small businesses right now? Okay, good. How many are currently in federal contracting in any way? Okay, awesome. How many are in state or local contracting? Okay, and then how many are looking to get into contracting? Okay, helpful. Very cool. And do we have any tribally owned entities, like owned by the tribe itself? Yes. Okay, awesome. So what I want to try to do, and I have a number of slides, and it's really a discussion of the overview of the programs in federal contracting in general. And then I kind of want to talk a little bit about some of the more recent changes that are a little bit more sophisticated, but that create strategies for contractors to engage in federal contracting these days. I saw the earlier panel, and there was a discussion around some of the challenges around federal contracting, contract sizes getting larger, more complex. And so what are the strategies, right? We're seeing a reduction in the number of individual firms participating in federal contracting. And there's a reason for that. And we'll talk about that. And then we'll talk a little bit about the strategies to be able to counter that, right? And there was some discussions about mentor-protege, but that's also something that we want to talk about as a tool to sort of enter the federal marketplace. So real quick, what I'd like to try to do, and I know we only have an hour, and Chris will chime in when he has any questions for me, but the other thing I do want to say is feel free to ask me questions as I go along. It's better to engage while the slide is up and it's sort of top of mind as opposed to wait for the end. So feel free to just interrupt me. I'm sure Chris will do the same, but feel free to interrupt me as we go along. I do want to say one thing, and I apologize for not mentioning this. Chris and I have been good friends, and one of the major reasons for that is when I was running these programs at the SBA, my first or second day there, Chris at the time was running the Office of Native American Affairs, knocked on my door and said, "You and I have to get to know each other because the programs that you run affect my communities." And so he has always been a incredible advocate for making sure that these programs really benefit the Native communities and that there's a way for them to participate and receive the benefits of these programs. Overall, you know, we've heard from different places, but I want to sort of put this all in one scope and talk about the federal marketplaces as itself, right? Why is it so important? Even if you're in the private sector, even if you're at the state level, being in the federal government place is really a benefit. And oftentimes folks will look at it and sort of be intimidated by it, right? But as we've learned today, there's a lot of support and resources to sort of get your feet wet. And as you get your feet wet and as you gain traction and develop those relationships, of course, it's important to do well when you do the work, but as you gain that traction, it really is a lucrative marketplace for small businesses to be involved in. So these are some of the things that I want to talk about, just overall sort of the overview of the marketplace, right? We always say the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? 400 to 500, maybe even $600 billion with a B every year. And 23% of that by statute has to go to small businesses. So you're talking about 90 to 100, 110 billion dollars every year into the hands of small businesses. And that has to happen, right? It's not like a, hey, we feel good about doing it and we're going to be generous in doing it. It actually has to happen by statute with respect to the set asides. And so in addition to that 23% with respect to the small business contracting, then there's the 5533, what we call the social and economic disadvantage or small disadvantage program, the 8A program, that's 5%. The women-owned small business program is another 5%. Service disabled, do we have any service disabled veterans in the audience? We might have some online. First of all, I know everybody says this, but thank you for your service, but that's a 3% goal. And then 3% for HubZone. And so for each of these various categories, there's different ways for getting certified or self-representing with respect to your status. And the federal government has all these goals that it has to meet every year, right? And some of them are full front-end certifications. Yeah.
One thing I guess I have a question. Well, is there an advantage for a business owner that meets multiple of these categories?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you as a small business feel that you can meet multiple categories, the federal government can't set aside a contract for, let's say, women on HubZone service disabled. However, you are much more attractive as a contractor to that contracting officer because they get to get credit for all three boxes, right? So a lot of folks don't realize this. They think that the goals are cumulative. In other words, it only falls in one bucket. It's going to either fall in the small business bucket or the 8A bucket or the HubZone bucket. It doesn't. It can count in multiple buckets. So as a small business, you're quote unquote more attractive if the contracting officer can give you $1 million contract and get 4 buckets filled with $1 million. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions on this so far? And we will talk about sort of the certification process for each of these. What I'll say is that the 8A certification process, for those of you that are considering it, number one, I would consider it. It's unique, special, different. Is there anybody 8A in? Awesome. So entity owned under the tribe. That's awesome. It is a process, right? Getting certified. And you have to be economically and socially disadvantaged, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But having said that, you know, getting certified opens up opportunities. I know that, you know, we had discussions with the district office earlier today. You talked maybe a little bit about business opportunity specialists, maybe not, but you'll be assigned a business opportunity specialist. That business opportunity specialist will guide you through your 9 years in the program. The one thing that we always say though is if you're getting into the 8A program, it's 9 years. Don't waste those 9 years, right? Don't go jump and get into the 8A program just because you qualify, unless you have some sort of base to build on, because it's a 9-year program and come year 5 and 6, you're going to start transitioning out, and some of the benefits of the 8A program, where we talk about sole source, start getting limited because you'll start losing the ability to rely entirely on sole source opportunities. So that's a front-end certification program. The HubZone program, also a front-end certification program. A little bit simpler than the 8A program. It's place-based, it's employee-based. It's not based on the individual, the designation of an individual owner. It's where the company is located or where their principal office is located, and we can talk a little bit about that, and where a percentage of your staff is located. And tribal land, by the way, is considered HubZone land.
And when John says tribal land, that's all trust land is automatically a HubZone. So folks that may either live in the community or on trust land, or actually have their employees live, that is in the law that trust land will always be in a HubZone. So other HubZones, they could change every census year, but so it may be 10 years from now, it may not be in a hub zone, but tribal land will always be in a hub zone. So it is an advantage for individual businesses and tribal businesses.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about this. The SBA has done some neat things to stabilize the Hub Zone program in the last couple of years. Because as Chris just sort of alluded to, the Hub Zone areas can change and the maps get updated, et cetera. And by the way, the SBA site is great. Their Hub Zone site, you put in your address, it's got a great map. It'll show you if that address is a Hub Zone or if it's not. But it was fluctuating in and out, and the SBA went ahead and locked it down, I think, up until this year, 2021, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you know that off the top of your head, but then it won't get updated until every 5 years, right? So it's going to be more stable. And then also with respect to your employees living in a hub zone, that requirement is becoming a little bit more stable as well. So we'll touch on that. I know we've got a lot to go through, but any questions so far from the audience on just the scope of the program, the set aside program? So when we talk about those front end ones, the Women Owned Small Business Program recently became a full front end certification program. It used to be quote unquote self-representation, kind of a hybrid. You uploaded some documents into certified.sba, but it became a full front end certification program similar to the Hub Zone and to the 8A. So there is some work on the upfront to get certified into that program. The Service Disabled program is a self-representation program for the entire government. The only place you have to go through certification for SDVOSB is if you want to work at the VA. If you want to work at the VA, it's a full front-end certification program. Right now, that resides with the VA. There is statute that requires it to come over to SBA so that every certification program is under the SBA, and that's being worked in. But as it stands, if you want to work for the VA, you have to be certified through them, through the CBE. If you want to work for the rest of the federal government, you self-represent. The SBA only checks if there's a protest. If there's a protest, it'll go to the status office. The status office will then require the documentation to determine if you are indeed a service disabled veteran-owned small business. Any questions so far or anything online at all so far? Yeah, so that's a great question. It was the Women-Owned Small Business Program has changed, and it's the question of full front-end certification. So previous to October 18th, you could self-represent, and when you register in SAM to do work with the federal government system for award management, you could click Women-Owned Small Business, and then it would open a file for you, and you would go to certified.sba and upload some documents. That has changed to a full front-end certification similar to the 8A program. Yeah, good questions. Did they get through the slides already? So Women-Owned Small Business captures a certain number of NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification Codes. And then there's the economically disadvantaged women-owned small business, which captures additional NAICS codes. And there was a study done by the SBA that determined where women-owned small businesses were underrepresented, and those industries are where set-asides can occur for women-owned small businesses. So it's only in those NAICS codes where set-asides occur. The women-owned small business NAICS codes and the economically disadvantaged women-owned small business NAICS codes. When I used to run the programs, it was Wosby and Ed Wosby. And people were like, who's Ed Wosby? I was like, okay, so how are set-asides enforced? This is really important because oftentimes when I even talk with sophisticated small business contractors, if you ask them, hey, wait a second, why did a set-aside occur? Why didn't a set-aside occur? And how do we make sure that we enforce that set-aside from occurring? In addition to the district offices, which you guys, again, met Carrie earlier from the SBA. In addition to the district offices, there's a field of what we call procurement center representatives. And the procurement center representatives are sort of quote unquote the cops on the beat, right? And they really oversee buying activities. But what do they oversee? So two things. One is the rule of two, And this is really important. This is the basis of the set-aside programs. If there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, then that requirement shall be set aside. And that shall is really, really critical in government language statutory speak, because it means it has to be set aside. It's not a may, it's not an if. So if there's 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, it shall be set aside. So that's why you see sources sought. So if you guys are on, SAM, it used to be fbo.gov, it's beta.sam now, and I'll have a slide on that. But if you're on there and you see a source of sought, especially if you're already in federal contracting, you're thinking about it, and you have the right qualifications, I would respond to the source of sought. That is quote unquote market research. And the contracting officer is trying to find out, are there 2 or more small businesses that are available that can provide the service or product at a reasonable price, not the best price. So that's number 1, the rule of 2. Very, very important. If you see that the rule of 2 isn't being enforced, the SBA has a great website where it breaks down. It's a little quirky because there are SBA area offices, and then there's director and regions under the field office structure. The area offices are the contracting office, and each area has an area director, and then you'll see the list of procurement center representatives, or PCRs, that cover the buying activities. So if we see something, and small businesses are always the best advocate for this, right? If you're seeing things that aren't getting set aside, reaching out to the PTAC, reaching out to the BOS, reaching out to the National Center, and sort of building that advocacy for, hey, these requirements should be getting set aside. We should talk to the area director, procurement center representative is important. The other reason why set-asides occur is everything under the simplified acquisition threshold. So the simplified acquisition threshold used to be $150, it's now $250,000. Everything below that is reserved. It's not even a rule of 2 or anything like that. It is strictly reserved for small business. So if we're seeing requirements not getting reserved or going to small businesses in that price range, then that's a problem with the agency. Now, when we used to run these programs, we would run a simplified acquisition threshold report to see how agencies were doing. Some agencies were like at 90%, 95%. Some agencies, quite frankly, were like at 70%. Now, there's a reason why you're never going to get to 100%, because there might be a license that's below the $25,000, but can't go to a small business, like a license for Cisco, example, right? Or everybody uses Zoom now. You might not be able to get that from a small business or a reseller. You have to go to Zoom. They're not small. So there's reasons why you won't hit that 90%. The other thing that I should mention is that there is consideration. There has been for some time, and there is again consideration for increasing the simplified acquisition threshold to $1 million, which would be a great boom for small businesses. And there's a couple of reasons for that, right? One is more reserve dollars for small businesses, and that can be billions of dollars. 2 is, with the simplified acquisition threshold comes simplified acquisition procedures. And those procedures are significantly more simple with respect to complying with the federal acquisition regulations. So it's much easier to get your feet wet in the simplified acquisition threshold area that come with the simplified procedures than jumping right into like a $5 million contract or a $2 million contract. And raising it, by the way, there's a lot, I had this question earlier today, there's a lot of innovative startups that are like, wow, bureaucracy is terrible. We don't want to do anything with the federal government. But if you had a higher simplified acquisition threshold and you reduce that burdensome bureaucracy, you're going to get more startups in the federal marketplace. And it's good for the government. They have access to more competition, startups, innovation, flexibility. So it's all a positive. In my mind, it's all a win-win. Any questions? Okay. It's discretionary. So there's 2 things that could happen. One is the contracting officer could decide to go ahead and award that based on the market research. Now, if it was an 8A, it would be pretty simple because they could just do a sole source award to the 8A. So there is a way. Contracting officers are kind of risk averse, but there is a way, even if it's not 8A, to justify that award. What more likely than not might happen is they'll say, well, there isn't 2 or more small businesses, so we're going to do a full and open competition. So some of the basics. So I know some of you are pretty familiar with federal contracting. Some of you are not so much. I think it's really important to understand the basic systems, right? So if you want to do federal contracting, number one, and the National Center can help with this, the PTACs can help with this, SBA can help with this, is you have to register in SAM, right? So if you want to do work with federal government, you have to be in SAM. And a lot of prime contractors require it too. And by the way, where there is those 5533 and the 23% that the federal government has to meet, all large prime contractors have to have a subcontracting plan. So they are also looking for qualified firms. And a lot of times they'll use some of these databases to identify those qualified firms. So if you want to do work with the federal government, I'd encourage you to register in SAM. It can be a little bit of a process. It can be cumbersome. As soon as you start registering, I heard someone ask this question earlier, I get 1,000 emails from everybody as soon as I did X, Y, or Z. I guarantee you, as soon as you start your application in that database, you're going to get these emails that are going to say, oh, we'll register you for $250 or $350 or $500. It's free, right? And PTAC can help you. There are advisors that are good that can help you because it goes through SAM, which is a GSA system. It gets kicked up to DLA, Defense Logistic Agency, for whatever reason it got established that way, like in year 1. And it's always gone through that process where you'll get a cage code and you have to get your DUNS number, and that's being phased out. So it's a little bit of a process, but you don't have to pay anybody. You can if you choose, if you find a good advisor, but you don't have to pay anybody. And the PTACs can help you. So SAM is number 1. Number 2, when you're in SAM and you fill it all out, it's going to ask you questions about number of employees or revenues. And some NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification codes, are employee-based, service ones, and then some are, service ones are revenue-based, some are employee-based. So it'll determine, ask you what industry you're in, how many employees you have, revenues, and then it'll say, oh, okay, you're small. And then a lot of folks don't know this. Once you're small, it automatically opens you up a system. It looks almost one system, but it opens you up a file in Dynamic Small Business Search, DSBS. So important to remember that. Why? DSBS is a database that the federal government contracting officers use for market research. So yes, they may do a source of sought, as someone asked, but they also just go to Dynamic Small Business Search. And by the way, you can do the same thing. Do a DSBS SBA search. It's like Internet 1.0. The database is not very friendly, but you can do a search in there and see your profile. And I would encourage you, when you have that profile opened up in SAM, to populate it with past performance experience, because that's where the contracting officers are going in and doing a research. And then the other thing I'd say for the folks that are new to this is that regularly update your profile. That DSBS shows an update, because a lot of folks don't know this. Contracting officer goes in and does a search. For whatever reason, DSBS lists in order of when the files were last updated. So we have clients that'll go in and put a period, and then 2 weeks later, they'll go out and take out that period. And then, of course, if you have updates to make, right, like you really have a project or qualification or update, great, go in there and do it. But every so often, I would go in there and do that update anyways. So that's Dynamic Small Business Search. Beta.SAM, we talked a little bit about just SAM.gov registering. Beta.SAM has incorporated a whole bunch of different websites in it. So when we talked about federal opportunities, and the college team was talking about how do we get access to those opportunities, all federal contracting opportunities above $25,000 are in Beta.SAM. So you can register for there. It'll send you emails. You can go there and do NAICS searches. You can go there and search by industry, agency, keyword, and you can set up a report where it'll send you emails about opportunities that come out. So everything over $25,000 is in there. What a lot of folks don't look at though, and this is really important, is federal procurement data system. Now, you used to be able to go, or you still can go to fpds.gov. It is a not so friendly database, but it is a database that contains all historical contract information of $25,000 and above. Why is that important? Has anybody used that, by the way? You have. Awesome. Why is that important? Because it helps you determine who's buying what you're selling, right? So if you're still selling widgets, you can do a search and be like, oh my gosh, you know, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, they buy $1 billion worth of widgets every day. I need to get there. And so that's one cut, right? And yes, they may buy, you know, $25 billion worth of widgets every year, but is it one contract for $25 billion? Because that's not going to be really small business friendly, right? So then you have to start peeling away at what you've discovered. Is there a multiplicity? Is that a word? Multitude, multiplicity? I don't know. Is there a plurality? That might be better. Of opportunities at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right? And if it is, how are they setting it aside, right? Are they doing it A set-asides? Are they doing women-owned small business set-asides? Are they friendly to hub zone companies? Because different contracting buying activities have different preferences. So it's really important to sort of start digging and peeling away and have a sort of, I'll put it this way, don't have a shotgun approach to your market research, because you'll spin your wheels. The federal government can be a maze, and navigating that maze can really, really frustrate you because you just kind of get lost in the morass of the federal government. But if you have a concerted effort based on your market research, you identify the top 5, 10 buying activities that are buying the widgets that you're selling, and they're buying it from women-owned small businesses or hub zones or service-disabled companies, that's who I want to get to know, right? So what am I going to do? A lot of folks will say, I got to go talk to the contracting officer. Yes, the contracting officer will execute the transaction. So that's one important sort of leg of the stool, and it's really a 3-leg stool. Contracting officer important, but where does the money come from? For those who've been in government, know that the money comes from the program office. Chris James used to run a program office. He had money every year to spend on contractors. It was that office's money, and it was at his discretion on how it was spent and what projects were implemented. So getting to know the program office is also important, and letting them know who you are. And then the last piece, how many folks know what an OSDBU is? Okay, one hand. Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. Every agency has one. That office is responsible for that agency meeting its goals. So when we talked about the 235533, every agency has an advocate, a small business director. Sometimes they're called the Office of Small Business Programs. The Department of Defense loves to do that. Sometimes they're called OSDBU, and you know the federal government loves its acronyms. So sometimes it's called the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. And for the big agencies like the Department of Defense, you know, they'll have an OSBP proper for DoD. Then they'll have OSBP for Army, Navy, Air Force, Army Corps of Engineers. And then they'll have small business specialists at the buying activities. So if I determine that, you know, Aberdeen Proving Grounds is buying the most widgets, and you know I'm a hub zone and they're hub zone friendly, I want to find out, number one, what contracts are coming up for expiration. Do I have an opportunity to bid on those? Who's the incumbent? Number two, who's the program director? Number three, contracting officer. Number four, who's the small business office? When are they going to have a matchmaking? When are they going to have an industry day? When can I get in front of that advocate that represents small businesses in the agency meeting those goals and tell them what a great company I am, and I can help you meet your goals? And you know, you don't ever want to go in and say, hey, you know, I'm an 8A, give me a contract. It's, hey, these are the great things that we can do for your mission. These are the contracts that are coming up and we qualify. And oh, by the way, I'm also an 8A, or I'm a hub zone or a service disabled veteran owned small business. So those are sort of the last thing I'll mention is the subcontracting network, or subnet, that the SBA has. That is also sort of an internet 1.0 version of opportunities that large primes will publicize. it isn't updated as much as it should be, but when large companies have subcontracting goals and they're not meeting them, they will publicize them there with respect to potential opportunities to subcontract with them. And by the way, when you identify who's buying the widgets, when there's an industry day, a lot of times there isn't just matchmaking with the contracting officials and the program offices, there is networking opportunities with the large prime contractors. And as I said, the large prime contractors have goals as well. So any questions there? Nothing online? Nothing so far? Okay. You show up at their door and you knock really loud. So the question was, what do you do when the OSDBO office doesn't respond, right? And this can happen, right? So if you can imagine, there's, you know, however many people are in this room, however many people are on the conference call, and multiply that by thousands and thousands and thousands. So the OSDBOs get a lot of calls, a lot of emails, right? So it's really important. And quite frankly, in this environment of COVID, it has become difficult to make that connection and build those networks, right? So oftentimes a call or an email has been the only way, although a lot of agencies are getting good at sort of having virtual events like the National Center and the hybrid events, et cetera. So it is true, you're going to email them, they get thousands of emails. You're going to try and call them, they get thousands of calls. You have to try to figure out where to get in front of them, right? So if they're going to the National 8A conference, if they're going to RES, I'm not promoting RES, although it's a great event because you do have matchmaking. Figure out where they're going to be and get in front of them whichever way that you possibly can. It's not just by a phone call or an email. It can be at events, at matchmaking, et cetera. And the National Center has had great experience with matchmaking equating into contracts. And I don't know if you spoke about that today, but I've seen it happen since I've been working alongside the National Center on these events. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, so when you're in SAM and you're asking the questions or you're answering the questions that it asks, it's pretty straightforward. You just don't realize you've just flipped from a GSA system to an SBA system, but it's pretty forward. It is the process of filling out the SAM profile. Once it starts asking you about your number of employees and revenue, you're in DSBS, and they'll give you the opportunity to upload some profile information. Okay, yes, question in the back. They won't take you out, but you do have to update it regularly. So it'll show your status as inactive. And so you want to go and you're required to recertify or re-represent. Yeah, annually. Yeah, so you should do that anyways. Yeah. Any other questions? I think, Chris, you've seen this a few times, so you have no questions. Oh, I'm going back to this one actually. Okay, so we did talk about this, right? We talked about NAICS codes. So every industry is different, right? So you could be small for one NAICS code and not small or other than small, and that's what the government calls it, small or other than small, for another NAICS code, right? And the real requirement is that you're small for the NAICS code assigned to the contract that you're bidding on. So every contract, every RFP has a NAICS code assigned. So you could literally be small for this bid and not small for another bid. And when I used to run these programs, I remember people would be like, how is 1,500 employees small? Well, in shipbuilding, it's really small. So, you know, average number of employees for that industry is like 30,000. So 1,500 is actually really small, but not in, you know, IT services. IT services actually is a revenue-based size standard, but not in IT services. So it all depends on the industry that you're bidding on. And the one thing that I'll add is the look back used to be 3 years. And the Hill said, wow, you have one really good year, and then all of a sudden you're other than small. And so let's make the look back period 5 years. It was called the Runway Extension Act. And now you can look back 5 years or 3 years, whichever is most beneficial to you as a firm to remain small. What will happen in January 6, 2022 is that everybody's going to have to do it on the 5-year basis. Make sense? Okay, we talked about this, and the main point of it here is that it's the NAICS code that's assigned to the requirement, and every NAICS code has its own size standard. Okay, so when we talk about size, it's also important to understand what affiliation means. Does anybody have a general idea of what affiliation is? And this is important if you're just entering the federal marketplace. I mean, even for sophisticated firms, but some of the things that we do in the private sector, if you're a private sector company, partnerships, joint ventures, common management, common ownership, common lease space, those things lend themselves to a finding of affiliation. In other words, those companies are affiliated because of common management, common space, common ownership, et cetera. A whole bunch of projects together, familial ties. Those things can lead to a finding of affiliation. Affiliation in itself is not a bad word, right? You could very well be affiliated with a wholly owned subsidiary, or you could have, you know, your company and your husband's company and you have common management and common space, you're affiliated. It's not bad. What the SBA is going to do in case of a protest, they're going to combine the revenues of both those entities to determine if you're small. So the challenge arises when the combination of those revenues make you other than small. And some of the things that we do in the private sector, like partnerships, joint ventures, familial ties, common management, common ownership, leases, et cetera, those lead to a finding of affiliation. So you just need to be aware of the consequences of how you're organized. And you know, we have clients, I'll give you an example, and I know we got a lot of slides to go through. How much time do we have? Wow. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. This is so exciting, such exciting stuff, right? So I lose myself. So it's important because we've had clients, actually it was when we were running the program, someone came in for the 8A program. They're like, oh yeah, we think you meet the qualifications, but wait a second, you may be affiliated. They sent it for a size determination. They said, yeah, you're affiliated. So not only are we not going to get you into the 8A program, but you can't even represent as a small business any longer. So you just want to be aware of affiliation and the consequences of affiliation. Okay, so I'm going to go over 8A real quick because I know some people that are interested in it. I do want to touch on the mentor protege program real quick, and then I want to talk about the new executive orders real quick too. So that's the order that we're going to go in real fast. The 8A program, the one thing that you should be aware of is you have to be socially and economically disadvantaged. And by the way, the National Center makes these all available for the group. So if I don't get to it, you guys can look through it. If you have any questions, you can ask the National Center, ask me, ask the SBA. We're available. You have to be socially and economically disadvantaged. To be socially disadvantaged, there are some presumed classes. So you'll see, you know, Native American, Hispanic American, African American, those types of presumed classes. To be economically disadvantaged, there are some criteria with respect to net worth, total assets, and average income over the last 3 years. So those are the two requirements. That's it. Socially disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged. Those are the presumed classes. You can be socially disadvantaged without falling into one of those presumed classes. So let's say you are a Caucasian female in the construction industry. You might not have gotten a contract because you were a female. You might not have gotten promoted because you were a female. You might not have gotten access to capital or the right education because you were a female. You can't just say, I was discriminated against. You have to take that and connect the dots on how it impacted your ability to start, grow a business, or how it impacted your ability to succeed in your career. If you do that, you can qualify. So there are Caucasian females in construction in the 8A program. You can qualify for it. You have to write what's called a preponderance of the evidence to demonstrate that you have been socially discriminated against. Any general, and the 8A program is unique in the sense that it has a special sole source provision. Anything under $4 million and 7.4 manufacturing is reserved for sole source, right? So, and the contracting officer doesn't have to write a justification. It doesn't have to go to approval to a higher contracting activity. So that's the benefit. It's sort of like the easy button. At the end of the year when the federal government needs to spend all their money, the easy button is let's do sole source opportunities to the 8A companies. And tribally owned entities don't have that ceiling of 4 and 7, right? A tribally owned entity can literally get an unlimited sole source award at $22 million for civilian agencies and at $100 million for the DoD. There has to be a justification and approval of that sole source, anything above that. But technically, a entity owned, a tribally Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian owned entity can have an unlimited sole source. The other benefit of the tribal community is that they can have multiple 8As, where an individual can only have one in their entire lifetime. You qualify and you get your designation based on an individual one time in your entire lifetime. A tribally owned organization can have multiple 8As, right? And the difference is that, look, Chris and I have talked about this, forever. The difference is that an individually owned 8A supports one family or one individual, right? A tribally owned 8A benefits an entire community. So it's really an economic development tool. There's a different purpose for it. And that's why tribes can have multiple 8As, and the ones that are successful generate successful revenues for economic development within the government contracting program. And there are billions of dollars literally available for pursuit of economic development under these contracting programs. Any questions? I know I'm sort of running through the 8A program, but I did want to focus on the initial stuff because it seemed like there was a lot of firms that were newer to federal contracting. Any questions on the 8A program, certification, process, timeline, anything like that? Anything anybody's been involved in that has been challenging? Any questions online, Aaron? No, okay. Hub zone, I'm gonna talk about that real quick. Because as Chris mentioned earlier, all tribal land is considered hub zone, right? Hub zone is not based on the individual that owns the program. It does have to be owned by an individual US citizen and they have to have control, but it's based on where your principal office is. It has to be in a hub zone and 35% of your employees living in a hub zone, okay? Now, the key distinction here for you to take away, and the slides will be available, is that principal office doesn't mean headquarters, okay? All principal office means is where you have the most number of employees working. So if you have 5 here and 4 here, the place that you have 5 people working, that's your principal office for SBA purposes. There are firms that'll, move one guy here and one guy here and be like, okay, we're in a hub zone. So if you have multiple office locations, you can sort of play around with that, right? That's one way of, that's not really gaming the system, it's the rules. You're following the rules, right? That's number one. The other is if you have dedicated project sites, let's say you have a construction site on, I don't know why I always use Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. You should travel there a lot. If you have a construction site or an IT project site, you can exclude those from your calculation, your dedicated project sites. So then the balance of that, wherever the most people work, that's your principal office. The other requirement, 35% live in a hub zone. What happened, or what was happening, is that you'd meet that requirement, and a few months down the road, you're doing good. A year down the road, your employees are making a lot of money. All of a sudden, they're moving out of hub zones. And you're like, wow, I got to find no more new hub zones. And the process was very complicated in maintaining compliance. The new rule is that if that employee remains your employee, no matter what happens and where they move, they're considered a hub zone employee, as long as they remain on your payroll, right? So now if there's a break and they go and come back, that won't count. But if they're your employee 180 days before certification and 180 days after, thereafter, anytime they move, they're always considered a hub zone employee for hub zone purposes, even if they, move to I don't know, very expensive neighborhood. Does that make sense? The other thing that is, as I mentioned, that's unique and different is that the maps have been locked down. So that's important. So it makes it more stable. And then the last thing I'd say, because it's a little bit unique to the Hub Zone program, and a lot of folks don't realize this, is that the SBA considers an employee someone who works 40 hours a month, not a week. So there are companies like, you know, they'll move one guy here and one guy here. There are companies that'll hire an intern or two or three in college towns. College towns are usually Hub Zone areas, and all of a sudden they're meeting the 35% requirement. So there are ways to maneuver that. And as Chris said early on, it's important to understand those ways because you can really benefit from having multiple designations and you become more attractive when you have multiple designations. I'm trying to bring up the other slide real quick because I do want to talk about the mentor protege program because there was questions earlier and I'm seeing, yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. No, as long as you meet the two requirements, right? As long as you have your principal office in a Hub Zone and you have 35% of your employees living in a Hub Zone. Those are the two requirements. And again, an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Correct. Yeah, no, where the project is located and the work is not relevant with respect to the, and like I said, your project sites can be excluded from the principal office calculation. Make sense? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, that happens often. Project work sites happen often. Yeah. And that's great that you're Hub Zone. You are Hub Zone certified? Okay, awesome. If you get some questions that are random and seem off the wall and you need help, reach out to the National Center. They'll reach out to us and we'll help. Okay. Okay, awesome. That's really cool. That is really cool. Good, good. Okay. I do want to talk about really quick. I still have like 12 minutes. I want to talk about the All Small Mentor Protege program because someone mentioned it earlier, one of the panelists said it's a great idea. I really think as we see requirements get consolidated, as we see what we call category management in best-in-class vehicles and larger requirements and fewer individual requirements, the Mentor Protege program is one tool to help you become more competitive in that landscape, right? So what is the Mentor Protege program? It used to be just in the 8A program, right? And the intent of the program was, you know, new 8A comes in, it doesn't have the past performance quals, it's lacking in capacity, they can get a large mentor, right? And the mentor provides assistance in 5 areas. There's like, and it's, SBA is good about this. They have a template on their website on certified.sba. You can do an MPA search. You'll find the template on how to draft the agreement. But there's 5 areas. There's like financial assistance, technical assistance, management, international, and contracting. I think those are generally sort of the 5 areas. And the importance of this is that you as a protege, there's 2 things that I'd say. You as a protege only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime, right? So you have to be very selective about choosing your mentor. Your mentor can have up to 3 proteges at any given point. So, but that is still sort of limiting, right? All of Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman, all their subsidiaries and everything altogether can only have 3 proteges at any given point. So they're very selective as well. A lot of times we'll have clients that'll say, you know, I want Lockheed to be my mentor. Number 1, they're going to be very selective. Number 2, how do you know that that's the best match? What we always say is do a gap analysis, right? but for X, Y, and Z, I'm not able to be successful in the federal marketplace. What's X, Y, and Z? And then how do I find a mentor that's going to bridge that gap? That's really critical. And most important, is there a cultural fit? Is there a fit that we can work together? Because this is going to be a 3-year plus a 3-year, 6-year term, the All Small Mentor Protege program, right? Applying for it, relatively simple. There's a template. Certify is pretty good. I wouldn't change that template. I know people talked about, the MPA template on the website. What's really important is that chart that shows benefits flowing from mentor to protege. And the one thing that I'll say is, mentors, and we advise both, right? Sometimes we're advising a mentor like a Fortune 500 company. They want to be fuzzy and feel good, and they're like, yeah, we'll give you this and that, but no real specifics. SBA likes to see specifics. Proteges, when we're advising proteges, we're like, get the specifics. What are they going to provide? Who's going to provide it? When are they going to provide it? How is it going to be implemented? You want that in the chart. So somewhere in the middle is a good place to be, right? And you have to be able to report against it because you are reporting to the SBA every year on the mentor-protege relationship, and you want it to be extended from the base 3 years to the additional 3 years. That's the mentor-protege program. Benefits flow from mentor to protege. Protege gets the experience wherever they have the gaps. What's the benefit to the mentor? Anybody have an idea? No. Before we go there, any questions on just the structure of the MPA? No? Okay. The benefit to the mentor. They now, if they're large, and small businesses can be mentors too, but usually they're large or medium size or other than small, let's say. The benefit to the mentor is they can create a joint venture with the protege and pursue set-aside contracts. And the neat thing about that joint venture is that it inherits the size and status of the protege. So if the protege is a tribal 8A, that JV all of a sudden becomes a tribal 8A, and it can benefit from the same sole source unlimited provisions as the tribe itself. And then guess what? It inherits the past performance and quals, and this is what someone said on the earlier panel. It inherits the past performance, quals, capacity, capability of both members. So all of a sudden, you have a joint venture entity that's an 8A, a tribal 8A, a hub zone, a woman-owned small business that has all the corporate quals and past performance of Lockheed Martin. And that's going to be pretty competitive on a set-aside contract, right? So we see more and more, and someone mentioned this on the earlier panel, we see more and more JVs going after these larger and larger opportunities. So when you see a category management vehicle like the best-in-class vehicles like a Oasis or an Alliant, you're going to see a lot of JVs pursuing that. The one thing that I'll say is make sure you establish it correctly, right? 2 small businesses can joint venture without an MPA, but you've joint ventured too many times and all of a sudden you're looking at affiliation. And that may be a concern. And when 2 small businesses joint venture, same thing happens. The qualifications of both flow to the joint venture. The managing venture, the one that owns 51%, that's where the status and designation comes from. So if the managing venture is an 8A, but the other one's just small, the JV becomes an 8A JV. Does that make sense? Any questions around that? Because that is really an important strategy in trying to be competitive in this current marketplace. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's a really good point. So yes, when the mentor is large, I mean, in either case, even if they're small and small, the 51% needs to be the firm that you need the designations of, right? And the operating agreements have to demonstrate that it's not just ownership, it's control as well. We've worked with clients like a $4 billion IT services company that partnered with a tribal 8A. It took the better part of a year to walk them through why they had to give up the keys to the car to be able to participate in this world, right? They just thought the tribal 8A was being difficult. It was like, no, they're not being difficult. That's the rules, because what's going to happen? You don't make the operating agreement effective in the way that SBA wants it to be effective. You have undue control by the mentor. Someone's going to protest because more and more JVs are winning, so more and more of those awards are getting protested. It goes to the SBA size office. SBA says, wait a second, this protege can't even go order paper without getting the mentor's approval. You have undue influence. You're other than small. Boom, you've worked 3 years to get a contract and you lose it. So that's really, really a good and important question. You have to set it up in a way that SBA would approve. And the other thing that I'll say, with the new rules, it's become simpler in the sense that it used to be on all 8A JVs, they had to go to the cognizant, if that's the right terminology, district office to get approved, right? So the protege's district office would go to the BOS, that JV would have to get approved. That changed. It's only for sole source 8A awards. If it's a competitive 8A award, if it's just vanilla small business, if it's a woman-owned, service disabled, hub zone, SBA doesn't want to see that joint venture. They're not going to approve it in advance, but it's still subject to protest. So you want to structure that agreement, that operating agreement, the bylaws, however you're organizing that joint venture, to comply with that ownership and control, so that you don't lose out on a protest and there isn't a finding of affiliation. That's why I threw in that affiliation in the beginning, not just because of the size. Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up, it sounds like to me you want to be careful when you do a joint venture with, I mean, when you do a joint venture, because you don't want to be being affiliated. So you only want to do a joint venture for a contract, number one, you think you could probably win, and that would be worth both your while.
Yeah, and the one thing that I'll say is that the MPA provides a blanket exemption from affiliation. So if you have the mentor-protege relationship, yes. So that MPA, as long as you have that mentor-protege umbrella, that's sort of a protection of your joint venture. Now, in your mentor-protege agreement, you want to say we're going to JV. You want to say everything that you're going to do, and you can always amend your mentor-protege agreement to include new stuff. But you want to say you're going to JV, because then you said it, it's going to be exempted from affiliation. And that's why you can actually do a JV between a small and a large and still be considered a small, because you have that MPA that protects you from that affiliation. But timing is important. What you mentioned is important. You can't have a whole bunch of JVs and then all of a sudden say, oh, I'm at risk of affiliation. I'm going to go get an MPA with this firm. The JVs were created before the MPA. The MPA is not retroactive. So if you think about a long-term relationship, you may want to have that MPA in place. The other balancing act is that you only get 2 of them, so you want to be selective. But again, you can do a joint venture small and small without an MPA, but then you run the risk of finding affiliation. And the last thing I'll say on this, and I have 2 minutes. The last thing I'll say on this is that the 3-2 rule, which used to be 3 contracts in 2 years, just changed to the 2-year rule. So when you set up your joint venture, the clock doesn't start until you get your first federal contract. Then you have 2 years. Doesn't matter how many contracts that joint venture gets, you get 2 years, right? And when your 2-year limit hits, doesn't mean you can't accept bids that are outstanding. It means that you got to stop sending out bids. And if you have a mentor-protege agreement, you can always create JV2, JV3, JV4. You don't want to do that if you don't have an MPA, because you're going to find affiliation. But if you have an MPA to protect you, you can always do JV2, JV3, JV4. SBA has always held out that at some point, one JV is one too many, but as long as they ran the programs and there were, tribally owned companies with 3, 4, 5 joint ventures under the same MPA, there was never a finding of affiliation as long as it was protected by that mentor-protege agreement. I do want to just touch real quick, Chris James. I know I always run late.
Well, John, I did have a question too, since we're talking about mentor-proteges, but there's also some teaming arrangements. Can you touch just briefly on teaming and what are the similarities of what you just discussed?
Yeah, so joint venture is a more formal way of teaming, right? So yes, you certainly can team in the sense of a prime sub relationship is another way of doing it. The slides will have something where similarly situated firms can work together to meet the performance of work requirements, and I'm not going to get into the weeds in that. But there are other ways of teaming, you're absolutely right, with respect to federal contracting that aren't as formal as a joint venture. The challenge, though, is you don't have the regulations that require the agency to accept the past performance of both members as that of the team. When you do a JV, that's a regulatory requirement.
Great.
Make sense? So real quick, there's been several executive orders, and there's a lot of questions about, well, what's this administration going to be really focused on? Where are we going to go with federal contracting? We have category management and consolidation, bigger requirements, et cetera. There's been a lot of focus on the small business and underserved communities, right? There's been discussions around increasing the goals. So when you talk about the executive order that talks about racial equity and support, advancing racial equity and support, there's been a lot of discussion about increasing the 8A goal. The 8A goal is 5%. The federal government usually hits 10. Back in the Obama administration, we're hitting 11, almost 12. So there's been a lot of discussion about increasing that goal. However, you know, I don't see a world where only an 8A goal will get increased. I see a world where they'll go up, but they'll go up together, right? And the small business goal will go up. So that's one thing. When you talk about executive orders, it's not going to happen overnight. There's going to be an analysis. What hindrances are there to equity and the benefits flowing to the intended recipients? Increasing goals is one of them, but what are the other things? Is it incredibly bureaucratic and redundant and difficult to get into some of these programs? And are there barriers to entrance and the difficulty to get into these programs? And are there measures and ways to reduce those barriers? So that's another thing that they might be looking at. And there is clear indication that the administration should engage with the underserved communities to understand where the barriers exist. And not only is there barriers to entrance, there's barriers to exit too, by the way. You know, for you guys who are newer, you're not going to know this, but selling your company once it's grown, if it's an 8A, it is not easy. It is really, really difficult. And so intergenerational wealth building through that program is almost non-existent. It's very difficult. And that's a major challenge, right? So those things are going to be looked at. The last thing I'll say real quick, there was an executive order on Made in America. So when that came out, we had a lot of clients saying, oh, wow, you know, there's all these trillions of dollars going to be there in infrastructure, and HAL has to be built in America. The executive order, at least the initial focus, is just more transparency on the existing regulations, right? So we already have Made in America regulations. What the challenge has been is it sort of happens in the cover of night. You never know what agency is requesting an exemption from Made in America, who's approving it. There's no transparency around that. So some of the first steps is creating an office in an OMB called Made in America office. And all the requests from agencies for an exemption from Made in America is going to go to that office. And it has to be public. Who's requesting it? And then their approval is going to be public. Are they granting that request? So there's that transparency. But agencies are also required to do an analysis and report if there are measures that need to be fixed and addressed in order to emphasize Made in America. It became very clear as we saw the pandemic and the supply chain and the challenges of the supply chain and PPE that we didn't necessarily support the right industries in the US, right? So it's very important, and the objective is to make sure that we have a strong industrial base and a strong supply chain. So you will see, but any changes, at least they say in the executive order, any changes will go through the rulemaking process, other than the transparency part, and it'll go through the Federal Acquisition Regulation Council, FAR Council. The one thing that I'll say, and then I promise I'll stop talking, is they also emphasize, again, just emphasize, because this really was the rule, is that products made available to the general public. So, you know, National Forest, the National Park Systems, they have kiosks, they sell products to the general public. Are those really being made in the US? And they should be complying with Made in the USA. So there might be more opportunities there for domestic providers of product. So I'll stop there. The slides are available. Aaron, I'm done, right? No more questions? Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you, National Center. I apologize, I went over. I always do that. My apologies. I don't know how to exit this, so I'm going to turn it over to you guys now. And feel free to send any questions if you have them. I'll leave this alone before I break anything. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Our next panel, we just need a couple minutes to set up. We have a couple people that are actually here in the room. This panel is a small business Q&A panel, and we really want to engage the attendees. So if you are online, small business owner, in the next panel, you're going to be talking to Native-owned small business owners, and then we also have representatives from SBDC, a gentleman that is going to be running the panel. Actually, he's a moderator. His name is Rick. I'm going to let, before I get going and take his thunder, I'm going to let him introduce everybody. But Rick, if you can hear me, if you can log in right now. Oh, there you are. Hi. We're going to give you presentation through your screen. You should be getting an icon that pops up on your screen right now that allows you to share.
There, I found my unmute button. Excellent. All right.
Icon yet,
and let's see. I see Ted is in the room as well. And I'm being asked to allow this to be recorded. Is that right, Tara?
You should see something pop up that says start sharing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yep, just a second. Let me get my screen share the way I want it. And then I will say show.
Yeah. I'm right clicking now.
Mari, are you there as well, or Mary?
Yes, I'm on.
Oh, okay.
Oops. I don't know how to get my webcam to work.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right.
We see you. Hi, Mary. Hi, Ted. We have here Jeff and Caleb, our small business owners.
Hello.
Excellent. And let's see. It's not able to see my slide deck right now, so I'm not sure. Let's see. Tara, walk me through briefly. My apologies. First time with GoToWebinar.
That's okay. You should get something that comes across your.
I may be messing things up because I have multiple monitors.
There's a little TV on the GoToWebinar control panel.
All right.
It's underneath the microphone and camera. And then you'll click that.
Underneath the microphone.
My services is IT consulting, so if you need me to.
Yeah, right. Caleb, not only are you pinch hitting, you're going to save the day. So, is it that? Well, I would love to share the slide deck.
We're gonna resend one more time.
Okay.
All right, there.
But it's mostly just our pretty faces, which you can see anyway, with descriptions of who we are and what we do. Let's see.
Rick, while you're doing that, I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask everyone that's on the panel, starting with Jeff here at the end, to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about your business and what you do.
Yes.
My name is Jeff Barahan. I'm Gila River and Navajo, living in Olympia, Washington for the past 10 years. 9 years ago, I started Sky Bear Media. It's a video production company. And we work with tribes and tribal organizations, government, corporations, nonprofits, pretty much everybody. Creating media, translating their ideas into compelling content, usually for social media purposes. So we've had a lot of success. We're earning year over year and getting to a position to be known in the region. And I'm very proud of that.
And we have Caleb with us.
Hi, I'm Caleb Carter. I'm enrolled Yakima. I currently live in Lewiston, Idaho, just outside the Nez Perce Reservation. I have family in Nez Perce and in Yakima. I own and operate KSI. I started out as an IT and security consulting, but over time I started working with the tribe on general contracting. I've only been in operation for 6 or 7 months. So I'm basically going where the money is and doing a lot of contract work with the Nez Perce tribe is it's been an adventure so far. It's been pretty fun and a huge learning curve. I don't know what I don't know, and I don't really fully understand what I'm doing, but I love it.
Before
I
let Rick.
Tara, I can jump in now. I've got my.
Oh, before you do, I do have to really give like a high five to Caleb. Caleb came today and thought that he was going to be part of the training session, and we asked him to actually really be part of the panel and the training session. So thank you, Caleb.
So Tara, just to confirm, are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, you guys are all good to go.
Excellent. So yeah, thank you, Caleb. Tara, did you mention that Jill Neumeister was not able to make it due to a health issue?
Yes, unfortunately, she is having some health problems.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Caleb, for jumping in. I will go ahead and introduce myself here because that's the sequence of the slides, and then we can skip ahead. I am the program manager for the North Olympic Peninsula office of the Center for Inclusive Entrepreneurship, or CIE, and we provide training and one-on-one advising to help emerging entrepreneurs, early stage, pre-venture. And we are a partner of the Small Business Development Center. We're in that network. And we have a priority. Our piece within the SBDC is we focus on traditionally underserved communities and helping those folks get businesses rolling. I am also a founding board member of Elhua Enterprises, the brand spanking new tribal enterprise arm of the Lower Elhua Clallam tribe. And that's the important stuff. All right. Let me click ahead here. We already did Jeff. There you get to see his face without a mask on. And Caleb, I did a quick slide for Caleb at the last minute. And Ted, why don't you go?
Wow, you must have gone way back on the internet to find that picture.
Hey, I wanted to be as young as possible, right?
Yeah, thanks.
That's MySpace.
To the extent that I can do the share screen later, most of my slides are about me, but there's a moral to the story, so it's not humble brag. But born and raised in Sitka, Alaska, I'm Tlingit, worked in 7 tribes now. I managed my own tribe twice. I've managed the Snoqualmie tribe for 4 years, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation for 2 years, and now it's Spokane. And I've worked with a lot of economic and community development departments and started them and helped transition them and all kinds of things. I've never run a small business other than a short-term consultancy. So I'm here for the entertainment. Which we'll get to later.
And Mary Rule.
Oh, yep. Hi. So there we go. I am a certified business advisor with the Washington Small Business Development Center, and we provide one-on-one advising, confidential, no cost to the business owners. We also provide training. So right now everything's virtual. So we have on-demand webinars and we have live webinars that really has great training sessions for you. And the on-demand webinars, you can watch them at your leisure, and those are no cost to you as well. My background, I provided business valuation for 20 plus years, both at Big Four and a regional accounting firm. So I have a great background in finance, and yeah, just here to answer questions and help you guys out.
Excellent, thank you. Those are actually all the slides I have, because the way we want this to work is we really want it to be a conversation and just field a bunch of questions. We do have some questions to get it rolling, but we definitely encourage anyone both in the online audience and in the in-person audience to ask a question. If you do want to ask a question, Tara told me to let you know there is a microphone that you can get access to, so we can all hear the question when you ask it. So the first question, and I will sort of take turns on who I ask the question of first. And Caleb, I promise I won't pick on you since you haven't had a chance to see the questions yet.
I just showed him.
So
you get to listen to other people's answers.
I'll make it up.
Excellent. So first question I want to ask the panel is, what is the biggest challenge you have faced running a small business or with a small business that you were involved with, in the case of Ted and Mary, and how did you overcome that?
We're still overcoming.
Jeff, why don't you jump in? Jeff, why don't you start on that question?
There's so many challenges in starting a business. For the most part, most entrepreneurs didn't go to business school, and I'm not even sure if that helps, because there's a lot of things that you need to do in order to run the business, not even just start it up, but keep it going. From developing the first, whether you're going to be a corporation, what type of corporation you're going to be, whether you can afford or even find the right tax person, bookkeeper, lawyer, even if you need these types of people at that certain stage in your journey. There's also financial advisors and business coaches. There's all the help with SBA, National Center, a lot of programs out there. But the most important thing that you have, the most valuable thing that you own, is your time. How does your time going to be divided between all those different people, all those different programs? Who do I turn to point me in the best direction to get me from point A to point B in the shortest, most efficient amount of time? Because not only am I trying to operate the business, but usually as a startup, you're running the business. And that is certainly something that that's the reality for many people who are just starting up businesses. So a lot of challenges. I think the biggest one that I'm facing currently is how to scale up properly, how to hire the right employees. What do I do with the surplus revenue or money that I have? set aside? How do I get a building? Is it appropriate to get a building at the time? You know, we've grown so much that I actually have to worry about now taxes. How much money do I need to stock away? Is there another way to invest that money in a different way so that I'm not paying more taxes than necessary? Although I love paying taxes, in case somebody's listening. But there's a lot of things that come into play, and yeah, scaling up for me is one of those issues.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just,
obviously better to be. Sorry, what was that, Jeff?
Oh, I'm not complaining about it. I mean, I'm very fortunate to be in a position that I am, and it's not I'm not in any way an overnight success. I mean, it's taken 9 years, but it seems I've seemed to reach a certain point where, I mean, we've never had to market. That's one thing that I'm amazed by, but we still get calls every day, and I'm at this point where I have to turn away business, and I have to think about which projects we can actually accommodate and be successful with in the shortest amount of time possible, because there's going to be someone else down the line that I have to attend to that needs, well, all the attention. What's the question?
Oh, no, you're good. Let's actually, Ted, so the question again is large challenge that you faced. Oh, my apologies. My canine colleague is getting restless. That you have faced in running or advising a small business, and how did you overcome it?
Well, like I said, it's been years since I've actually run a business, and that was a consultancy. So probably at points where there are other questions I can contribute more, I'll pipe up then.
Okay. Mary.
Yep. Am I able to share my screen?
I don't know. Tara, is she able to share her screen?
Yeah. Yes. We're going to send you a link.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I see, especially with startups, is not an understanding of how a business startup should operate. So obviously you start out with your idea. The second step really is to formulate your business plan and to put that down on paper to make sure that the business, that idea that you have, is actually feasible. Then you want to do a search for your business name and your business structure. Then you move on to what type of entity and business licenses you need. Then you want to obtain a business bank account, and that's very important to have a business bank account. And with that, start establishing credit. So if you think about credit and how that works on a personal level, the easiest way to start credit obviously is with a credit card, and the same is true really with businesses. So when you get your business bank account, my recommendation is always to get a credit card in the business name. Use it for whatever expenses you can, get it paid off every month, and start establishing that business credit. Get your business license with the local government, look up the regulations, and determine what record keeping you need to do with that. Establish your bookkeeping system, and then obtain business insurance. So those are the main steps of establishing a business. How do I stop sharing?
There's a pause. There is a pause button.
There we go. You got it back.
Right.
Anyway, so for me, that business plan, I'm amazed at how many business owners haven't done one. And they might have a business idea, but not really have a full understanding of what that business idea is and if it's feasible, and really honing in on who's your target market, what is it that you're doing, and then you can establish your marketing plan and everything that goes around that business idea.
I have a question. Why do you think it's so difficult, or why do you say that a lot of people do not have business plans? What's hindering them from writing one?
Well, if you don't need financing, I think a lot of business owners feel like they don't really need one. They have their business in their head and they just want to get started and get going. But putting that down on paper is really essential. And I think you can, it's a live document, so you can change it at any point in time. Anyway, it's just
I definitely agree that it's
vital to your business. Did you guys both create business plans?
It's halfway completed. I'm still working on it. Like you said, it's a live document.
It is a live document. Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a business plan. I became unemployed back in September and knew I had to do something. So I started my company, and then yeah, there's a lot of work that that I have scheduled. I have my next 2 months of contracts scheduled, which is a good thing. And I know I need to sit down and actually write that down, because I have to make some tough decisions on what jobs to turn down. And so it's yeah, I know I need to do it. Yeah, it's a challenge.
Yeah, and I think, for small businesses, a couple of key things that are really important too. Obviously, marketing is always an issue, right? How do you market? Who do you market to? What's your spend? But understanding your finances and your cash flow is paramount. If you don't understand your cash flows, you can make all kinds of money but not have any cash in the bank, and you can go bankrupt very quickly doing that. So that is very important. And then two, if you need to obtain financing, you're going to have to do that business plan. So you might as well get started with it. If you intend to grow and need that financing in the future, it's nice to have that set up already.
I guess that's why I've been dragging my wheels so much, that I've never had to apply for a loan. All the money I've made in the business has basically gone back into the business. So I haven't made a lot for a long time, but the company is doing very well. So.
Yeah, and the thing I would add to Caleb, when you're saying you have to decide which contracts to go for, having the business plan and having kind of your trajectory, but also the cash flow and looking at which of these jobs are most likely to be profitable and most likely to lead to the next profitable job. That's another really useful aspect of having a business plan. So,
right.
Yeah. Excellent. Hey, do we have any questions from the audience? I know we're actually almost near time, but I would love to get a question in if we can.
Sorry, I probably took up a lot of that time.
I think we've all been. It's good. It's a conversation.
I have a question for Ted. Can you explain the tribe's process when working with them as a business, or is there a tarot office, and is the process found online?
Yeah, well, a couple parts to that question, but let me start by saying that, and it's not even a part of the question, but I'll answer the question eventually. With the American Relief Plan Act, there's just tons of resources now that are coming through to tribes. And so much so that, I know I had this in mind before ARPA, or ARP, whatever you want to call it. But we've actually taken our planning and economic development department and taken economic development out, created a community economic development department, and created a planning utilities and public works department. So kind of restructuring the government to fit the reality of 2021 going into 2024. And so, things like tarot, those mechanisms are more important now than they ever have been, because we will have construction contractors coming onto the reservations in our communities galore. And every one of those have to be permitted through our planning office, and they have to be working in cooperation with our TARO department. And there's lots available online, but I know there's a national TARO organization. I don't know how much it's been active in recent years, but that's helpful in my early years. I mean, the main thing I think is that I think, like one of the slides showed, you know, you really want to be in touch with those folks early on when you're applying for work, or that when you're getting a contract to come on. And I think you all know this, the reservation and do work. And some tribes have more, how would I put it, strict rules of the game than others. And some tribes are a little more relaxed about that. So it's really tribe specific. So even though the processes are something you can find online and they're generic, each tribe's codes are different, and some of them are more regimented in how they allow you to work on the reservation or in the community. So definitely go right to the source and talk immediately with the TARO department for that tribe.
I can speak to that a little bit. I work with the Yakima Nation in Indian gaming for 20 plus years. I also worked with the local TARO office, and that was a big part of our projects with casino management or construction projects. And my background and my experience in that really catapulted me into be able to go to the Nez Perce tribe to be able to say, you know, how do I get certified? You know, who do I talk to? And reaching out to the tribe, filling out their application, going through the background check, and just like you said, you know, finding out who those people are at those offices, and doing that legwork really opened the door. Once my company was certified, they were able to go to their list, and the different programs would get a hold of me to be able to do construction for them. So each tribe has their own different sets of rules, and some of them really are regiment, and some of them are a bit more laxed. And so it does take the big part of it is the relationship, you know, being able to create those relationships and find out who's you know, who's actually printing out the forms and sending those forms along through the process. Because even just doing invoices with the tribes, I mean, there's layers and layers and layers just to get paid. So that takes a while itself.
And just a question for you, Ted, or from your understanding, and maybe you as well, do the tribes tend to prioritize Native entrepreneurs and Native-owned businesses in their contracts?
Yeah, we actually have you know, Indian preference, not just for hiring, but for contracting and consultancies. So most tribes I've been around, and certainly the ones I've managed, have had those preferences. And, you know, to the extent that there's a certain number of points that are awarded to a tribally owned enterprise, a consultancy or contractor, and that's the way it should be, right? We want to get our own folks working.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Tara, how are we doing? Oh, sorry, is Tara not there? I will continue on until I'm told to stop then. I think the next question I want to address is really about how do you hire and keep talented employees, or really HR issues, especially as a small business when you probably don't have an HR staff person, or even if you do have an HR staff person, what tend to be the real challenges in that area, and what are some of the best ways that you've known? I'll push that to you, Ted. You want to take that?
Yeah, I'll start feeling like I'm talking too much here, but I have recent experience with this, so I do have something to share. And if there's a few minutes at the end, I want to do a few slides. But so I've worked for 2 isolated tribes, and in particular Spokane now, it's an hour drive for me each way. And the tribe has a really hard time recruiting employees and then retaining them. And most tribes have an issue retaining police officers and people that work in natural resources who have science backgrounds, and in some cases lawyers, but it's a different story. Anyway, so we've done a number of things. I've just wrote a proposal to the council and they've accepted 99% of it, which is amazing. But so we've added flexibility in our scheduling and our work from home. And thanks to COVID, there's a lot of telework available now that wasn't before. We've added moving expenses. We've added signing bonuses. We've added some additional PTO up front for executive and high-level managers. Just a bunch of stuff. I mean, we kind of threw everything we could think of in the kitchen sink into this because isolated tribes have a heck of a time getting people to do that commute or to relocate and think seriously about, you know, how long they want to be there and what they want to do and all that. So, I mean, I could send that out, I suppose, to some of you or all of you if you want at some point, but it's just kind of creative thinking.
Some creative thinking on SkyBear's part is that when we first started, we actually started a nonprofit alongside SkyBear Media, which was the Olympia Film Collective. This allowed us to get to know the community, to kind of congregate everybody, and to work with everybody outside of SkyBear Media so we could see what skills they had in terms of filmmaking or camera work or editing, and to be with them for some time to see if our personalities, you know, gelled. And so this allowed us to kind of keep a pulse on the local film community on who could do what, who had what equipment, and we were able to pull from that and subcontract with those particular people. So that's how we were able to hire like our first employee, and second, to retain. And we have, like I said earlier, a ping pong tournament. It's pretty much around lunch every day. I'm currently second in the company. But we have M&Ms and fun food. We kind of like Google it out at our office and allow flexibility and scheduling. Come to work when you want to work. And I think I should be quiet before my employee in the back says something. It's like, hey, that's not true. But no, I think just generally trying to build a company that really has a purpose, especially in the community that we give back, not only to the Native community, but also to the community in which we are headquartered, maybe whether it's supporting the Valley Northwest or the Pizza Clutch, which is our local LGBTQ teen organization, or the Bridge Music Project, or the Red Eagle Soaring Native Youth Theater. But there's all sorts of ways to be connected and to feel, I guess, some sort of importance to our employees' lives and our owners' lives as well, to feel like we're doing our part.
Excellent. Caleb, have you had to hire anyone yet? Doesn't sound like it.
I do. I have two guys
Okay.
right. Something that I'm going to use from a speaker from this morning. She, instead of me being long-winded, she said it really simple. She said, what do you need more of, and what do you need less of? And you know, it's in a different way, but that's what I'm going to say to my guys. That's what I get across to them. You know, what do you need more of? And you know, we have meetings, you know, at the beginning of the week, the beginning of the project, and at the end of the project. I mean, we put honor and respect and everything to what we do, and that carries out to my guys, and you know, who we serve. You know, they're also providing the service, but they're also, you know, I'm serving them. You know, I'm serving my two guys, and so it's to me, it's, you know, what do they need, you know, and what I find out what they like. Each one of them, you know, they're like kids. They have different personalities, so I find out what works for them. One drinks coffee, one doesn't. I don't understand people who don't drink coffee. I don't get it. But no, it's just, you know, something that I've seen is that, you know, finding and retaining people and working with the Yakama Nation for a number of years, it's hard. It's a challenge of, you know, trying to find those people that that work well, not only on the job, but then they work well as a team. So it's pretty tough.
Mary, what do you have?
Well, it's a huge topic, but I think what you said is true. Having somebody who's a good fit is super important. So fitting in with your culture, fitting in with your clients and how you interact with your clients is very important. I mean, I can get into how you set up all of that. It can be very lengthy. So I'll give you a for instance. First of all, I guess you'd want to have a really comprehensive job analysis. So analyze all aspects of any job prior to the hiring process. So list all the tasks and duties that need to be accomplished, time needed to complete the tasks and duties, evaluate their fit with the other employees and how that might work. How many hours per week are needed, create the budget, estimate, how much additional income will be generated by each new person. The job specification itself, identify the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed to perform the job, any physical and personal characteristics necessary to perform the job. I guess you would want to outline the reporting relationships, compensation, qualifications. I could come up with a whole list of things. I don't want to take up too much time, but you really want to think through the job itself and what the details of the job is and what qualifications are needed to fulfill that.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I'm actually dealing with this right now. We had an interview this morning. We're hiring for a position up here on the Olympic Peninsula. And yeah, it's always a challenge to, especially, I mean, Jeff, I thought your idea of having worked with the people previously through the foundation, that makes so much sense because it's a known quantity at that point. And when you have to hire somewhat blind, that is always very challenging. But then once you do find someone that's just great, then the challenge is how do you keep them happy and satisfied and continuing to be productive within the role, or how can you provide them some upward mobility? So, Ted, what I see slides?
You're seeing slides.
We see them.
This is like a 20-minute thing that I'm going to do in 3 minutes.
All right, awesome.
So I thought you needed kind of an interlude from all the heavy thinking, so I'll make this quick. If I can figure out how. Here we go. So yeah, that's me. Born in Sitka, Alaska, Tlingit. This is Tlingit country. And we were raised by grandparents, my grandma and grandpa, and had a brother, still do. My son, I also call him my retirement plan. He's a physician with 2 specialties. So yeah, worked my way through college at the pulp mill in Sitka. And there's a moral to this story. Mary, I went to Central Washington University, used to be State College, way back in the day, way before your time. And I wasn't really college material, but I didn't know what else to do, and I didn't want to work in the pulp mill or be a fisherman. So I applied to a college, and the way I decided to apply was I went into the guidance counselor's office and I picked the booklet up with the best lawn, and that's where I decided to go to college. And that's who let me in. Transferred to Sheldon Jackson, played basketball and studied Spanish in Spain. Transferred to Southern Oregon and got a degree. Became a teacher. No teaching jobs, went to Penn State, got a master's degree. Still no teaching jobs, started a doctoral program, got a PhD. Wrote a doctoral dissertation on a case study in theoretical analysis of the problem of power for American Indian and Alaska Native tribes. And the trick of these things is just to make the longest kind of title you can make. And then I've had a bunch of jobs, and to skip to the chase, from managing my own tribe back in the mid-90s to Spokane tribe right now. And so what I want to leave you with is I was born 6 weeks premature. My mother was an alcoholic, chain smoker. I was had significant developmental delays. I was farmed around for adoption, but there weren't any takers. So was my brother. I repeated the 3rd grade. They used to say flunked the 3rd grade, but my grandmother was told my IQ was 82 and I was slow. Lots of home life challenges throughout childhood, but luckily I love sports and reading. And so there was a foundation. And then at Penn State, I took a class on human development, and I learned a whole lot about human development, and I was in my mid-20s. And what I found out was, I was actually quite slow, but especially for males, the brain develops very slowly, or at least whatever issues you have, you can overcome those if you just keep reading and thinking and studying and trying. And in the same way that your lungs will clear up if you've been a smoker, if you quit smoking. So I just wanted to leave you with those thoughts because, and I'm not sure how to undo the slides now, but that's kind of what I wanted to leave you with is you may have employees or people you work with or even friends and other colleagues. And especially young people in high school and going into college, their brains aren't even developed yet. I really think that you got to give them 5 or 10 more years beyond what you think you do. And man, the potential is unlimited in terms of growth from an IQ of 82 or whatever to, somebody can get through Penn State, even though, I wouldn't say that I'm smart as most of the other people who were there. That's it. Just a little break from thinking about business.
Excellent. Thank you, Ted. Well, we are at 4 o'clock, and so I want to be respectful of what's next. But I do have one other question I would love to put to the panel if we have time, and it's really about growing a business. And what strategies have you used to be successfully growing a business, or did it just happen? Did it feel like it just happened to you? Tell me about growing your business. Caleb, let's get you first, even though you're brand new on this business. But
my business grew really quick. I joined forces with a couple gentlemen that they know the trade, and the thing that I have going for me is the sales side of it. And I mean, without any marketing or any advertising, any formal social media outreach, we have just taken off. So the past month, we've got to a point where we need to figure out, okay, what do we specialize in, and what are we doing? And we can't we can't grow too fast. We've had some very, very flattering offers that are outside of the valley that we serve. But realistically, we would do a disservice to our existing clientele. So there's things that we had to make the tough decision of how to grow, and that shiny big job looks really great. But we had to turn them down because we're just not at that level yet.
All right. Jeff, how many employees do you currently have?
1.
Wait, I thought you said you
and 4 subs that were
okay, gotcha.
as employees. We're still a very small company. I mean, we've grown very slowly over many years because we have not taken any loans out. We've basically just invested any profit back into the company. The equipment we have is very expensive. That camera back there, well, that when we bought it was like $5,000, but now we have $8,000, $10,000 cameras. Not only that, there's computers, $3,000 computer. Just the equipment we use is very expensive, and so we have to consider that when we're, growing. The there's so many issues when it comes to growing, and we talked about employees and acquiring more, not just employees, but I also spoke about business coaches, a lawyer, you know, all the people, the accountant, the bookkeeper, all those people that are on your team. And if you develop your team and slowly and in a methodical way, you can always be assured that you're going to get somewhere with all the expertise and help. And of course, reaching out to organizations, you know, like the National Center, coming to the Native Edge Institutes. These are so important to be able to learn and network. It's so important when your local chambers and other organizations in Seattle, Tabor 100 does a great job and it's a Black business community, but they are very supportive of all minority businesses. If you're not a part of them, you should join. But also understanding how the government contracting world works, because at least we're in Olympia, so we have access to a lot of government agencies that are there. OMWB is right downtown. So we went down and got certified right away, and that's become very important to a lot of businesses who want to work with us specifically because of that certification. So reach out. Someone made the point earlier today that you need to be visible. Showing up, you always hear, is 90% of success, and it's true. Be visible, wear your logo, put it out there, never be afraid to speak up and speak out, and you'll be successful.
Excellent.
Yeah, I wanted to echo that too. I mean, you know, you really want to follow your passion and whatever dreams you have for yourself, and reach out for help from places like the National Center, Mary's office, and you name it, tribes. I mean, tribes have a lot of resources, and why not access those? It's what they're there for. Yeah.
Excellent. Mary, any
Yeah,
thoughts?
you know, I think what you said is really smart. Having intentional growth is ideal, right? You don't want to grow just to grow. You want to grow the way you see the business going, but also profitable growth. I've seen growth that is great, but it's not profitable growth. And so why are you growing? And there's a lot of headaches that come with that. So having intentional growth, really thinking through that is really important.
Yeah, growth can be one of the biggest risk points for a business. If they get this big contract, they have to add people, and suddenly they don't have cash and they haven't been paid for the growth. That can always be a challenge, whether that's a service business or a product business. So that's why I was curious to hear how you had managed growth in your various enterprises. So excellent, thank you. I do believe we are over time, and I want to be respectful. So am I correct in that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. It was a wonderful conversation. Good to meet you all. And maybe next time I'll actually be able to be in the room with you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Very fun.
Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate everybody that's been speaking today. And we are going to have our final panel. If you can give us a minute, we're going to set up because we have quite a bit of people that are actually here in person on this panel.
done here my sophomore year.
Okay, I think we're ready, and I see we have Eric online. I wanted to introduce and moderating our final panel is Erin Abrahamson. She's our Senior Executive Assistant for the National Center, and I will let her introduce our panel. And thank you everybody for being here.
Hello.
I'm comfortable with it.
Can I? Okay. So we're gonna start with the panel. Do we have Jamie? Can she? I think she was on. So for this panel, it's partnerships that work, avenues of economic development partnerships that work. And so
yes, I am here.
Okay, so we have we have 3 tribes: the Muckleshoot tribe, Chehalis tribe, and the Spokane tribe that all have partnerships that they've developed. And so we're gonna give each one of the tribes and their partnerships about 10 minutes to go over how their partnerships work, and then we'll do some time afterwards for questions and answers or any discussion that we want to have. So we'll start off with the Chehalis partnership. And so on the web, we have Eric Trevan. Eric is faculty at Evergreen State College. He holds a BA in Public Administration from Western Michigan University, a master's in Public Administration from Central Michigan, and a PhD in Local and Tribal Economies from Arizona State University. His expertise is in public administration, awarded an Executive Leadership Fellowship from the Community Development Society. He also works with a variety of businesses and government entities focused on innovation, corporate governance, economic forecasts, and business planning. Trevan has a distinguished history as a national advocate for tribal entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic development. His tribal citizen of the Matchi Nash Shewish Band of the Potawatomi Indians. That was fun.
That was really close.
And we also have, as part of this partnership, we have Justin and Stiefel. Justin is CEO and co-founder of Heritage Distillery Company, headquarters in Gig Harbor, Washington. He is a chemical engineering and attorney, licensed and practiced law in Alaska, Washington State, and Washington, D.C. Legislative aide, deputy press secretary, legislative counsel, chief of staff of the United States Senate. And last, with the Chehalis partnership, we have David Burnett. David is CEO of Chehalis Tribal Enterprises. He manages the business owned by Chehalis Tribe. He is also secretary of the Chehalis Tribal Council, as well as a member of the tribe and a former chairman of the tribe. So we can start with the Chehalis.
Thank you everybody for having us here. Again, my name is David Burnett. Happy to be here and talk with you. I know that time is short. We're the last one on the agenda, so I was saying that we've got to be really entertaining. And so I'm going to leave the entertaining part up to Justin and Eric. But as far as the Chehalis tribe goes, if you're not familiar, we're a relatively small tribe, about 1,000 tribal members. We are south and west of Olympia. We have the Lucky Eagle Casino, and that kind of, it was like many tribes, that was the business that really got us started on our economic development route. The fact that we're a small tribe caused us real early on to have to explore partnerships. So I would say partnerships are important for tribes, perhaps of all sizes, but particularly smaller tribes. In our situation, the first major partnership that we engaged in was the development of the Great Wolf Lodge. And that was a partner with a water park company that has been a successful business for us. That one involved a partnership of financial necessity. And that was a company that operated these water parks and had the ability to put the business plan together and have enough assets behind them to help to finance that project that we undertook. And because it was a successful activity for us, what we learned from that is that, you know, when we're looking at our resources and we're looking at the plans that we have, not to rule out partnerships. And so with the, I guess the second major partnership that we've had has been with Heritage Distilling Company. And that has to do with intellectual partnerships, right? So we wanted to do this business. We wanted to get into this activity that nobody on our team had ever engaged in before. So it was very new to us. But we had an idea of a business and how it could work. And we were introduced to the folks from Heritage. They helped us to further develop it. This is a partnership that took about 5 years to go from introduction, hi, how are you, to the time that we're open and ready for business. So as you're looking through, and depending on what your resources are, partnerships could be a great way to achieve the dream that you might be taking a look at. So I'll stop right there and let some other folks talk, and then we can do some Q&A.
Hi, thanks for having me here. My name is Justin Stiefel with the Heritage Distilling Company, and I think partnership is the right word to use. The road we went down with the Chehalis tribe was 5 years in the making. There were lots of fits and starts, and I think there were literally about 1,000 decision points along the way in the last 5 years where at any one point the project could have come to a halt and just been stopped in its tracks. Some for minor reasons, some for scheduling reasons, some for communications, and some for really big issues that popped up as roadblocks. From our perspective as a company, we don't have a tribal history, but I was born and raised in the West, mostly here in Washington State and Alaska. I have a deep appreciation for the needs and the opportunities that exist in Indian country. And so when we set out to build our model, we currently have 7 distillery and tasting room locations in Washington and Oregon. We've been open now almost 10 years. As a company, we were the most awarded craft distillery in North America 7 years in a row out of about 2,000 distilleries. If you go back in the history of adult beverage in the US for the last 50 years, wine really has been a dominant player. And on the West Coast especially, really excellent wine grapes and wine products have been produced historically. And then in 1980, President Jimmy Carter signed the federal bill into law that made it legal for people to brew beer at home. Prior to 1980, you couldn't brew beer at home. And when that happened, it spawned a whole new wave of home brewers, weekend warriors who were getting small kettles and getting small little things of grain and making their own beer at home. And a few of them were pretty entrepreneurial. And they realized, I'm making pretty good beer. I think I can make a go of this. And so they went to the state legislatures at the time, and they said, the current law, like here in Washington, if you wanted to sell a beer, it had to be 3.2 beer, 3.2%. We can't make craft beer really good and get down to 3.2%. It's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8%. And so the state legislatures said, okay, we're going to do this. And so they changed the law to allow this higher alcohol beer to be made. And we're going to allow these small breweries to open tap rooms and to let people go in and buy a pint or maybe a 6-pack. Well, it spurred a whole new wave of growth in the last 30 years. And that growth really started here in Washington, Oregon, and Massachusetts. Think of the Boston Beer Company, Sam Adams. We have 500 breweries in Washington now. We have 1,000 wineries in Washington. The amount of wine grapes that are grown, the amount of hops and barley that are grown in Washington and are being used to produce world-class, amazing products is generating a lot of value add. not just for the farmers and the growers, but for the people all up and down the line who are selling equipment and making the product and selling and distributing and so on. And so about 11, 12 years ago, some folks in Spokane said, you know, we want to open a distillery, but it was illegal in Washington. The state wouldn't give you a distilling permit. You could either open a brewery or a winery. And so the legislature changed the law. And now 10 years later, we have 130 distilleries in Washington, 2,000 craft distilleries across the US. People are seeing the growth. The growth in adult beverage is happening in spirits. It's growing faster than beer and wine. It's because the consumer is moving towards spirits and cocktails and not as much in the beer and wine. So when we were asked by the Chehalis tribe now 5 years ago to think about conceiving of this project, it was first around beer. I got a phone call from one of David's partners, Chris Richardson, and he said, hey, we want you to come help us design a brewery. And I said, well, we don't make beer. We make spirits, but I'll have a conversation. So that started the process to where we were. Probably my most proud achievement as a company is that I remember this February of 2018, the tribe was getting ready to issue the notice to proceed, to break ground to the contractor. And the BIA sent a letter saying, you can't build a distillery because there's this old statute from 1834 from Andrew Jackson where nobody can build a distillery on Indian country. And, you know, the tribe was many millions of dollars into the design and financing of the building prior to construction. I had already bought all the equipment, it was being made. And so we all sat around and by April had made the decision to go back to Congress, and I think through a very well thought out and well messaged approach, got the bill introduced in the House and Senate to repeal that. And by December, that was passed by Congress and the president signed into law. And it wasn't just for the benefit of the Chehalis tribe, it allows every tribe in the US now to enter into this business if they want to. And the reason we think it's a compelling model and the reason we want to partner with more tribes across the country on this effort is because for those that are already selling beer, wine, or spirits in their hotel, their casino, their golf course, their spas, their convenience stores, they're already in the business. And yet 2/3 of the economic value of that bottle or that can is going somewhere else. Someone else is making it, someone else is wholesaling it, someone else is delivering it. You're only capturing the last little third of the economic value. And as Eric will talk about, one of the nice things about the federal law is that if a tribe owns a business enterprise and they produce a product on their land and they sell it to the consumer on their land, maybe through a convenience store or a tasting room or a tap room, you get to keep the state tax. Spirits tax in Washington is 23% to the consumer at the cash register. In Oregon, it's closer to 50%. There's a lot of tax value here. This is really the last kind of vice that we've figured out how to package and unlock while creating a lot of value and creating more jobs and getting really on the leading edge of where the consumer is pulling, which is in spirits, more than beer and wine. So we're proud to be partners in this, and you know, Heritage Distilling is ready to engage in discussions and show people how we can leverage what we've done so far and really also allow you to exercise sovereignty and grab that tax. So thanks for letting us be here.
And just to wrap up with everybody, and I'm online, can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, David. You know, partnership is innovation, and Indian country is really good at innovating, and we've done it for a long time. And this is just one more example on using innovation to not just generate revenue, we're doing that, but to build tribal economies. And, you know, everything we do is time and money. And we may not have all the resources right now, but we innovate. And we innovate to accelerate that time. I had the opportunity of chairing my tribe's economic development, Gun Lake Investments for Manchibineshuish, Band of Potawatomi, and we were really proud in doing partnerships. I initially met Justin while serving on the New Kea Development Board of Directors, and hearing about a new innovative model where people are doing things the right way. Justin has a company that he's growing, makes some amazing products, doing things differently. And Chehalis Indian Tribe, Chehalis Tribal Enterprises said, we can partner and do this together. I said, this is exactly what we need to be doing. This then gets to where we're building the economy. Instead of having these dollars leaving the reservations, I used a term a couple years ago, reservation related economies. If you buy a brand of domestic beer, it doesn't take long to look at that, every dollar spent on it, where things would go, or looking at other spirits, where things would go. When we start capturing 20, 30, 40, 50%, that turns to jobs, that turns to more business, that turns to revenue to fund the needed programs and services of our tribal governments that have been hurting so much over the pandemic in the past year. And leadership has reached out to the business community with tribes to tribal economic development. I believe we've heard the call. And so putting this together, being able to generate revenues, but truly building an economy really moves us from a revenue model to a GDP model. And when you have partnerships like what you see in front of you, I'm honored to help advise the corporation in a good way and be able to show tribes what they can do, what sort of revenues they can make, how they capture the taxes. And we're doing that with a multitude of tribes throughout the country. And so very proud to be part of the team. And, at the very least, Chehalis Indian Tribe is a leader. They're first in many, many respects, but please drive down and take a look at seeing Distillery Brewery right off of I-5. I get goosebumps just talking about it. So thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this, and I'm happy to speak with anybody afterwards or answer any questions. So, Chimigwech.
Thank you, guys. And so next on our list, we have Jamie Saijan, who is the marketing manager for the Chihuahua Casino and the Spokane Tribe. Jamie is currently the marketing manager for the Chihuahua Casino and is a former public relations director of the Spokane Tribe. Jamie has played a role in the partnerships that the Spokane Tribe has taken part in. Jamie?
Hi, Erin. Great to see you. And let me apologize, technical difficulties with my res internet here, so you see the black screen. I'm excited to be part of this panel today. And as Erin mentioned, I am the former public relations director for the Spokane Tribe. And during that time, we created some amazing economic development on our ancestral lands. But to do so, we had to create a campaign, communications campaign, and also a partnership, a network of partnerships to help us get to that approval stage, to the point where we could build, create new jobs, and just become an economic boost for the region, but especially for our tribe and for our people. So I'm excited to share a little bit about that. I think when we talk partnerships for tribal economic development, it's business partnerships, but it's also importantly community partnerships. I've seen a lot of tribal and non-tribal community partners step up and support the Spokane Tribe and other tribes. And I think it's really valuable on a personal level, but also on a business level. We, for example, one of the national partnerships that we created was with our local City of Spokane baseball team. And that gained a lot of national news for the Spokane Tribe to support a baseball farm team of Texas Rangers. And with that partnership, grew some great things for our young folks on the reservation, but it also gave us a chance to share our history why the city of Spokane is called Spokane, why the river that flows through the city is called Spokane. It all comes back to the Spokane tribe. So partnerships for us really was finding those networks and avenues to help educate our neighbors about who we are. So when we were to open doors for economic development, construction, jobs, they knew what we were about. So I'm happy to be part of this panel and share some of our experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. And next we have Donnie Stevenson, who is the vice chairman for the Muckleshoot tribe. Donnie, as an elected member of the Muckleshoot tribe, he attended the Evergreen State College, where he earned his formal education through a bachelor's degree in liberal arts focused on Native American studies. He has worked as an executive level leader in Indian country over a course of 25-year career serving his tribe and his people. Donnie is passionate about accessing the traditional teachings and the wisdoms of the ancestors and elders to build sustainable and successful future for his tribe and people, his tribal people and community. He believes this is accomplished through asserting tribal identity, self-governance, and sovereignty, ultimately building pathways of creativity, healing, persistence, reclamation, and opportunity through the strength and legacy provided by tribal culture and traditions. Donnie and his wife Tina reside together and raise their 4 now grown children happily within the Muckleshoot tribal community, where these principles and values have shaped their lives together, and all taking on a very personal application of those values and responsibilities to the next generation. Donnie?
We are Donnie Stevenson Teetsta and Muckleshoot Apchen. Welcome. My name is Donnie Stevenson and I'm Muckleshoot. First things first, I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge our close relatives, the Snoqualmie tribe, and thank them for hosting our event today and allowing us all to come here and share thoughts and ideas and collaborate as we've done throughout the history of our people in Indian country. Secondly, I'd like to thank NCAI ED for the opportunity to be here to do the same. That it's certainly a unique and really great opportunity to be able to come together and share as a people. And I certainly appreciate that opportunity, and I look forward to being able to share a little bit of the experiences of my tribe with each and every one of you, whether here in person or online via Zoom. So I am the vice chairman of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, and I've worked with the tribe for really about the last 25 years in some capacity or another. A vast majority of that as an executive director, either with our gaming facility or with the tribal government. Most recently as the human resources director for the tribe before being elected to tribal council, which I'm now serving my second term as a member of. So the focus of today's discussion really is partnerships. And it's a unique opportunity for us to be able to come together and sort of take a look at that, particularly when I feel as though the Muckleshoot tribe has been particularly effective as it relates to forming partnerships, maintaining partnerships, working partnerships to the benefit of our tribe, people, and community. Sort of in terms of big picture and talking about the idea and the reason, rationale, and justification behind why we do so. Really, it's when we're evaluating that perspective, it's sort of a 3-tiered approach. And what it basically sort of boils down to is the idea of revenue generation. So obviously what we get into business to make money to generate revenue. Exposure or recognition being sort of the second focus of those relationships. That you have the ability when you engage with large organizations, successful organizations that meet and match the tribe's reputation to engage in immediate impact by putting out press releases and bringing that exposure via sort of third-party media reports to our persons. And then also, I think the reality of the long-term goal there when it comes to marketing, whether that's through signage, website, social media, on-site sharing and co-branding with the tribe. And finally, which is vitally important, is community involvement, so that our Muckleshoot tribal members have the ability to engage and have the ability to interact with the partners that the tribe chooses to engage with. That there is a sense of pride and a sense of ownership and a sense of community that results from engaging in these types of relationships. If you're sort of taking a high-level look at the partnerships that we chose to engage in, really this is the approach in a sort of 30-second infomercial version discussion of how and why we do so. Some examples to get into in terms of talking specifically. First, you see detailed both Shell and the Four Seasons. So Shell is really, it's a profit-driven decision. The Pacific Northwest is nearly all stations dispense branded fuels. Shell has many programs that a single store wouldn't be able to provide without the relationship. Their main program is tied into the local grocery stores, and the more groceries you purchase, the larger the gas discount. Four Seasons, it really successfully accomplishes two of our three tiers in the approach. It enhances our revenues through its reputation as a luxury brand, not only regionally but nationally. It also brings recognition as a provider of superior hospitality. In a highly competitive and transient market, the luxury brand continues to drive higher rates than many other properties. Another area for us to focus in on that's been a highly sort of successful opportunity for Muckleshoot is our engagement with professional sports teams. That's a partnership that establishes all three of those original criteria that I detailed. So currently the tribe partners with both the Seattle Seahawks and the soon-to-be Seattle Kraken. We signed both of these agreements in 2019. And interestingly enough, that was both within a week of each other that those agreements were ultimately worked out. So it's important to sort of note that when it comes to these relationships, that communicating our goal as a tribal government and community with these organizations up front is really critical. That ensures that the team knows and understands what is important and matters to the tribe. Really, the Seahawks have embraced these items in a way that is very endearing, and our community has really bought into that relationship. I think you also sort of combine that with the idea that the Seahawks represent the highest level of success within the organization which they represent in the NFL. That the level of success that they've brought to the region over the last decade is undeniable. And that co-branding with an organization like that certainly sets the bar in terms of the value of partnership. Exclusivity is an important part of the contract to understand when engaging in these types of relationships. It ensures that how you plan and utilize the brand within your organization is exclusive, and it ensures that your competitors don't replicate your idea. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're looking to be the only tribe that engages in a relationship, but you're looking to be the only tribe that engages in that specific relationship with the organization. One of the things that was clear from the beginning is how much excitement there was within our tribal member community upon the initial announcement of this deal. And that really came back to the fact that we planned a community event related to the announcement of that deal, and that the entirety of the community was invited, and that the Seahawks treated it as a major accomplishment and relationship as well, so that they sent Hall of Fame legend type of players who have been a part of the organization out to the Muckleshoot tribe. They sent the president of the organization out to the tribe, and that we engaged in ceremony, as our people do, to recognize the partnership and recognize the success and the fact that we have engaged in a relationship of shared values. I think it's also important to talk a little bit about the idea of the immediate integration into our program. There was extensive marketing of Muckleshoot as immediately as the deal was signed, that signs went up within the stadium. It's also a cool corollary benefit to kind of talk about some of the specifics that translates to us in our community. So that there's a specific preseason game annually that will be known as Muckleshoot Culture Day, and that our community is specifically invited to this event, that will be engaged, that we have a number of tickets to be able to provide to our community members, that we will ultimately be the focus of the halftime show of that event with our traditional songs and dances, and that our presence, particularly in what is now Lumen Field, is as much an important part of that partnership as anything. Muckleshoot traditionally existed in that region directly. That there's a well-known, documented, recognized village site at King Street Station of what became known, people who became known as Muckleshoot, which is literally a half a block from Lumen Field. So that's our homeland. It's where we're from, and it's who we are. As you, as Native people, know that we're directly tied to our lands, and that has a huge impact on who we are and our cultural identity. So being able to assert that ownership and partnership, especially in a facility like Lumen Field, where there are literally millions of eyes in a given year, is vitally important. One of the most powerful aspects of watching that play out is the Southwest Gate, which is the main gate coming into Lumen Field, the main gate you think of with as the front of the stadium. During the course of our partnership, will be known as Muckleshoot, the Muckleshoot Gate, and artwork from our traditional artists hangs at each one of the doorways coming into the field at that location. So when you think about the history of our people, that we've lived here for hundreds of generations, thousands of years, that this is our traditional lands, and over the last few hundred in downtown Seattle, specifically at the location of the stadium, our presence has been absent. That we're able to visually represent ourselves in a way that shows that we're still here, that we're thriving, that we're strong, and that we engage with in partnerships with top level organizations like the Seahawks, and that our name and our visual representation is there, is an incredibly powerful statement to not only our people, but to all people. And that's an important, vitally precious resource in the world that we live in today. In terms of discussing the partnership with the Seattle Kraken, actually it wasn't even the Kraken when we first engaged. It was NHL Seattle. The team hadn't been named. That they had announced that they were coming. They hadn't sort of finalized any of the deals, but now the Seattle Kraken, that we're a really unique opportunity for the tribe from the standpoint that we are there as the team sort of gets off the ground, that we have the ability to engage in dialogue related to unique community programming, and that we're really there as a partner from day one. The inaugural season is upcoming, and it'll be this fall, the start of the next NHL season. That'll obviously bring significant exposure and impressions, and that value can't be overstated. Really, pro sports teams push the brand and our tribal name nationwide, if not worldwide, particularly when it comes to organizations and teams that are of the quality of the Seattle Seahawks and the Seattle Kraken. That's a pretty good your 15-minute overview of the engagement and dialogue of partnerships that the Waukesha tribe has looked to engage in. I think sort of the last thing that I would say related to the topic is that our people are some of the strongest and most persevering in the history of the world. That as a people, we've survived sort of everything that's been thrown at us on this continent, especially over the last 400 years. Colonization, forced assimilation, cultural and literal genocide. And we're not only are we still here, but we're thriving. And the reason that is because we've been a creative and collaborative group. And that these partnerships that our tribes engage in today represent the spirit of that creativity and the spirit of that collaboration. And we stand on the shoulder of significant peoples when you think of our ancestors and our elders. And that those of us who are tribal leaders and business leaders today are in a position where we have that profound honor that we're here because of the ancestors and the elders who worked so hard for us to have that opportunity. But we also have a profound responsibility that not only do we have to honor that, but we also have to make sure that we're investing in the next and that we leave the world and our tribe and community in a better place than we found it. And these partnerships and business opportunities are one way that we as a people have the ability to do that. And that's a driving force behind what pushes the tribe to engage and to look to collaborate because it's what we've always done. And it's a traditional teaching that we're carrying into the future. Yeah, I think with that, I'll close and thank you again for the opportunity. The HUD. Thank you.
Do we have any questions, Sadie? Does anybody in the audience have any questions? Does anybody else have anything they would like to add that's on the panel?
I'd like to make a couple observations if I could. First, congratulations on those partnerships dealing with organizations like the Seahawks and the Kraken and Major League Baseball and soccer. It's quite an accomplishment. So that's great work on that.
Thank you for that.
I just want folks here in the room and folks who might be watching on Zoom who are decision makers within their tribal communities, within their business organizations, to really think about the assets you have, especially in the context of the world today. I can tell you as a private business owner, and my partners are in agreement with me on this, I don't want to build any more projects inside of city limits or with a county, because the rules and regulations have become so onerous, so expensive, so time consuming, and you're subject to so many kind of changing decisions that it costs a lot of time and money. Every 90-day delay on getting a permit from the city, you risk seeing your construction budget go up a lot. David, when you were negotiating with the county on water and sewer hookups, the amount of money they wanted you all to pay for that was excessive, to the point where they made the decision to drill a well instead of hooking up the county water. So you all have that tool in your toolbox. You have the ability to drive decision making and to be more efficient, and to really figure out how to entice business to set up and invest with you on your land. And there are a lot of attractive things to that. The other thing I would encourage you to think about as it relates to our industry is your casinos sell more beer, wine, and spirits than anybody else in America. They are the biggest accounts in America. Certainly the Snoqualmie casino down the road sells more beer, wine, and spirits than Lumen Field. Lumen Field might have 70,000 people 8 or 10 times a year, and then for some concerts, but on a regular ongoing basis, they move a lot of product. Muckleshoot out near Auburn, I guarantee you that is the largest beer, wine, and spirits town about 50 miles. And yet 2/3 of that economic value is being generated somewhere else, just being sold to you. And it's like that across the country. There are 520 plus tribally owned casinos and golf courses and resorts and hotels, and in every county in which they sit, they're the largest accounts by far. So the opportunity is enormous for you all to figure out how to enter that market and capture 100% of that value, while still providing goods and services that the consumers who are coming to you are looking for and expect. The places you operate, the hotels, the golf courses, spas, casinos, people go there to have a good time. They expect to want to eat great food, have a nice cocktail, go to a concert, play a table game, play some slots. They're looking to try new things. They're looking to enjoy themselves, and you have a captive audience. And so we'd love to be partners with you in that.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything that they would like to add? Eric and Jamie online. David?
This is Jamie. I would just to share a couple. I have worked most of my life. I hope you guys. I've worked in marketing, public relations, and unfortunately, with all of our tribal entities, marketing is the smallest budget. And marketing, advertising, it's the smallest budget of our enterprises and our businesses. Therefore, we have to think outside of the box when we reach out to community partners and figure out ways that are unique to share our story, and also figure out ways to share our story appropriately. I am part of an organization, some of you may be familiar with IANTA, American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association, and I'm a 5-year board member now. And I've seen the differences throughout the country with tribal enterprises, whether it's hotel, casino, cultural tours, etc. The outside world, the non-tribal world, they want to learn from us. We have to take advantage of some of those opportunities. And then once we partner with organizations such as IANTA or and I hope that's everything. Anyway,
Jamie.
Yikes, what's
We're
going
having a
on?
hard time hearing you. I think we're having a connection problem.
Well, I'll just wrap it up right there.
Maybe just an observation, but this is exciting. To hear what different tribes are doing, to hear about the sports teams, different ways that they're leveraging their competitive advantages. Indian country is very different now than what it's been over the past 10, 20 years. And the more we can capture those dollars, this isn't some philosophical statement. This is how you build the economy. And like Justin said, the casinos are typically the #1 buyer of spirits in the region. And if you're able to capture that and to turn that over and to generate revenue, generate taxes, and do that across a variety of different businesses where there's demand, you're in a much better place. Remember, we need to keep moving from revenue to GDP. And I sent my contact information to the chat. I don't know if everybody got it. but feel free to get a hold of me. I just want to be a resource. There's a lot of exciting things happening in Indian country. Be glad.
We do have a question from someone in the audience.
Thanks. I have an observation and then a question. So when I tried to talk my husband into coming rather than Zooming, we saw that Heritage Distillery was going to be here. So I thought we'd be sipping on some brown sugar bourbon, but I guess that's not true. So sorry to my husband. My question to Joe, which is not really on partnership, but working with small business. We're a HVAC contractor. My husband's been in the industry for 21 years. And he was a foreman, and his last project was a remodel of the casino. And we started our business in 2020. You guys don't have a thorough office, so what's the best way for us to contact you and possibly see what the Muckleshoot we can do for you guys?
Are you asking me? Oh, Donnie.
Oh, sorry.
So we actually do have a sort of pseudo tarot program, and a good point of contact for that would be through the contractor themselves or our CEO, Joe Aluchik, who is coincidentally seated at the table.
Okay.
And there certainly are. It is a priority for us to hire Native Americans and Native American companies. And we do have preference categories, so certainly reach out.
So no brown sugar bourbon.
Chris James took it from me as I was coming downstairs. He's got it in his satchel.
Okay. Well, it looks like we have made our time. Thank you all, both Jamie and Eric who are online, and Justin, Joe, and Donnie who are sitting here. Thank you guys for being a part of the panel and our Native Institute.
Yeah.
Jerry Hickey knocking?
Yeah, Jerry's still around. I met with Jerry earlier today, as a matter of fact.
We came out of school together and went into public accounting together, and
I wanted to.
Oh, yeah, okay.
kind of diverged.
Yeah.
Got an early start with Jerry.
Yeah, how about you? Heading back down?
That's funny.
Anyone
Small
that's
world.
online, if
Country
you
always
guys
is.
could please fill out the survey, give us some feedback on this event today, we would really appreciate it. Thank you all for being here.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really interesting. And if you guys have anything for small business